Good morning. We're back in 24AL-0049G, the Public Service Company in Colorado gas rate case. Any preliminary matters? Ms. Samar Pacheco.
Chair, good morning, Commissioners. We wanted to confirm the order of witnesses that you recited late Friday. If you have.
Yeah, my understanding is that it's Mr. Paquette, Mr. Matley, Ms. Bulkley, and then Mr. Freitas. Is that consistent with your understanding?
It is. We just wanted to reconfirm what order we had Ms. Bulkley in, so thank you.
I think we've in receipt of the exhibits we requested the other day, so thank you for that. Greatly appreciated. Commissioner Goman, Commissioner Plant, any preliminary matters before we jump back to Mr. Paquette?
Nothing.
Commissioner Plant? I'm gonna need to take a bit of a break after lunch. So Commissioner Goman, thanks for your willingness to lead us forward for a couple hours this afternoon. Greatly appreciated. Ms. Samar Pacheco, any other preliminary matters, or should we jump back to Mr. Paquette?
Not from the company. We thought we would address Mr. Matley's exhibits when we call him.
With that, Mr. Paquette, I just remind you, you're still under oath. Ms. Crampton, I have, I think 75 minutes. So you're up.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Piquet. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good. Thank you. And Mr. Piquet, and just for the record, I'm Kate Crampton. I'm an attorney with the Attorney General's office representing UCA. You and I have met before, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Piquet, your position at Public Service and your position as you testify here today is Director of Regulatory Administration. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how long have you served in that role?
For about a year and a half.
And I think you mentioned this last Friday during your examination with staff, but did you have an opportunity to hear the testimony of your colleagues last week?
Yes, I did.
And specifically, did you hear your colleague, Mr. Berman, testify?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to hear Mr. Berman acknowledge that from a Colorado state government perspective, affordability is a critical public interest issue?
Yes, there was a long discussion on affordability.
Okay. And would you agree with your colleague, Mr. Berman, that affordability is a critical issue for the state?
Yes, and I would say that extends beyond Colorado. I think that's important for all customers of utility services, no matter where they live.
Okay. And not just a state concern, right? That's a concern of this commission.
Yes.
And you talked about affordability, I think in all of the testimonies you submitted in this proceeding. Is that right?
Correct. Indirect, supplemental, indirect, and supplemental, direct, and in rebuttal.
And it's the company's position that the concept of affordability involves a more complex consideration than just whether there's a cost increase to customers. Is that right?
Yes, I believe one of my testimonies makes that exact point.
Okay. And if it's helpful, if we could pull up here in Exhibit 116, Mr. Piquet's direct testimony. I believe this is at page 7. I'm sorry, I think that citation is not correct, but Mr. Piquet, what you talked about in your direct testimony, we can take that down. Thank you. is that there are additional considerations regarding affordability from the company's perspective. In particular, the fact that the utility has an obligation to provide safe and reliable service, correct?
That's one of the factors, yes.
And I think, and I'm sorry, if we could pull up here in Exhibit 116 and go to page 21, please. And then if we could just scroll down to lines 12 through 16. And here, Mr. Piquet, you list some of those additional considerations, sort of adding to that complexity surrounding the discussion of affordability. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you note, as we discussed, the obligation of the utility to serve, right?
Correct.
You also note that part of this complexity is that some customers within a single rate class are not in the same financial circumstances.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then another factor you list on line 16 is that public service, in the company's opinion, provides excellent value via the services it renders. Is that right?
Yes.
You do not list in this discussion of complexity considerations regarding affordability, the more than doubling of shareholder dividends over the last 10 years, correct?
That was not mentioned in this list, no.
And likewise in this list, you do not discuss, as part of this complexity, considerations of any shift in state policy with respect to a business's usual approach to the company's natural gas system, correct?
I don't think that's correct. I think between my testimony and Mr. Berman's testimony, we talk about how we're at the beginning of this transition on the gas utility of reducing the carbon footprint. And that brings in affordability dimensions as well.
Okay. And understanding that shift in state policy regarding the natural gas system, it's just not a factor you list here in this portion of your testimony, correct?
Yes, it's not listed here, but it is an important dimension here.
Okay, thank you. If the commission approves public services proposals from its rebuttal testimony, you would agree that that would result in an increase in base rate revenue, correct?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of your question. Could you restate that?
If the commission approves public services proposals from its rebuttal testimony, that will result in an increase in base rate revenue in this case. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And if the commission approves public services proposal from its rebuttal, it will also result in an increase in public services gas cost adjustment revenues if all other components that make up the GCA are held constant. Is that right?
I'm sorry, I lost you there, Ms. Crampton. What the company is proposing in this proceeding does not relate to the gas cost adjustment.
Okay. If base rates are increased and holding all other variables constant, public services gas rates for its ratepayers becomes less affordable on an objective basis. Is that right?
Yes, all else equal, if gas commodity costs increase, then over time that would flow into the company's gas cost adjustment or GCA, which would increase the final rates that customers face. Yes.
Okay. And from a customer's perspective, if a cost increase means that the customer cannot afford their bill, then to them, the utility service is unaffordable, correct?
Yes, in that scenario, for that particular customer, yes, if someone cannot afford their bill, it's not affordable.
And would you agree that a customer is a good source of information to determine whether their utility rate is affordable?
I think that's the challenge that's been tasked to the company in the Energy and Security Working Group, is working with stakeholders to talk about these exact questions, that affordability can be very subjective. There's not just one way to look at it. There's a whole bunch of different metrics, a whole bunch of different lenses to view that question. And we're trying to answer that in a parallel process here.
Okay, and I'm glad you mentioned that. We'll come back to the affordability or the energy insecurity working group in a few minutes. Mr. Piquet, customers are not only negatively impacted by increase in base rate revenues, but also by periodic increases in all of the other expense categories or any riders that may be added to their bill. Is that right?
Yes, it's not just base rates that affect a customer's bill.
Okay. And did you hear Mr. Berman's testimony last week that approximately 72% of public services gas customers are also public service electric customers?
I don't recall that exact statistic, but that sounds generally correct.
Okay. And so for approximately 72% of public services gas customers, they not only experience rate increases when their gas rates go up, but they also have experienced rate increases when their electric rates go up as well. Is that right?
For our dual customers, that is correct.
And the concern about affordability, we mentioned that you talked about it in your testimonies. This concern was also raised in several of the intervenor testimonies in this case. Is that right?
Which concern specifically?
Concerns about affordability.
Yes, this topic was raised in several pieces of testimony.
Okay, and if we could, I'm going to refer to a few of them, so I think it would be helpful if we could go to Hearing Exhibit 135 at page 22, please. And if we could just scroll down to about line 8. And Mr. Piquet, this is your rebuttal testimony where you discuss the intervenor testimonies that address affordability concerns. Is that right?
Yes, it's a very high-level summary of some of the points made by interveners.
Okay, and one of the interveners that you note, and if we could actually just keep scrolling down a little bit. Down at line 27, Mr. Piquet, you dedicate a bullet point to Pueblo Mayor Heather Graham, who filed answer testimony about affordability for Pueblo customers. Is that right?
Yes, I believe that was the focus of that testimony.
Okay. And in her and you reviewed all these testimonies before providing this high-level summary, right?
Yes.
And Mayor Graham testified that not only does Pueblo face a potential near 10% gas increase from public service in this case, but that their electricity provider, Black Hills Electric, is also proposing to increase their electricity rates by 18%. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that line specifically.
Okay. If we could pull up Hearing Exhibit 900, and it'll be bottom of page 3, top of page 4. And Mr. Piquet, do you recognize this as the testimony of Mayor Heather Graham that you reviewed prior to drafting your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And Mayor Graham notes the concern about the proposal here for a 10% increase for gas, as well as the proposal from Black Hills to increase electric rates by 18%, correct?
Yes, that's what the testimony states.
And in her testimony, Mayor Graham discusses affordability programs and rate mitigation efforts available, but indicated that they do not relieve the financial pressures caused by the increased energy costs. Do you recall that?
If you could direct me to that line, that would be helpful.
Sure, if we could scroll down to page 5.
Still in 900, right?
Yep, thank you. Okay, and Mr. Piquet, looking at the page 5, those lines 4 and 5. Here, Mayor Graham talks about rate affordability programs or rate mitigation efforts. And indicating that these costs to customers are still too much for the city and its residents. Is that right?
That's what the testimony states.
Did you, in addition to these testimonies that you mention in your rebuttal testimony having reviewed, did you review the public comments filed in this case?
Yeah, I believe I reviewed many of them.
Okay. And you said many, there's hundreds of public comments filed in this proceeding, is that right?
That's correct.
And from your review, what you saw is that customers are struggling to afford the continuous increases in energy costs. Is that right?
That's one of the points made in public comments. There have been other points made as well.
Okay. If we could pull up hearing exhibit 502, please. And Mr. Piquet, hearing exhibit 502, that's the answer testimony of UCA witness Carrie Kuykendall. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, and you reviewed this and I think discussed it in your rebuttal testimony. Is that right?
yeah, one of the summary bullets discusses
Okay.
this testimony.
And Mr. Kuykendall summarized over 700 public comments filed in this proceeding in his testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
And in his testimony, if we could go to page 6, bottom of page 6, top of page 7, please. And Mr. Piquet, in Mr. Kuykendall's testimony, he observed that a commonly expressed view in the comments is that utility rates have increased too fast over the last few years and are unaffordable. Is that right?
It seems like lines 20 and 21 say that, although it's a little cut off, but yes, it appears to say that.
Okay, thank you. And if we could pull up hearing exhibit 502 attachment KK2, please. And if possible to maybe zoom in just a little bit. Oh, perfect. Thank you. And Mr. Piquet, the affordability concerns that Mr. Kuykendall summarized are not only expressed by those customers that would be considered low-income households, but also those that do not qualify for low-income assistance as well. Is that right?
It's hard to tell from just the comments, right? People are not entering their income information. There's no way to verify that information. These are just general comments from the public. So I would presume that it would be a mixture of income qualified and non-income qualified customers.
Okay. And if it's helpful, if we could go to page 3 of this attachment. And if we could just scroll down to the road from commenter Alicia Nix, it's at the bottom of the screen right now. Okay, and Mr. Piquet, this comment, and this was one of the comments included with Mr. Kokendall's testimony that you reviewed. If we can go through this and just kind of looking at the bottom part of Ms. Nix's comments. Ms. Nix noted in her comment to this commission that she does not qualify for any assistance because they make too much money for any kind of assistance. And so they walk around in sweatshirts, socks, slippers, etc. in the winter and are uncomfortable in the summer during sleep hours as they turn off their air conditioner. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And she would be an example of someone who doesn't meet any eligibility from her statement, doesn't meet any eligibility for assistance, but is still struggling to afford these rates, correct?
That's the statement made.
Okay. And if we could scroll down to page 11 as well. And then, Mr. Piquet, just focusing your attention on this third comment from Miss, I think it's Dehashir from Arvada. Do you see that?
Yes, the third line down.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Ms. Dehashir notes, and I'm again kind of looking at this bottom part of the comment, is that she and her husband aren't on a fixed income like many retirees, but they still struggle to pay their utility bills. Is that right?
That's the statement made.
And the statement made and statement that you reviewed as part of your work, reviewing this public comments in this case, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. We can take hearing exhibit 502 KK2 down, please. And these examples we went through, these are just two examples of the hundreds of comments that were filed with the commission that are contesting Public Service's request for another multi-million-dollar rate increase, correct?
Yes, it's one of the themes in those comments that there are also other themes on the importance of gas service, the importance of optionality for customers, themes like that.
Okay. And if we could go back to hearing exhibit 135 at page 22. And just looking at these bullet points, Mr. Piquet, all of these interveners, City of Pueblo, UCA, trial staff, they all believe it was appropriate for the commission to address affordability concerns in this rate case proceeding, correct?
I don't think I agree with that. Each of these testimonies talks about affordability in a different sense. Staff talks about it in context of the RDS proposal, right? We were just going through the UCA witnesses testimony, which is summarizing public comments. Everyone's saying affordability is an important subject. I think everyone is differing on what that means.
Okay. And I'm glad you said that. So these are all testimonies filed by interveners in this proceeding, correct?
Yes.
And some of these testimonies, would it be fair to say, maybe raise just concerns about affordability generally, whereas other portions of testimonies address specific aspects of the company's proposal that implicate affordability concerns?
Yes.
Okay. But they all raised that in connection with the commission's decisions in this proceeding, correct?
As has the company.
Okay. If we could go to page 23 of this exhibit, please. And in fact, with respect to that statement, and by contrast to these other interveners, the company believes it's not appropriate for the commission to use the rate-making process to explicitly reduce or disallow costs in light of affordability concerns, correct?
Yes, that's my testimony.
Okay. Instead, the company believes the best approach to to address affordability is through programmatic offerings that offer direct payment assistance to customers. Is that right?
Yes, direct assistance to customers can either mean support on monthly bills or specifically targeting on other programmatic offerings that the company has, be it weatherization programs offered by other agencies, energy efficiency programs. We now have clean heat programs being layered on top of this. There's a whole lot of offerings that can help customers on their monthly bills, including budget billing and other programmatic offerings.
Okay. And you kind of got into this, but these direct assistance, these could be the payment bill assistance from nonprofit and government agencies, correct?
As well as from the company, that's correct.
Okay. And I think you mentioned increased EAP and GAP funding. Is that right?
Yes, that is one of the major routes through which the company provides direct bill assistance to customers.
Okay. And then I think you also mentioned targeted arrearage repayment programs.
Yes.
You indicated that in your testimony, just I think at the bottom of this page, around line 13. I'm sorry, this would be page 21. That the company welcomes, well, the company doesn't feel that revenue requirement determinations are the appropriate forum to consider affordability. The commission, or that the company welcomes discussion about affordability in both ongoing and future proceedings. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. That explicit disallowances based on affordability concerns is what the company is not recommending here. But of course, we recommend continued discussion on affordability in this and other proceedings, including through the Energy and Security Working Group and other future changes to the company's support programs that we might have in mind.
Okay, and if we could just scroll down to the footnotes here, the proceedings that you mentioned in particular, one of them is proceeding 22M-0171 all, which concerns the implementation of Senate Bill 21272, which is an equity proceeding. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, to date, that proceeding 22M-0171 all, that does not yet involve any commission decisions regarding cost recovery with respect to affordability for customers, correct?
Not yet. No, it's been a miscellaneous proceeding. And I believe there was recently a decision to open up a rulemaking in light of all of this work.
Okay, and that's kind of alluded to in that footnote 30, staff's capstone report, and their recommendation to open a rulemaking. You would agree with me that as of today, that rulemaking has not commenced, correct?
Not yet.
And that rulemaking is not currently providing any rate relief for public service customers, correct?
No, not currently.
These things that we've discussed, this equity proceeding, rulemakings, direct customer assistance, targeted arrearage programs, these things are all part of what you call, quote, the ecosystem to support and address household energy costs. Is that right?
That sounds right. If you could refer me to a specific piece of my testimony where I state that, that would be helpful.
Sure. If we could go to hearing exhibit 122. And I'm sorry, this is your hearing exhibit 122 is your supplemental direct testimony. Is that right, Mr. Piquet?
Yes.
If I could just have a moment. Sorry, just reviewing my notes. If we could, page 21, lines 10 through 12. Mr. Piquet, this is where you sort of characterize all of these things that we've discussed as part of an ecosystem of support for energy household costs. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Part of the ecosystem that you've mentioned and I want to discuss with you is the Energy Insecurity Working Group. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. The Energy Insecurity Working Group convened in response to the stipulation stemming from the company's last electric rate case 22AL-0530. Is that right?
Yes, that was the genesis of the working group, but I believe there was additional discussion and I believe an additional directive or two stemming from the company's most recent phase 2 electric rate case as well.
Okay. And the phase 1 wrapped portion of the rate case wrapped approximately a little over a year ago. Is that right?
Basically exactly a year ago, yeah.
Okay. And then phase 2, I think, was litigated in December of 2023 and wrapped shortly after that. Is that right?
Yes.
And part of the work of this working group was targeted to three, if we could go to page 22, I'm sorry. Part of the work of this working group was targeted to 3 specific directives. Is that right?
That sounds right. I know that there were a few different directives that we're working towards. So it might be more than 3, but yeah, there were a few.
We could scroll down to line 28, please. And I'm sorry, page 28. Okay. And here, Mr. Piquet, you discuss in your supplemental direct the working group having 3 objectives. First, to develop a consensus estimate for the number of energy insecure customers. Second, to conduct an outreach program to interview disconnected customers to better understand their circumstances. And third, to identify options and solutions to help further address energy insecurity. Is that right?
Yes, thanks for directing me to those lines. Yes, that's all correct.
Okay. And the Energy Insecurity Group was able to submit their first report regarding their work on May 7th of this year and filed into proceeding 22AL-0530E. Is that right?
Yes.
And if we could pull up from UCA's box.com what's been marked as hearing exhibit 521. And just, yes, thank you. And if we could just scroll down to show the whole page. Mr. Piquet, do you recognize this as, do you recognize hearing exhibit 521 as the report filed on May 7th of this year from the Energy Insecurity Working Group?
Yes, I do.
And if we could just go to, and you recognize this from your work with that group, is that right?
Yes, I've been actively involved in that group.
Okay, great. Chairman, I would move to admit hearing exhibit 521. In the alternative, I'd ask the court to take administrative notice of this document. It was filed into that other proceeding.
Any objections?
No objection.
So noticed.
If we could go to page 7 of that report. and just kind of scroll to show most of the text on the page. And Mr. Piquet, this isn't necessarily a specific reference, but that first directive to develop a consensus estimate of the number of energy insecure customers, for that directive, the working group was not limited to considering households that were potentially eligible for energy assistance, correct?
Yes, it sounded like you're referring to a specific line on this page. Could you direct me there?
Sure. Just looking at that first paragraph, the sentence that starts importantly. There, the report from the group that you're involved with said the work is not limited to considering households that are potentially eligible for gas and electric affordability programs.
Yes, that is correct. That is just one lens to apply, but we've applied several lenses as this report summarizes.
Okay. And so the working group, which the company is involved with, here acknowledges that there are customers who may not qualify for energy assistance, but they are nevertheless potentially energy burdened or energy insecure.
Yes, potentially, depending on which threshold for energy burden you apply to an analysis and what year of data you're looking at.
And currently, these customers who are not eligible for assistance programs, they are responsible for essentially subsidizing these programs, correct? Through rates.
All customers contribute to the funding for EAP and GAP, if that's your question, although only some customers are actually eligible for that. These funds are collected through our service and facility charges to all customer classes.
And with the working groups, with the work of the working group, the working group was able to provide a definition or reach a consensus that energy insecurity means a customer household that spends either 6 or 7% more or more of their gross household income on electricity and natural gas combined. Is that right?
Those are I believe the 6 and 7% thresholds refer to the tables that we have, likely on the next page or the subsequent page. So again, there's a few different lenses one could apply to how we look at that question of how many energy insecure customers are there. It's hard to exactly pin down an exact definition that applies to everything. Again, there are several different lenses one could apply, and we're still working through this with the working group on, what is the exact lens we want to use to inform, either future programmatic offerings or future outreach efforts or all the above.
Okay, and so just picking a lens may be the first step to reaching a consensus before being able to move forward.
Yes, this was the first part of our work together as a working group. And so we wanted to get a range of estimates on what that total population of energy insecure customers could be to then use as we talk about more specific options thereafter.
Okay, and if we could just go down to page 8, and I think it'll be the last full paragraph, and I think this is what you're talking about when you talk about we got to even first just decide on a lens before we can reach any definition or any consensus. But part of that was working with definitions of insecurity, energy insecurity that define that threshold as households spending 6 or 7% more of their gross household income on household electricity and natural gas combined. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. The 6% and 7% thresholds have been the levels that we've been homing in on.
Okay. And are you aware of whether that threshold of 6% is in fact an already nationally understood threshold standard for energy insecurity?
I believe states I think every state is different on this question, how exactly they structure their energy assistance programs. I think 6% and 7% and numbers in that range are common.
Okay. And are you aware of Xcel Energy's action and proposed pilot in Minnesota to explore providing bill credits starting in a threshold of 4% energy burden?
Yes, that's one of the options that we're discussing in real time with the working group. Our sister company up in Minnesota actually has a pilot pending before the commission in Minnesota. And again, that's one of the options we're considering. We're also considering other more granular options, but we're still putting that all together.
Okay. And putting those pieces together, I think is still in place. I want to talk about the second commitment of the working group, which was the outreach to customers who've recently experienced disconnections. I mean, for this, the working group has developed what's contemplated is that Public Service will be making phone calls to disconnected customers, correct?
Yes, we recently conducted a survey, which this report summarizes. We had just begun executing it, I believe, when we filed this report, conducting a survey to recently disconnected customers to learn about that experience.
Okay. Well, and in fact, what the working group first did was to develop a script for these conversations, correct?
Yes, we worked on that script collaboratively with all the stakeholders involved.
Okay, and the target was to reach 40 total customers as part of this outreach. Is that right?
Yes, and more specifically, we were trying to reach customers that were disconnected just for a short period, as well as those disconnected for a longer period. So we tried to make sure we had some customers in each bucket there.
And at the time that this report was filed in May, these conversations had not yet occurred. I believe the report indicates that they were intending to conduct these conversations in June. Is that right?
That is correct. Yeah, the survey lasted, I believe, most of June and wrapped up in July. And we've begun reporting out on those details in the working group.
Okay. In the working group, you'd agree that to date, the company has not filed any report or document detailing the work of these phone calls or any analysis from this outreach into that 24AL-0049G proceeding, correct?
No, we have not yet filed a second update into that proceeding. We're still working through it with stakeholders.
Okay. And Mr. Piquet, currently the efforts of the energy insecurity working group is not currently providing any rate relief to the company's customers, correct?
It's discussing possible paths forward to enhance that support and better understand the customer experience.
Mr. Piquet, I want to turn to another part of your rebuttal testimony. You were posed questions regarding developing an affordability metric by this commission. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could just pull up Hearing Exhibit 122, Mr. Piquet's rebuttal testimony.
And sorry, 122 is supplemental direct.
You're right. Supplemental direct. Thank you. At page 22, please. Okay. And Mr. Piquet, this is just the portion of your supplemental direct where you discuss the development of this affordability metric. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. This is not the first time that this commission has directed questions concerning customer affordability and affordability metrics, correct?
No, I believe there have been additional supplemental requests in the past.
Okay. And specifically, the company was asked to provide the same affordability metric in the company's last electric rate case, that 24AL-0049G proceeding, correct?
Yes, that's correct. It was testimony from company witness Steve Wishart.
Okay. And so in response to this question posed by the commission, the company here was able to calculate an affordability ratio for gas utility service based on a number of statistical inputs. Is that right?
Yes,
And specifically to do so, the company used information from the U.S. Bureau of Labor and Statistics consumer expenditures for Denver metro area years 2021 through 2022, correct?
yes,
And this U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, well, let me just back up to our conversation earlier. You have the statistic for the Denver metro area, but as we know from Mayor Heather Graham's testimony, there's a number of public service gas customers who do not reside in Metro Denver. Is that right?
that's correct.
Okay. And that their income information might look different than what we know from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics information that you provided, correct?
Yes, there are several ways one could calculate this.
Okay. And for the Denver metro area, this included an average income of $115,000, $115,000 and $112,000. Is that correct?
Yes, I forget if that was median income or average household income, but yes, it was specific to the Denver metro area.
Okay. And then another statistical input for this affordability ratio was the annual natural gas bills for a residential customer, correct?
Correct. And we applied that both on median usage and average usage.
Okay. If we could go to page 25 of Mr. Piquet of hearing exhibit 122, please. And just scroll down to the table JPP SD5. And Mr. Piquet, this table, that line stating annual income, that's the annual income from that Bureau of Labor Statistics for Denver metro area. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and then for usage, you provide a mean usage and a median usage, and its translation to a customer's current annual bill. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and then also how that annual bill may change with the company's proposal in this proceeding.
Correct.
Okay. And looking at that current annual bill mean usage of $769, you'd agree that if you divide that by 12, that comes out to approximately $64 a month for customers?
That sounds right.
Okay. And in fact, that's 60, if we could just scroll down to the next page. I'm sorry, I think it's table JPP6. That $64 monthly bill, that's reflected in your table JPP SD6, is that right?
Correct.
And I'm sorry, JJP. And going back, if we could pull up at page 25, table JPP, JJP SD5, please. And so, Mr. Piquet, this table reflects the company's calculation of the affordability ratio requested by the commission, reflecting essentially a customer's cost of gas in a percentage of their discretionary spending. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You would agree with me, however, that the company's gas customers, generally speaking, do not use the same amount of natural gas for heating during each month of the year, correct?
Correct. There will be fluctuations throughout the year.
Okay. Reasonable to assume less gas heating in the summer and more gas heating in the winter?
Yes.
And so while the percentages in the affordability ratio prepared by the company reflect that overall percentage of 2.3 or potentially 2.5 or 2.4 on an annual basis, you would agree that this metric might look different when considered on a comparative monthly basis.
For customers that are not participating in a balance billing program, yes, that's correct. For those that are, it'll be smoothed out and it'll be the same percentage every month.
Okay, and so for those not in the balance billing, that affordability metric for winter months might look different than those percentages reflected on that chart.
Correct.
I want to talk a little bit about the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics information that you used for your analysis. If we could pull up from UCA's box.com here in Exhibit 531, please. And just scrolling down kind of through the document, Mr. Piquet, I'll just ask you if you recognize this document as essentially the information contained at the link provided in your rebuttal testimony regarding the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics information. Is that right?
Did you mean the supplemental direct testimony?
Yes, thank you. Supplemental direct.
Yes, this seems to be the source data
Okay.
from the BLS.
And if we could just scroll up a little bit to the first table. Right there on that second page.
This one or down here?
Down, yep, second page. Okay, and Mr. Piquet, just to kind of orient you a little bit, this is where we see that average income of $115,112. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And like you said, you recognize this as the information that you linked to in your rebuttal testimony.
Yes, I have a table in my supplemental direct testimony that summarizes many of these rows.
Okay. But you'd agree there's some information here that's not in your table that is in your testimony.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Chairman, I would move to admit hearing exhibit 531.
Objection? Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
And just zooming in on this table on page 2, one of the things that we can observe is that this $115,000 and $115,000 annual income contemplates a household of approximately 2.5 people. Is that right?
Yes, on the people line of the table, it says for the Denver area, it's 2.5.
Okay. And what it also indicates is contemplating an average household with approximately 0.6 of those people being children. Is that right?
Yes, children under 18.
Okay. Assuming all other inputs remain the same for your calculations in JJP-SD5, you would agree that if a customer household made less than that Bureau of Labor Statistic household income of $115,112, then their percentage of income spent towards natural gas would be, the percentage of income spent towards natural gas would be higher for that customer.
Correct. And the reverse is also true. If someone made more than this average level, then that resulting affordability metric would be lower. This is an average by definition.
Okay. Mr. Piquet, if I were to represent to you that a quick Google search indicated that the average K through 12 public school teacher salary in Colorado for the year 2023 was $61,000 a year, would you have any reason to dispute that number?
I wouldn't have any reason to dispute that number, but it's important to point out that what we're talking about here is average income and expenditures by households. And what you just cited was a income for an individual. And I believe
Sure.
most households in the Denver area will be dual income households.
Well, can you imagine a scenario where someone is in a single income household?
Yes, that certainly occurs.
Okay. I want you then to imagine a hypothetical scenario of a teacher in Colorado making the average salary of $61,000 a year in a single person or single income household. Would you agree that in this hypothetical, would you agree that $61,000 is just a little over half of that average $115,000 household salary?
Yes.
Okay. And in this hypothetical scenario, and assuming all other inputs from this Bureau of Labor Statistics remain the same, you would agree that the percentage of income for this hypothetical teacher would require them to spend more for natural gas, or that their affordability ratio would be higher than the averages presented in your chart, JJP SD-5.
So there are a number of assumptions you're making there. So just to be clear for the record, you're assuming that income was lower for a particular household, but that all these other categories of expenditures remain fixed, which in reality may or may not occur, right? There's very much a case to be made that a single income household might not have any children, might have much lower food, transportation, education, healthcare costs, so on and so forth.
Okay. And my question in the hypothetical was assuming that all these other inputs remain the same. You would agree that the percentage of income for a teacher making $61,000 a year, that their affordability ratio would be higher than the averages provided in your chart?
Yes, all else equal, if you're only changing one element of this analysis, then yes, that resulting percentage will increase.
Okay. And for someone like this hypothetical teacher making $61,000 a year, that affordability ratio, instead of being 2.3% or 2.4%, could approach something more like 4 or 5% of their income, if all other variables remain the same, correct?
Correct. And once we're getting up to the 4, 5, 6% levels, you know, that's very much the percent of income levels that our affordability programs can kick in for, be it our electric affordability program, our gas affordability program, and so forth.
Right. And that kind of goes back to that energy affordability threshold and maybe national threshold of about 6%. Is that right?
It depends. Our energy, our EAP and GAP programs, just use the acronyms for a moment, have varying thresholds for qualification depending on what services the customer receives from the company, whether it's electric only, gas only, or both, and what's their primary heating fuel. So there's a whole bunch of different relevant thresholds that might apply to a particular customer. I believe the lowest one that would make them qualify for a program is 2%. So the fact that in this hypothetical scenario, a single income household in the $60,000 to $70,000 range could very well qualify for one or both of those programs.
Okay. And I think you're kind of connecting this right at that income. This is where the ecosystem sort of that we've described earlier might become operative. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Piquet, from a policy perspective, should a teacher in Colorado need to rely on an ecosystem of nonprofit and government assistance programs in order to afford their energy bills?
That is a much broader policy question than the utility company itself can answer. We only have purview over the energy and gas costs for the service that we provide, and then the resulting affordability programs that we offer to customers that can qualify to make sure that we're providing some base level of support for customers that truly need it. I think your question is morphing into, what else can public policy do to support households that might be burdened or vulnerable based on some view or definition. And I think that expands beyond the realm of the utility.
Okay. Well, and I appreciate that. I would agree that it's a broader question. And Mr. Piquet, would you agree that it's not just a broader policy question, but it also implicates what the commission can decide to do in specific proceedings to address these affordability concerns? Is that fair to say?
Could you restate the question?
Sure. What we've been discussing is not just a broader policy consideration, but implicates whether there's also specific things that this commission can do in a proceeding regarding customer affordability, correct?
Yes, I'm not a lawyer, but it's my understanding that the commission has broad latitude to consider a lot of items that affect the regulation of gas and electric and steam utilities. Our affordability programs being one of them. And
one of the decision points that the commission can make in this proceeding is with respect to the company's proposal for the revenue deferral surcharge. Is that right?
Yes, that's one of the company's proposals here.
And the proposal here from the company is to defer implementation of new base rates for a period beginning November 5th, 2024 and ending February 14th, 2025. Is that right?
Yes, a roughly 3-month period.
Okay. And what this proposal entails is the creation of a regulatory asset that earns interest at WACC for that 3-month period through February 14th, 2025. Is that right?
Yes. What we've proposed to apply an interest rate at WACC because that's our cost of financing.
And so the cost of WACC or the interest would create the surcharge that would be contained within a new rider called the RDS surcharge. Is that right?
Yes, interest would be added to that deferred balance. I believe the interest amount is in the order of magnitude of $3 million.
3.3 sound right?
That sounds right.
And under the company's proposal, the surcharge begins the day after the Storm Uri surcharge falls off. Is that right?
Correct. We made this proposal to help smooth customer rates, particularly on the tail end of a heating season in mid-February.
Okay. And I think you characterized that in your testimony as rate stability at a modest cost.
Correct.
Under this proposal, the customer can get rate stability for the modest cost of $3.3 million. Is that right?
Yeah. If you could direct me to my testimony if I'm making a specific statement on that, but yes, I would say it's not just the cost of 3.3 million that's important here. It's the whole proposal in itself. The fact that we defer new base rate increases until approaching the tail end of the heating season, when another charge is about to drop off from customer bills, really helps to moderate those rates that customers face.
And under this proposal, customers go directly from one surcharge to a new surcharge in addition to base rates. Is that right?
Correct. The extraordinary gas costs recovery mechanism would fall off just as the RDS surcharge would be implemented.
And this RDS, $3.3 million for the deferred revenue surcharge, that would generate additional revenue for the company and its shareholders, correct?
It would constitute additional revenue for the company dollars-wise, but it simply compensates the company for the cost of financing because we will have foregone the collection of revenues, an increase in revenue stemming from this proceeding, assuming, of course, an increase is approved by the commission. And so yes, it produces an increase in revenues, but it simply is a cost of financing.
Okay. And I understand the company's perspective on that issue. For support of this proposition, in fact, the company noted that this proposal is very similar to a proposal accepted by the commission in the 2020 combined Fiesco gas rate case. Is that right?
Yes, there was a similar but different RDS proposal in that proceeding. I believe it was
Okay.
proposed by the company in rebuttal once the pandemic began.
And you say similar but different. One of the things that was different is in that 2020 case, the commission approved a revenue deferral without an interest or WAC earning. Is that right?
Yes, that was what the commission approved, and the company did not propose to apply interest to the RDS mechanism in that proceeding. So the commission was agreeing with the company's proposal. It was a different time and place and situation in which that proposal was made.
So you'd agree, kind of based on that past case, it would be possible to have a revenue deferral without an interest or WAC earning, correct?
There is a recent example of one occurring without interest, but that is not the company's proposal here.
Okay, but it would be possible to do the deferral without the interest or WAC earning based on
Mechanically,
that prior case.
mechanically, yes, it's possible.
Okay. And if the commission were to do that in this proceeding, that would effectively reduce the overall rate base by 3.3 million. Is that right?
No, I disagree with that. These are not amounts affecting the company's rate base.
Okay, that would be $3.3 million less recovered from the company's ratepayers, correct?
Over the period of 15 to 16 months, correct?
Okay, and you would agree that this is a decision that the commission could make to provide that $3.3 million of rate relief to public service customers right now and through this proceeding.
The commission has broad latitude to approve or reject proposals before it. I won't contest. I won't reject that notion. I think what's important to note here is that the company incurs financing costs to forego 3.5 months of foregone revenue. And the 3.3 million is simply a recognition of those costs. That will be recovered from customers over the subsequent 12 months, beginning in mid-February 2025. And so the entire period we're talking about here is actually quite long, 15 or 16 months for the RDS proposal in its entirety.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Piquet. I want to talk about the gas, the GSIC. I think this was something that you spoke with Mr. Horman about on Friday. And in this proceeding, the company advocates that the commission reevaluate its prior decision from the 2022 gas rate case, and in this proceeding, allow gas storage inventory costs, or GSIC, to, as we were discussing with the revenue deferral surcharge, to earn a return at WAC. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. So there was a brief discussion on that on Friday.
And in their answer testimonies, both staff and UCA responded to this request of the company and opposed this request of the company. Is that right?
Yes.
And what staff and UCA recommended instead of a WAC return is that the company recover at the cost of short-term debt instead. Is that right?
Yes.
And UCA specifically recommended that the commission authorize cost recovery of GSIC to occur at the cost of short-term debt, and that the commission should clarify that short-term debt is not a return and should not have an income tax gross up applied to it. Is that right?
I'm sorry, can you restate which party is stating that?
UCA. UCA recommended recovery at the cost of short-term debt and clarification that short-term debt is not a return and should not have an income tax gross up. Is that right?
Yes, that sounds like their recommendation.
Okay. And the difference between applying the WAC return advocated by the company and cost recovery at short-term debt as advocated by UCA and staff is a difference of approximately $383,000. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I stated in my direct testimony based on short-term interest rates and the company's existing WACC at the time.
And if the commission did decide to reverse course as advocated by the company from its last decision or last rate case decision, that would be an additional $383,000 recovered from the company's ratepayers. Is that right?
Yes,
Is it your understanding that the treatment recommended here by UCA and staff for cost recovery short-term debt is consistent with the ALJ's decision in Atmos Energy's 2022 gas rate case?
I'm not familiar with Atmos's rate case at the moment. I believe I've reviewed it in the past, but I can't recall the specifics.
If we could pull up hearing exhibit 500, which is answer testimony of Mr. Skluzak, at page 226, please. And if we could go to lines 12 through 18. And Mr. Piquet, you recognize Mr. Skluzak's answer testimony from your review previously?
Yes,
Okay, and here Mr. Skluzak discusses the ALJ's treatment of gas storage for Atmos and specifically the ALJ's finding for cost of short-term debt recovery. Is that right?
that's what it states here.
Okay. Well, and you had a chance to file rebuttal testimony, correct?
Yes,
And you didn't dispute this portion of Mr. Skluzak's testimony in your rebuttal testimony, correct?
I did not.
And in reaching that decision, the ALJ found that the value of stored gas is, I think this came up a little bit on Friday, that stored gas is temporary and volatile. Is that right?
I would object on the grounds that the decision speaks for itself. It may be helpful for the witness to see the decision.
Ms. Crampton?
This is an admitted exhibit. I'm just asking him to observe from it. I don't disagree that the decision reference speaks for itself, but I think he can testify from this exhibit as well.
Is it Piquet or Piquet? Just so I get it right.
It's Piquet. It's a tough one.
Piquet. I apologize. I'm a bit tone deaf, so Piquet. Yeah, ask your question again, Ms. Crampton.
I'm not sure I remember my question.
Ask whatever question you'd like.
Mr.
I
Piquet.
just say you got about 5 or 10 minutes left. So
Okay, thank you. Mr. Piquet, here Mr. Skluzak discusses the ALJ finding regarding that decision for recovery at short-term debt, noting that the gas or that the value of stored gas is temporary and volatile. Is that right?
That's Mr. Skluzak's testimony here. I can't recall if the commission's decision uses that exact phrasing.
Okay. And Mr. Skluzak cites to that decision in the footnotes of his testimony, correct?
He does.
Okay. And again, you didn't dispute this characterization of Mr. Skluzak in your rebuttal testimony.
Yeah, I rebutted the concept, even if I didn't refer to these specific lines.
Okay. And is it true that in Black Hills, Colorado Gas recently completed 2023 gas rate case that Black Hills, Colorado Gas agreed to transition to a cost recovery component for stored gas that shall be equal to Black Hills' cost of short-term debt? Does that sound right?
If you could direct me to lines referencing that would be helpful.
Sure, if we could go, I think it's down to page 227. And lines 8 through 14. Okay. And you had a chance to review this from Mr. Skluzak's testimony previously, correct?
Yes,
And his discussion of the treatment of Black Hills for gas storage inventory, correct?
yes.
Okay. And you didn't dispute this characterization of Black Hills treatment in your rebuttal testimony, correct?
I did not reference the Black Hills case or example, no.
Okay. Would you agree that if UCA's recommendations for recovery at the cost of short-term debt are adopted by the commission in this proceeding, that would render public services GSIC cost recovery components to be consistent with both Atmos and Black Hills?
I don't know all the specifics of Atmos and Black Hills proposals or the decisions, so I can't agree or deny that statement.
Okay. Would you agree that it would be consistent with the commission's decision in public services last gas rate case 22AL-0049G?
Yes, and that's what the company is respectfully bringing up for review again here. We disagree with the rationale that this is a temporary asset that's financed or should be financed with a specific short-term financing tool. We finance all of our costs and expenses with a combination of external capital and internally generated funds. And this is not just a short-term asset. There's actually costs that go year to year that are significant, that a portion of my confidential testimony discusses. And so we do not think that a short-term debt return is the appropriate interest rate.
I think I understand, Mr. Piquet. If we could pull up from box.com hearing exhibit 545. And Mr. Piquet, I'm showing you a discovery request UCA 34-1. And if we could just scroll down to the response portion, you are the sponsor of this response for public service. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I would move to admit hearing exhibit 545.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
Mr. Piquet, after the gas rate decision, the company did not change its gas storage program or practices or services, correct?
We did not change our approach to using and relying on gas storage. I can't comment on whether we actually used it more or less, but we continue to rely on it in the same manner, which provides a huge reliability benefit to our system and our customers.
And if the commission were to issue an order in this proceeding consistent with the 2022 gas rate decision, and in that order concluded that the cost recovery for GSIC is not authorized a WACC return, this will not necessarily result in the company reducing its gas storage, correct?
It will not necessarily reduce our use of gas and storage.
Okay, and Mr. Piquet, that's in fact what you discuss in this discovery response, correct?
Yes, I say not necessarily. Doesn't mean we will, doesn't mean we won't.
Okay. If the commission were to adopt UCA's recommendations regarding gas storage inventory, that would be $383,000 less recovered from the company's ratepayers in this proceeding, correct?
Correct, and the company views that as a penalty for the use of gas storage.
Mr. Piquet, did you hear the testimony of your colleague, Ms. Gilliand, last week regarding LNG?
Yes.
And do you agree with Ms. Gilliand's testimony that the LNG commodity was injected into the company's system not to support system pressures, but because it was the end of the winter heating season?
Yes, she stated that we needed it for reliability and capacity reasons, but didn't actually have to rely on it on those coldest days.
And did you hear Ms. Gillian's testimony that the company will be transitioning from using third-party vendors for LNG to company-owned equipment?
Yes, for this upcoming heating season, that is the plan.
Okay. And I think you discussed this in your rebuttal testimony, that public service has purchased modular LNG equipment at roughly a similar cost to what public service would have to spend annually to rent that equipment from a third party. Is that right?
Yes.
If we could pull up hearing exhibit, my apologies, 536, please, from UCA's box. And if we could just scroll down to the sponsor. And Mr. Piquet, you are one of the sponsors of the responses to UCA 33-11, correct?
Yes, I'm one of the sponsors on this question. If you could scroll back up to the top so I could see which number this is. Yes, UCA 3311.
Okay, and it's referencing, I think it starts off by referencing your rebuttal testimony, correct?
Correct.
I would move to admit hearing exhibit 536, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
And in this discovery response, just scrolling to the response, please. What the company describes in its response is that the revenue requirement associated with the purchase of public services' own LNG equipment will be a fraction of the annual O&M expense, which public service currently is requesting in this rate case, correct?
Yes, the last line of subpart A states that.
Okay. And so from the company's perspective, on a forward-looking basis, the annual expense to deploy LNG to Breckenridge will be a fraction of what is presently part of public services revenue requirement. Is that right?
When only looking at this one specific issue, that's correct. I would note that Ms. Gilliland's rebuttal testimony talks about all the other ways our gas operations O&M are increasing, in fact. And so we still believe that the revenue requirement in our test year is representative of costs we'll be facing moving forward.
Okay. And with respect to this proceeding, the company is asking ratepayers to pay approximately $5.4 million for LNG costs when LNG, as we heard from Ms. Gilliland, was never needed to be injected into the gas system in Breckenridge for either a design day or as a peak shaving facility. Is that right?
This is one component of our gas operations O&M that we continue to see as reasonable.
Okay, and with respect to this proceeding, the company is asking ratepayers to pay $5.4 million for the LNG costs, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
I respectfully disagree that it was answered.
You can answer, Mr. Piquet.
So let's be clear on a couple concepts, right? The amount included in the test year will affect our rates moving forward. This will not collect costs that we've already incurred related to LNG. And so given that we spent the 5.4 on LNG cited here on non-commodity costs, that does not affect what we're not going to recover the amounts already spent. What we're talking about is moving forward. Are the costs in the test year representative costs moving forward? And the company emphatically says yes.
Okay. And if those costs for LNG moving forward were disallowed in this proceeding, that would be $5.4 million less recovered from the company's customers, correct?
That would be the result.
Chairman, I have a little bit more, but I suspect that I'm over, so I just wanted to alert the commission.
How much more do you have?
5 minutes, 10 minutes?
Yeah, if you can wrap
Five.
up in 5-ish minutes, that would be greatly appreciated. I think UCA has over 600 minutes in this case, so if we can keep the schedule, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Mr. Piquet, in your rebuttal testimony, if we could pull up hearing exhibit 135 at page 9. And looking at lines 5 and 6. Mr. Piquet, you describe what you characterize the testimony of staff as having a quote bias for historical test years. Do you recall that portion of your testimony?
Yes.
Do you know when the last time that the company advocated for a historical test year?
The rates that we've proposed in this proceeding are, sorry, the costs that we brought forward in this proceeding are based on a historical time period.
And that's specifically the cost proposed and discussed in the company's rebuttal case. Is that right?
Correct.
Prior to the company using a historical test year in rebuttal in this case, do you know the last time that public service advocated for a historical test year?
I believe the results of the company's last gas rate case, as well as the last electric rate case, are all based on historical time periods. So it's become more of a common feature in recent years on both the electric and gas proceedings.
And Mr. Piquet, would you agree that the test year that the commission decides to use in this proceeding will affect the overall revenue requirement?
I would object on this being outside the scope of Mr. Piquet's testimony.
Ms. Crampton?
I've referenced his testimony where he discusses historical test years. I don't
that's a
think this
proper
is outside the
basis.
scope.
Yeah, you can answer the question. And really, if you could finish up in 5 minutes, Ms. Crampton, that would be appreciated.
I will. Thank you.
Mr. Piquet?
I'm sorry, Ms. Crampton, you might need to repeat the question for me.
My question was, do you agree that the test year the commission decides to use in this proceeding will affect the overall revenue requirement?
Yes, the test year is an important input into the revenue requirement calculation.
And the overall revenue requirement calculation will affect what amount of money is ultimately recovered from the company's ratepayers, correct?
Yeah, well, while these questions are best for company witness Freitas, you know, a test year affects the revenue requirement, which then can affect the revenue deficiency at issue in a phase 1 rate case.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Crampton, Commissioner Plant, questions for Mr. Piquet? For some reason you're muted. Assuming that was no questions, but I'm not great at lip reading. One question. Why don't we jump to Commissioner Gilman while you're working on your audio? There you go.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, you're good.
I appreciate it. Good morning, Mr. Piquet.
Good morning.
I just had a couple of quick questions. I mean, is it in general, is it fair to say customers' bills increase in the winter and decrease in the summer? So November through February are generally going to be times of the highest bills for most customers. Is that fair to say?
Correct. For gas customers who primarily rely on gas for heating, which again is, I think, describing the majority of our gas customers, that's correct.
And in your direct testimony, you mentioned that the deferral mechanism is taken to promote rate stability, deferring the impact of the rate change from November 1st to February 15th. And that's really tied to the Winter Storm Uri adjustment. I think in general, we could say that the bills are higher during that period anyway. And that
Exactly.
happens pretty much every year. So to sort of walk back why we're in this situation a little bit, the company submitted their advice letter in January. There was an end of February tariff, which I think is 30 days out maybe from the advice letter. And that starts the 250-day clock for implementation. And that put you at the required rate change in early November. I think November maybe 2nd or 3rd, something like that. And then because the letter was submitted in January and you didn't have actual costs through the end of 2023, there's another filing that was submitted in March to update the estimates of costs with the actuals, because there's a little bit of time before you actually know what the actual costs are. And then there's a deferral mechanism to move the rate increase that happens in November forward to February 15th to avoid that impact of the increases in November. Is that that's accurate?
Yeah.
So it seems to me what's confusing to me is that you could have avoided that whole process just by submitting the advice letter in May, right? I mean, if you submitted the advice letter in May, the tariff would go, would be in June, 250 days out would be February. You'd have the actuals already when you submit the advice letter. I mean, wouldn't it just be easier to do it that way? I mean, why does and this is, I think, the way it happens every gas case. The advice letter is submitted in January, the rate impact happens in November. Couldn't we alleviate some of that impact to customers right when their bills are increasing for the summer heat or for the winter heating season by submitting the advice letter in May instead of submitting it in January?
Yeah, good question. I think I understand the question there, Commissioner Plant. I think another way to look at it is, the company delays as long as possible the filing of rate cases, however it can. And so, if you've seen this case and the last case, both proposed in that kind of early calendar year time frame, it's simply a result of that process that, most of the billing determinants occur during that heating season, to your note, right? That's when customer bills, tend to reflect that increased usage in light of the weather. So by delaying as long as we can, it kind of pushes up against that early year time frame, just recognizing the 9 to 10 month process that the commission has. It's important for the company's finances, and again, this might be directed at another company witness, either Mr. Freitas or Mr. Berman, for the reasons we brought forward this case, for financial reasons. It's important that the company receive those revenues in order to have a strong financial position. And so simply delaying the case until May, I think you said in your example, kind of pushes out the collection of any new revenues even further, right? And so an important part of the RDS is we're deferring the implementation of new rates, but those rates are actually effective. They're effective come early November. We're just accruing those foregone revenues into a regulatory asset, which would then be recovered from ratepayers beginning in mid-February over the subsequent 12 months. So simply delaying the rate case has a very large financial implication to the company, I think to the tune of $70 to $75 million that would have been recovered as a result of the rate increase over this upcoming heating season. I hope that makes sense, but I'm happy to clarify anything there.
So, so the reason that it happens in January is basically because it's a volumetric charge.
Correct.
And you're going to receive most of the volumetric revenue beginning in November.
Correct.
So that's kind of seems like that's what's creating the problem here that we have, where the company, you have like two situations. The company gets most of its revenue from the volume, which increases dramatically in November, and the customers have the greatest costs because the volume increases dramatically in November. So it's a question of, I mean, if I understand what you're saying, there's sort of a regulatory lag issue that you're trying to address by submitting the advice letter early in the year. And it's a question of really who pays for the regulatory lag. It's either going to be the company or it's going to be the customer. And in this case, the customer pays because it's happening on their to their volumetric charge in November, although you're deferring it now out until February. But we could avoid this with a later advice letter. It's just that you're saying that cost of regulatory lag would then fall on the company. Similar to the questions of, forward test year, end of year, historic test year, 13-month average, all these debates that we have in every case having to do with regulatory lag. Okay, thank you. And I have one more question because I was curious, and I'm sure that the chair is going to follow up on this line of questioning that he had. But in his questioning about the Coal Creek project, it was determined that it's going to cost about $7.5 million to the overall system over 40 years. But Mr. Gardner said during that questioning that the company evaluated various different alternatives. And I was just curious, do those alternatives include the electric side of the business, or are you considering alternatives specifically to the gas side of the business? I'm always a little confused because it's an electric company and a gas company, but we're talking about the gas company, whether or not we're talking about the alternatives that are considered both on the electric and the gas side.
Yeah, great question, Commissioner. I think I can talk at a high level, right? Since I think that the planning of the system and our analysis, alternative analysis processes, Mr. Gardner and Mr. Martz can talk about at greater length than I can. But I think the important thing is moving forward, it's going to be both, right? It's going to be gas alternatives. What's the cheapest way to get service to these customers requesting service, as well as electrification alternatives, right? Through our GIP planning rules, GIPs are now going to try to answer that exact question, that we've got requests in certain parts of the system. We're going to need to build it out in order to serve that request. Can we electrify? What are the lowest cost options for gas assets? That's all in the purview there. I think what's important to note with these projects is, these kicked off, or rather these were in service in the 22 and 2023 timeframe. I don't recall the exact construction start dates on these, but we're talking about a regime that was not in place fully when these projects were contemplated.
So what you're saying is that for these projects, it was really considered within the gas company, but for future projects, because of the GIP process and all that, it's going to you'll be considering electric alternatives as well as gas alternatives. Is that?
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Although I will be the first to admit I'm not a gas planner. But with our new GIP paradigm, the new clean heat incentives, layered in, we've got a whole bunch of new tools now to think about this moving forward, and I think that's going to be impactful. Okay,
great, thank you. And you may or may not know this, but you're here, so I'll ask you. Has the company been looking at presenting capital improvements that would be associated with clean heat, for example, either heat pump systems or district heat systems, things like that would lead to reduced emissions, but still allow the company to maintain a capital investment that becomes a part of their basically part of the business model. So as opposed to, on the electric side, you've got, incentives for customers or developers to put in heat pump systems. But I'm wondering if on the gas side, as you're looking at sort of a move away from new natural gas customers, if you're looking at, shifting capital investments towards more clean heat solutions.
That's a great question, Commissioner. I just don't think I'm the right person to answer that. Mr. Martz is our planning person who can talk about all these dynamics moving forward.
I appreciate that. All right, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Commissioner Gilman.
Morning, Mr. Piquet.
Good morning.
Couple questions starting out on LNG and the specific application in Breckenridge. When was the need to alleviate capacity constraints in the Breckenridge area first identified by the company?
Oh, good question. I know it's been years. I do not know the exact date. I'm sure Ms. Gilliland would probably have a more precise answer to that. But I know it's been quite a while.
Okay, so quite a while before the deployment of the LNG.
Well, I think recognizing a future capacity constraint is something we've known about for years. We didn't deploy an LNG solution until the 2022-2023 heating season. So I think that's really when we saw more acute challenges in the short term. But I think we've seen a long-term challenge for a few years now, and we've been studying it for a few years.
Did the company begin pursuing any demand reductions through other means in the interim years since the need was initially identified?
I'm trying to think of what we've been doing on the DSM front and what programs we have available to address that. I'm just not the expert on our DSM offering, so I can't comment too much on what we have been able to offer through that suite of programs.
Okay, but are you familiar with any specific or targeted programs to reduce demand in that project area?
I believe that the targeted demand areas is a recent addition to our DSM plans. That might actually be a pending component of something before the commission at the moment, but I'm not very familiar with it beyond that.
Okay. Geographically, can you help me understand all the area of the constraint and how extensive it is?
I'm sorry, I'm not the engineering expert here. I can't give you too much of a geographic basis there.
Okay. Now I noticed in your testimony and your rebuttal, you referenced the company's gas demand response pilot. Are you familiar with the pilot?
At a high level.
Are you familiar that it was, at least as far as I knew, being conducted in Summit County?
That I'll take your word for it.
Okay. Are there any results to the gas demand response pilot that are compiled or available?
Great question, Commissioner. I'm sorry, I'm just not aware.
Do you know who within the company is aware? I found it referenced in your testimony and very barely anywhere else. So that's why I'm asking you.
We don't have any DSM witnesses specifically in this case, just given the content usually of what a rate case entails. But in terms of the company's witnesses, Mr. Martz might be closest to that.
Okay. You indicated the company is preparing a mountain energy system filing to address issues around this shortfall and potentially other issues. When will that be filed?
We're targeting an October filing on that, Commissioner. Probably late October, might slip a week or two, but certainly this fall, right in the October-November timeframe. As soon as this proceeding wraps up, that is our top focus on the regulatory side. Okay,
thank you. Let's talk a little bit to clarify my understanding of the Golden Service Center issue, if you could.
Sure.
So if I've got it right, while preparing its rebuttal case, the company determined that the electric entity or department was the sole owner of the land. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Who owns the building?
The buildings had allocations were co-owned both between the electric side of the business and the gas side. And there were two buildings at issue, right? One was the Golden Service Center, one was the Table Mountain Service Center. And those have been consolidated into one new location now.
Okay. Okay. So the buildings were co-owned, but the land was solely owned by the electric department.
Correct.
Okay, and then talk me through, is it accurate there was a gain on the land, but not on the buildings?
That's correct. There was a gain on the land. I believe in my testimony it was cited as $4.8 million, and there was a loss on the buildings. I
Okay.
think the loss on the buildings is, oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I believe the loss on the buildings was in the magnitude of $2 million, of which, you know, a fraction of that was allocated to the gas business.
Okay. And now throughout, I think part of the issue it seems staff and UCA take with the situation is it accurate that taxes and expenses were being split for the whole property, including the gas utility?
For the buildings, yes, that's correct.
Do you pay tax on the land separate from tax on the building?
Yes, I believe there's taxes on property that is separate. But Mr. Freitas might know more on that.
Okay, I can ask him. So I'm just curious, this just came up in rebuttal, kind of the classification of the ownership here. So it brings about a question in my mind in terms of what checks and balances the company has in place. You know, this seems to me to have been caught because it was disputed by the other parties and then caught by the company in rebuttal. So can you explain to me a bit about the checks and balances that would prevent issues like this from occurring and going unnoticed?
Yes, happy to. I think this was just a consequence of moving a little bit too quickly as we were preparing the direct case. I take responsibility for that. It's my testimony. In all transparency, I was out for a month on paternity leave. I think that contributed to a little bit here on this specific issue. But you know, moving forward, you know, I think it's incumbent on everyone to be reviewing these details. And to be fair, right, we provided all the spreadsheets with the underlying analysis through discovery, showing who owned what were all the costs entailed. You know, those responses, the information in those responses showed that it was the land was all allocated or owned by the electric company, and that's not something interveners noticed anyway. I'm not saying it's their responsibility. I'm just saying there's a lot of details here, and it was one that wasn't uncovered in the process of the preparing direct testimony. We did catch it on rebuttal, obviously.
Okay. Couple questions about gas storage. Just kind of roughly, can you help me understand how the company determines when to utilize their gas storage, when to charge or discharge the asset?
I know that first and foremost, we use it as a reliability tool, ensuring safe and reliable service to customers, you know, particularly during cold weather events, and system balancing needs. But if we need to get more granular than that, I'll confess that I'm not the engineering expert on that.
Okay. Just trying to relate that back, as you're aware, there's arguments for other parties for return of short-term debt for the gas in storage. And to my understanding, you dispute that in indicating it creates a disincentive for the company to fully develop and rely on those assets. So I'm curious, if it serves primarily a reliability function, is it your assertion that the company will intentionally use it differently if there's a different return on the gas commodities stored inside?
Right. So this goes a bit to my conversation with UCA's attorney. I think what we're saying is we think our gas storage assets are an incredible asset for our customers. It provides reliability when we need it most. to think about applying an interest rate on the cost needed to operate and use that asset to its fullest, we think about that interest rate being less than our actual costs, it creates a financial penalty to relying on that asset for all that we can. I'm not saying that's necessarily going to make us use it less. It may or may not, but it creates a financial penalty that I just don't think has a basis in that asset.
So I know you can't track every single molecule, right? But I'm curious on average how long gas remains in storage. It was generally my understanding that all or pretty much all gas is expelled at the end of the winter season from the storage. Is that accurate or is that not accurate?
That's not the full picture. I want to avoid giving a confidential figure here during our public session, but I believe my direct testimony on a confidential page or two presents a table that shows those balances, both in decatherms as well as in dollars. What the average is per month of a given year, as well as what the lowest amount was in a given month in a given year, as well as what the highest amount was in a given month in a given year over the past 3 years. And you can show that it never gets close to zero. It's always a sizable amount of molecules, and it's always a sizable amount dollar-wise when you add up all those molecules and apply a given gas cost to those. So that's my point here, is that it's a long-term asset that we're financing with long-term capital that the company relies on. And so anything less than that weighted average cost of capital is a financial penalty.
Did you say those figures are in your rebuttal or direct?
I believe they're in my direct testimony.
No worries. No,
If
I
I can
appreciate
interrupt,
just a reference to.
I believe they are in Mr. Freitas's hearing exhibit 136. He has a table APF R3 that shows the annual gas storage inventory balance. It's in dollars, but maybe that'll help.
I'll take a look. No worries. I don't need you to delve into the confidential here. If you can just refer me, that's great. So I'm curious with regard to the use of gas storage. Does the GCA reform that was recently undergone here, which puts a performance incentive on those gas commodity costs, have any influence on your use of gas storage?
That's a great question. I think that's something we don't know the answer to yet, right? Because the GCA fuel cost incentive rulemaking is still ongoing, and so we don't know what that end result will be. But our comments have really focused on that, on saying, depending on the definitions here, depending on the baseline, depending on the risk sharing amounts between the company and customers, it could make us think about storage differently moving forward. We don't think that's wise, and we've submitted comments to that effect, but we don't quite know yet.
Okay, thanks. Couple questions about new business and line extension allowances. I think primarily that your colleagues sent to you.
Yes.
Let me see. So I wanted to go through a few of the new construction projects that the company provided, primarily as part of Mr. Gardner's testimony, to understand from a policy perspective how those situations might look differently if done today or in the future under the new paradigm, sorry, of line extension policy. So if we can take a look at hearing exhibit 105, which is Mr. Gardner's direct testimony, and it's attachment ARG5. So that's kind of a detailed list of the some of the new business projects. I'll give you a second because I know maybe not at the fingertips since it's a different witness. Thank you so much. All right, let's go to page 2, and we're just going to look at project costs if you wanted to zoom in top right. So the project costs for the Canyons development, which was displayed here by Mr. Gardner, showed a total project of just over 5.1 million, with Excel's contribution, or essentially the rate-based contribution among all ratepayers, of 2.8 million. Do you see that?
Yes.
We could zoom in the top right if it's possible. If not possible, no worries. So I just want to understand for this situation, how would you see these prices playing out under the new paradigm of since Senate Bill 23-291?
Yeah, great question. So from that discussion you had last week with Mr. Garner, I've gone back to these. I think there were 3 projects in question, right? The Canyons development, the Coal Creek Canyon one, and also the Rampart Range. I think were singled out as kind of 3 distinct projects included for additional analysis that company witness Matt Lee also talks about. And so I believe the question is, as you just phrased, right? What would these costs have been if they had applied for service in 2025? Once all the gas line extension changes we've been talking about in a few proceedings now, ever since last fall, are kind of fully implemented and manifesting themselves into our actual, how we handle a new project coming at us. And so for this project in particular, it's a $5.3 million project in total. I believe the costs would increase by roughly $200,000 for the customer, and the Excel contribution would decrease in light of that. That is entirely a function of the offsite 28% credit being eliminated. That was eliminated last fall in a filing the company made in compliance with the last gas rate case decision. So that 28% credit would have gone away. I don't believe there were any on-site costs as part of this project.
Okay, so you say it's about a $200,000 swing that would probably go from, in the current example, being a cell contribution to being the third-party contribution, and that is specifically attributed to the elimination of the 28% offsite credit?
Correct. So not a big chunk of these dollars, but still movement in a downward direction for the Excel contribution line.
Okay, so for the roughly remaining 2.6 million, that would still be an Excel contribution. What portions is that covering?
So I think an important piece to highlight, I think for all of these projects that were highlighted last week, is that there's a new regulator station that's needed. You can see that over there on project type. We're talking about a high pressure pipe as well as a new gas regulator station. Those regulator stations are expensive, I think, as we see here in these costs, and they can serve up to thousands of customers in many situations. We kind of think of those similar to electric substations. They're different assets, different companies, different systems, but kind of serve similar functions, and to the extent that they can serve whole lots of customers, and we don't charge customers for those reg stations in the same way that we tend to not charge customers for substations. Of course, there's extreme examples, right? We could say, a particular customer has such a demand that it warrants completely allocating those costs to that customer. But that's not how our current line extension policies work.
Okay, and in your understanding of how this would work in the new paradigm, 1,500 homes, 250 townhomes, 325 apartments, and 2.1 million square feet of commercial would not be enough to trigger an assignment of those regulator station costs to a specific customer?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Is there a threshold in which a regulator station would be assigned to a specific customer from a cost responsibility standpoint?
Good question. There might be in practice. I'm just not aware of what that might be.
Okay. Let's go down 2 pages, same exercise, but it's the Coal Creek Canyon Pines. If we can zoom in the top right, that works, but essentially a And this one, I'm not so sure. I think it's 4.3 million is net of the third party contribution, which was just below $1 million for the third party contribution. How would these costs, if you're aware, differ under the newer policy paradigm if done today or in the future?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Commissioner. I think I was confusing myself on these numbers. I think in the prior example, the cost would have changed by about 900,000. So more than I was saying. This project would be a $200,000 change. I'm sorry, I confused them in my mind. So the Canyons project, the customer contribution would have gone up by 900,000. So quite a large change. For this project, it would have been a smaller change of about 200,000.
Okay, is the explanation still the same, that the remaining Excel contribution in each case is pretty much specifically attributed to regulator stations, or are there other things involved in the Excel contribution portion that would remain under the new paradigm?
Right. Under the new paradigm, I think we're still talking about a lot of those kind of upstream costs, right? It's the regulator station as well as some of the new piping required, pieces that we don't traditionally allocate to specific customers. And so, again, what you are seeing change here is the elimination of the 28% offsite infrastructure credit. And that's going to increase the costs to that customer. In this case, by about $200,000.
Okay. Is it the company's position that you've eliminated all incentives to join the gas system through the changes that have already taken place and the elimination of the 28% offsite credit? Is that the totality of what the company sees as incentives to join the system?
We think we're abiding by that directive, Commissioner. That's a directive both from SB 23-291 to eliminate new incentives. There's also a commission rule regarding incremental costs. We think we're abiding by those directives. Having said that, I will admit that there's complexity here, right? I don't think there's a universal definition for what incentives means. I don't believe that was defined beyond customer allowance or construction allowances rather in the statute, nor is there a very clear definition for what incremental costs mean in the rule. And that's not a critique at all. It's just saying like, hey, there's complexity here. I think we need to keep talking about this because it's clearly an important issue to the commission. It's an important issue for us and obviously to our customers and builders and developers. And so I think there'll be venues to continue discussing that. We cited, I believe, in Mr. Berman's rebuttal testimony saying we're happy to keep studying this and bring forward additional analysis in our next gas phase 2 proceeding, which will be forthcoming in the next year. I think by the end of 2025 is what we said, as well as in the upcoming M docket that the commission needs to open following the clean heat decision on gas cost causation.
Okay. And just a little more probing on it today, though.
Sure.
So for the Coal Creek Canyon pines, which we have up, this is the one Excel contribution 4.3 million, and you had indicated under the new paradigm you would expect perhaps that would drop $200,000. Is that accurate?
I believe that's correct.
No, in this case, I understand that the project entails reinforcement of an upstream pipe in order to deal with the capacity increases, as well as a new regulator station. Is that fair?
Yes, that's what we say in the project type line. Yes.
Okay. So if we're at 4.1 million when we deduct your 200,000, if we're in the hypothetical new paradigm, does that include the upstream pipe reinforcement and the regulator station in this example?
It does, yes. That 4.3 million for the Excel contribution is all those costs, all those upstream costs are part of that.
Okay. And is the 3,000 foot main reinforcement upstream or downstream of the regulator station?
That is a good question. I'm not sure. I think it could be either. So someone with more knowledge of this specific project would be able to answer that.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
I'll point out, you drew a corollary to the electric system whereby the regulator station is sort of the substation. Now, if a new electric customer were to require a new feeder from a substation downstream of the substation, is that the customer's responsibility cost-wise?
I think on the electric side, customers can bear some responsibility for those feeders, but again, I think that's that's dependent on the specifics of the project.
Okay, but I think whether or not this main reinforcement is upstream or downstream of the regulator station, it's your perspective moving forward under the new paradigm that that main reinforcement would be public services contribution for the project.
I think main reinforcements are a lot of times some of the costs that the 28% credit would go against. And so I think there's a lot of cases in which those cost responsibilities will be on the customer. You know, things upstream of the regulator station, probably not.
Okay. Just a couple final questions for you on prohibited expenses in relation to Senate Bill 23291.
Sure.
So you have a good amount of focus related to UCA's discussion on lobbying associated with trade organizations. But I wanted to look a little broader. When we look at that issue, let me see. So looking at the legislation, I don't think we need to bring it up. I think you're probably familiar enough with the general concepts there. There's a bullet E under the prohibited expenses, in which case a utility shall not recover from its customers, whether part of base rates, a rider, or other charges, its expenses for lobbying or other activities meant to influence local, state, or federal legislation, ordinances, etc. So just curious, related to this aspect, so not related to a trade organization, but have any internal public service company of Colorado or Excel employees engaged over the past few years in working on potential legislation within Colorado?
Yes, and we summarized that in our report this spring in light of this new statute, right? As part of our annual report, we now have a separate or parallel report on prohibitive expenses, in that we detail internal company employees who are registered as lobbyists, and we include those costs or those portion of those employees' times that are directed at lobbying. And, you know, we've always not recovered those costs.
Okay, so those would be specific employees who are registered lobbyists?
Correct.
Okay. Is there time of other internal employees, either policy employees or executives, that goes to counseling those lobbying employees about what actions or positions they should be taking?
I'll confess, I'm not sure how other individuals track their time. I believe our prohibitive expenses report just laid out those several individuals who engage in these activities on a regular basis.
Okay. So it doesn't sound like other employees track any time that relates to kind of interaction with those individuals that could relate to lobbying on the company's behalf.
I'm not sure if there are if there is that tracking. I'll confess I'm not the expert there, but our prohibitive expenses report did not include that information. It was just the folks who engage on this as a regular part of their job.
Okay, and can you direct me just as to where that filing is more precisely?
Yes, it was part of our annual report to the commission. I don't have the proceeding number, but it will be an M docket. I'm happy to find that proceeding, and we can make sure we get that to you.
Okay, perfect. So I wanted to just go back to the organizational aspect of the lobbying prohibition in Senate Bill 29291. In a separate line item from what I just discussed, one I think you're quite familiar with, Another prohibited expense is organizational or membership dues or other contributions to any organization, association, institution, corporation, or other entity that engages in lobbying or similar activities. It goes on a little bit, but I think we got the gist.
Yeah.
No, your argument within your rebuttal appears to be that only the portion of your association dues that can be attributed to lobbying, kind of on a percentage basis, should be disallowed. Is that accurate?
That is correct. That's how we've interpreted that line. And I'll admit, I've read that line many times. I think there's it's unclear exactly what it's meant, but that is how we've interpreted it.
Okay. I was going to ask, I know you're not a lawyer, but you've got a lot of relationships, Senate Bill 1991 in your testimony. So I was just wondering if there was a specific statutory reference or language buttressing the company's argument that only a portion of those dues that relate to the act of lobbying should be excluded.
Right. Well, I think if you look at the plain language of that little section that you referenced, I don't have the language in front of me, but I, just paraphrasing it for a moment, it says, excluding lobbying and related expenses from the organizations that are conducting that work. And so the company read that to mean exclude the lobbying expenses, and that's not necessarily excluding everything else that organization provides to the company and to its customers. And we see a lot of value from those other services, whether we're talking about EEI, or I know that the AGA dues came under a lot of discussion from other interveners in this proceeding. But we think that there's a lot of value there on research provided, understanding industry trends, things that make us as a company better at what we do. And we think there's real value there. And so the invoices that we receive from these organizations split out those costs. So we can very clearly identify the lobbying portions and then not recover those moving forward.
Okay, those are my only questions. Thanks.
Thanks.
Ms. Boulay, can you hang on for another 10 minutes or do you need a break?
I'm good for another 10.
Ms. Samard Pacheco, did you have something before I start?
Just want to make sure the witness is okay going another 10 minutes.
Fair enough. I've been managing to. Do you need a bathroom break, Mr. McKay? Are you good?
Chair, if you're good, I'm good.
All right, we'll see. I guess just see if I can get a little more detail. For new business customers, how do you determine the exact amount of a customer contribution? It looks like some customers pay half and others a quarter of the total capital costs. Is this setting of the customer contribution fixed by tariff, or is a negotiation between the customer and the company where you have a decent amount of discretion? Can you just give me some sense to how that allocation works?
Sure, it's not a negotiation, right? Let's start with large commercial projects, right? Because those are going to be more expensive, and there is going to be estimates on those projects in every instance. And so based on those estimates for what it's going to cost to provide service to that customer, we assess, okay, what portion of this would, in the previous paradigm, right, where there's an offsite credit and there's a distribution main customer allowance, and then there's also a service lateral customer allowance, which parts of the project fall into which category, at which point, that 28% credit, the CAs apply, which then reduce the customer's responsibility. It's very formulaic. Moving forward, right, we don't have the offsite credit, we don't have the on-site customer allowance, nor do we have the service lateral customer allowance. And so by definition, there will be more cost responsibility on the customer moving forward. And again, it's not a negotiation. These are estimated costs for large commercial projects, and they're allocated as such. For residential projects, we try to streamline it a little bit more, and we have standardized costs to make it more simple and transparent.
Given Mr. Gardner's testimony, it seems like for the Coal Creek Canyon Pines project, there was a very large per home subsidy, something like $70,000 or $80,000 per home. As part of setting customer cost contributions for new developments, do you conduct an analysis of whether the additional revenues exceeds the costs, particularly for setting the customer contribution?
Good question. I don't believe we assess that on a project by project basis, because the purpose of our previous line extension policies were to average these things out across thousands of customers and thousands of new requests every year, right? So in the past, right, a construction allowance equates what new customers are paying in average embedded rates along with what existing customers are paying. So now without that support, right, I know I've mentioned it several times now, right? But without the 28% offsite credit, without the CAs, new customers by definition will be paying more than existing customers. And so now there's a subsidy from new to existing.
Well, in this case, the new line policy doesn't get you anywhere near break even.
That's correct. On speaking on average, Chair Bunk.
So do you have any concerns and where would we get this fixed? It sounds like we'd have to modify the tariff in the phase 2 decision in a phase 2 gas rate case. If we wanted to try and address this.
So you're saying to fix what piece exactly?
To avoid having existing customers subsidize new customers. And
in any instance,
maybe it works out in the wash, but I have not seen anything to suggest it does. And, in the last case, we required supplemental direct, and it was very unconvincing about whether it came out in the wash or not. And I think that was reflected in our final order. So if we wanted to limit the cross subsidies from existing customers to new customers, we do that in a phase 2 gas rate case?
Yeah, I think we can do that anytime we want to adjust our gas line extension policies. It can be in a phase 1 or in a phase 2. And so yes, in the upcoming phase 2 is certainly a good venue for this. And I would just note that if we're talking on average here, right? I think this particular project is an example on the extreme side, right, where there is a large subsidy from existing customers to support this new development. I'm simply talking on average, right, across the system, across all these new service requests. In the past paradigm, you would see those tend to average out. And what I'm arguing is that in this new paradigm, without these additional incentives, there almost certainly is a new subsidy now from new customers to existing customers, although this project is not a good example of that.
I have yet to see any evidence supporting the factual accuracy of that statement, despite asking for it. And I think that was the finding in the last gas rate case. Any concerns if we required this type of analysis for new customers like this development, where we just required the customer contribution to either equal to the formula or to equal to make sure there's no cross subsidy between the customer and existing customers? Any concerns if we tried to do that in this gas rate case?
It's a good question. I think that there are, I think there's a lot of complicated elements and nuance to our line extension policies, right? By definition, as we've been talking about here, I think we'd need more investigation into it. And so if bringing forward additional analysis in the phase 2 helps that process, I think that's great. But I think we need more discussion there before we
help me understand why this Coal Creek Canyon Pines project should be allowed to keep going forward like this, where we're providing $80,000 home subsidies to homes that cost in excess of $5 million, especially given the guidance from the legislature, which it sounds like may marginally reorient that subsidy. Why shouldn't we just, in this case, especially, and why shouldn't we just stop this now? I mean, there was an example of this in the prior gas rate case. I don't know how isolated it is.
Yeah, I understand that. Without a full picture of all projects, it's hard to prove the point. Absolutely, Chair, I understand that. I think the important point is to recognize that there's also an obligation to serve. And so we're trying to wrestle with these concepts, right? Of putting more cost responsibility onto the customers, exploring more alternatives, both on the gas side as well as the electrification side, with our new clean heat tools and gas planning rules at our disposal. You know, I think it's a different paradigm moving forward, but there's still an underlying obligation to serve. You know, despite all of that, you know, working with the customer, exploring all these alternatives, planning as far in advance as we can, they still want gas and they don't want to electrify and they still want to build where they want to build. You know, we've got a responsibility to serve that. You know, the cost allocation from there, I think, as I've been saying, is certainly worthy of further exploration.
Well, if you're subsidizing the home $80,000 a house, then it's an easy decision that they want gas. I guess, do you view that there's an obligation to serve at below your cost of serving them?
I'm sorry, Chair. I'm not sure I understand the
Do you
question.
believe the obligation to serve requires you to serve the Coal Creek Canyons project significantly below your actual cost of serving them? Do you think that's, you know, the obligation to serve has to be interpreted in that way?
I'm not a lawyer. I'll be the first to
Fair enough.
admit.
But you're the one who just claimed the obligation to serve, so it seems like a fair question.
I totally agree. Yeah, I think when we think on averages, right, that's what gets us comfortable with that. Although I understand for this particular project, that those economics, the economics of the project do not pan out. As witnesses Matt Lee, one of his supplemental direct testimony exhibits proves, right? Even our own numbers show, yeah, the revenues from this project are not going to offset the cost to connect that customer to the system. We don't deny that. I'm simply saying on average that's not the case. And so the obligation to serve is a kind of crucial element there of what else as the company, what else are we supposed to do? Yes, we're offering electrification incentives and alternatives. So we think this looks different moving forward. But if at the end of the day, even if the customer rejects all of that, we have to provide them the service being requested.
One last question in this line. Is there any evidence on this record that would support your assertion that on average, the cost of serving new customers, including peak design day demand, increases, that the revenues from all that offset the cost? Any evidence on this record that you can point me to that supports that assertion?
I'm making that assertion on a theoretical basis, that there's not an analytical piece of evidence in this testimony that proves that.
Okay. Just one last line of questions. On page 18, line 17 of your supplemental direct testimony, hearing exhibit 122, you say that just under 10,000 electric customers were disconnected in 2023. Is that consistent with your memory? And I guess yeah, there it is, line 17. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And as you point out in your supplemental direct testimony, this commission mentioned 5,000 customers were disconnected in 2023. And I guess I was and am confused. If most customers are combined electric and gas customers with a joint bill, how do you know whether the failure to pay is on the electric side or the gas side?
We'd be able to tell that from our total arrearages data, assessing by customer. You know, do they have balances on both for dual service customers? Do they have balances on both their gas service and their electric service? This line of my testimony is simply saying, you know, how we effectuate that disconnection. It's often through the electric side.
Okay. And for a combined customer who fails to pay, do you shut off both gas and electric? or just gas, or just electric, or does it depend in what season we're in?
Right, good question. I think what the company's communicating here is that if it's a dual service customer that is up for disconnection, that is effectuated largely through the electric side, right? Because you won't be able to power a furnace or boiler without electricity. I can't say that's always the case, but I believe that's the predominant practice.
Okay. You know, I don't think we've fully gone through the disconnect data yet, and it sounds like we may need to get the electric data to understand what happened in 2023. But does the company ever go through the data and look for patterns by zip code, race, education, or other potentially relevant elements?
Good question. I'm sure our customer care department analyzes those trends, specifically to know kind of where to target our outreach and bill assistance programs to. But I can't speak specifically on what they do.
And if we wanted to better understand the patterns by zip code, race, education, any advice about how to do that in the order in this case?
I think we'd be relying on those demographic or socioeconomic factors on publicly available information. You know, we're happy to help the commission compile that based on census data or any other information, but I just want to make it clear that the company doesn't hold that information on each customer ourselves. We'd have to look to public sources for that.
All right. I think that's all I have. Let's convene again at 11:10. I guess, Ms. Samard Pacheco, if you could give us an update about where we stand on the capital investment side. I think you guys committed to get us that data, and I did not see it in the e-filing. So if you can let us know where we stand on that, that'd be greatly appreciated.
We'll do that after the break.
Okay.
If
And
that's okay. I just need to consult.
yeah, of course. But maybe before lunch. And I guess Commissioner Gilman and Commissioner Plant, would you guys be okay if I started off questioning with Mr. Matley so I can get my questions in? I may have to disappear for a little while after lunch. Would that be okay with you guys?
Yeah, of course.
Not a problem for me, and I just wanted to give an early heads up about a break we'll have to take in the afternoon for my schedule if I'm running the hearing from 4:10 or just before 10 to about 4:30. So we'll try and work that in. Just wanted to give everyone that heads up that I know I'll need a break at that point in time.
You're in charge. You set the brakes. So thanks all. Let's reconvene at 11:10 with redirect, and then we'll jump to Mr. Matley. Thank you. Ms. Smart, Checo, back to you for a redirect or an update on the one piece of information.
I can provide a brief update on the capital expenditure request that the commission had. We are working on that. We had intended to provide it after the lunch break.
Oh.
And address it at that point, if that's all right with you, Chair.
That'd be great.
Thank you.
Redirect over to you.
Thank you. Still morning, so good morning, Mr. Piquet.
Good morning.
You were asked a number of questions regarding affordability. Can you please elaborate on why it is not appropriate to characterize affordability solely in relation to the company's rate request in this case?
Yes, as I was saying a little bit in my discussion earlier, there's a lot of different lenses to apply on the affordability conversation. You know, my testimony talks about how we compare to other utilities, both on rates and monthly bills. And I believe Ms. Gilliland's testimony talks about O&M comparisons across utilities. There's also the energy burden factor of all of this that the Energy and Security Working Group has been spending a lot of time thinking about. The impacts to every customer are going to be different. And I think that the most optimal way to address that is through programmatic offerings and outreach to get the support to customers that are the most vulnerable, and otherwise be thinking about it on, you know, do we have the right planning tools and cost review processes in place to make sure we're choosing the most appropriate option for customers at every juncture.
Do you recall the questions from counsel for UCA regarding the $61,000 a year teacher hypothetical?
Yes.
You expressed that you disagreed with that hypothetical. Would you like to elaborate on that at all?
Yeah, I believe as I indicated in that discussion that there are a whole bunch of scenarios we could consider for particular households, right? 1, 2, 3 earner households, lots of children or no children, the exact zip code that they reside in, and other challenges that they might face in that area. You know, whether or not we're mapping energy burden specifically, or other ways that customers could be vulnerable. It doesn't lend itself to just one analysis. I think we have to apply a few different lenses to it. And again, that's work that we're leading through the Energy and Security Working Group, and we hope to bring forward, you know, new updates to the commission in that front this year.
Speaking of the Energy and Security Working Group, can you please elaborate on what work remains to be done and how you expect the results from that collaborative effort will be brought forward to the commission in the future?
Yes, so now that we've settled in on a few different ways to think about that total population of energy burden customers, and again, that really depends on how you define that. We've gone through some estimation approaches that use publicly available information from the census, combined with our energy use information on both electric and gas customers. We've also gone down some more granular paths, whereby we're trying to estimate at a household level what their specific energy burden is, using information that the company subscribes to. And so, you know, now that we've got a good handle on that, what we've been talking about in recent months with stakeholders is, okay, now what do we do? What additional programmatic offerings could help reduce that burden for customers, and how do we allocate scarce resources really at the end of the day? So we're not through that process yet. We're still trying to map some of these elements to figure out which additional households are energy burdened but not falling into our programs. And so we hope to come forward with some proposals, or at least updates to the commission in the near future. But we still need to have these discussions with stakeholders. And I confess that there's only so much of us internally at the company that can be focusing on all the priorities at the same time. So this will be something I'm turning back to at the conclusion of this proceeding.
And is UCA a participant in that working group?
Yeah,
Yeah.
object on relevance grounds.
Mr. Checo.
I would respond that the actual report that was filed was pulled up and admitted into evidence in the record. I think it's a fair question.
Objection overruled. Mr. Patay, if you can answer the question.
Sure. We've included lots of stakeholders, basically anyone and anyone who's interested. The UCA has been on our distribution list for that. I actually can't recall if they participated in any of our virtual meetings to date. I don't recall so, but yes, they are included.
Thank you. Turning back to your testimony that the rate making process should not explicitly reduce or disallow costs in light of affordability. Do you recall the Commission's mission statement and the factors that it considers?
Yes, I do recall.
Could we please pull up hearing exhibit 152 out of the company's box, which is a document entitled the Colorado Public Utilities Commission Fact Sheet? Are you familiar with this document, Mr. Piquet?
Yes, I've seen this before.
Can you please take a look at the second paragraph and read the second sentence into the record?
Is this the PUC's mission?
While the PUC's authority. Second paragraph.
Yes, I see.
Sorry about that.
While the PUC's authority has changed over the years based on legislative and policy decisions, the PUC is primarily responsible for working in the public interest by ensuring utility customers have access to safe, reliable, and reasonably priced services while ensuring utility service providers have an opportunity to earn a reasonable return on investment.
And in this mission statement, the Commission's authority is multifaceted. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And is there anything in particular in this statement that you just read that you would like to point out?
Yes, it's the balancing of all of these factors, right? That's the hard job of the commission. And having worked for the Colorado Public Utilities Commission in the past, I can attest to how challenging that is. And I just want to highlight that the balancing safe, reliable, and reasonably priced services needs to be both from the utility perspective as well as the customer perspective. And finding that right approach through it all is hugely important for everyone involved. And would just highlight the reasonably priced services line in particular. We compare ourselves to our peers all the time, and we think we stack up really well, especially when considering all the forward-leaning actions we have on decarbonization, both on the electric side and the gas side.
The company would seek admission of hearing exhibit 152.
Ms. Crampton, any objection?
No, thank you.
So admitted.
During the course of cross-examination, counsel for UCA walked through several public comments filed in this case. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
Would it be fair to say that the company has nearly 1.5 million customers and the public comments here represent a very small number of our customers expressing concerns?
Yes, we have about 1.5 million gas customers, both commercial and residential. And I believe we've received a few hundred comments into this proceeding, which would just be a fraction.
I believe you briefly spoke as to other comments aside from those related to affordability that were contained in the filed public comments. Could you please summarize those based on your recollection? Yes,
there was one in particular that was of note, and that was the voice of our development community, right? The folks that are building new housing, building new commercial developments to accommodate the growth that we're seeing in this region that really benefits everyone. And just noting the importance of optionality, the importance of gas service to customers that's reliable and reasonably priced. Was one item in particular that was notable to me, and just underscores that there's a whole lot of opinions on any topic when you go out to the public, and just recognizing that distribution of opinions is important.
Were there also public comments indicating a desire to have a choice to choose gas service?
Yes, I believe as part of that, from the builder and developer community, that choice is a key aspect to what they often highlight.
Now, questions from counsel for UCA seem to infer that the company's rate request here harms customers. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, object. I think that form of the question is argumentative.
Ms.
And-
Moore, Pacheco.
I can rephrase my question. What is your perspective on the company's requests in this case and the benefits received by our customers?
The company has to make sure it's in a strong financial position to continue to provide safe and reliable services to customers. And it's very easy in a rate case proceeding to only focus on half of that, right? Only focus on the costs of providing that service. But we also have to remember what we're providing at the end of the day and the value that good and service provides to customers. And we're transporting a combustible natural gas every day to customers' homes and places where they live and work. And to do that reliably and safely requires the dedication of thousands of people and serious investment to make sure that all those structures are in place moving forward. And you know, that value piece, again, there's lots of lens to apply here. Comparing ourselves to other utilities is often the route that we take there, and making sure that we're stacking up well in terms of how our services are priced is a key goal of ours.
In that regard, could we please pull up hearing exhibit 116 and turn to page 10? Is this what you were referring to in the testimony you just provided, your figure JJP-D-1, which contains a residential average rate comparison of gas utilities?
That's correct. And this is a comparison of the 50 largest gas providers in the country. And you can see that, you know, as we stand here today, we're well below average. And with our proposal, you know, it's kind of counterintuitive that we drop even further off to the left, but that's simply a fact of gas prices have come down a lot since 2022, which is the base year for this data. And so all costs are part of this figure, not just base rates. It's base rates and commodity costs. So either way you look at it, you know, we're well below average.
Could we also scroll down to figure JJPD2? Can you please elaborate on the importance of this data, which I believe is showing the residential average monthly bill comparison of gas utilities?
Right. So, you know, customers pay bills at the end of the day. That's determined by rates. And so when you look at it from a total bill comparison, we're still below average. Again, this is a comparison of us to the other 50 largest providers in the country. And we still stack up well.
And could we also scroll down to figure JJPD3, which I believe is on page 12? And I believe in this figure, you show the company's non-fuel rates have largely stayed in line with the US gross domestic product growth and are on the same trajectory with inflation. Can you please elaborate on the importance of this data?
Exactly. We want to make sure we're keeping pace with other changes in the broader economy. And if we look at just the past 4 years, right, 2020 through 2023, a 4-year period, the changes proposed here, or rather the changes proposed through September of last year keep pace with both wage increases and price increases. And I know price increases affect everyone. And that's a real big focus of folks these days, and rightfully so. It's a big focus of the company. But these cost increases affect everyone, and my graphic here is showing that we're keeping pace. We're doing everything we can to keep downward pressure on rates, but there's still a cost of providing service, and that's what's under consideration in this proceeding.
Thank you. We can take that down. Following up again on questions asked of you regarding affordability, in your direct testimony, you indicated that on the fuel cost side, the company has implemented a number of strategies to stabilize the cost of the gas commodity, which is a large portion of the customer's overall bills. Can you elaborate on how those strategies have actually benefited customers since your direct testimony has been filed?
I'm going to object. That's beyond the scope of my cross-examination, and essentially allowing the company another opportunity to enter new evidence into the record that the
Ms. Samard.
other parties won't be able to challenge or respond to.
Ms. Samard Pacheco.
On cross-examination, counsel for UCA had a lengthy series of questions relating to affordability and also asked about the gas commodity price. So I think this question is within the scope.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Can you elaborate on how the strategies implemented by the company to stabilize the cost of the gas commodity have actually benefited customers since your direct testimony has been filed?
Yeah, objection overruled. I think that's within the scope of cross. Mr. Paquet.
Sure. So we've recently implemented a gas price risk management plan to seek to stabilize gas commodity costs that flow through to customers. This keeps gas commodity costs within a certain range. It's roughly between $3.50 a decatherm up to about $8 a decatherm. And the goal is to build up a reserve fund during times of low prices, which we've been in these past couple quarters, which is great, to be able to draw down from during high-priced events like we saw both in the 2022 to 2023 heating season, as well as in response to what might be large storms or weather events moving forward, that there's this buffer that customers will have. So that's just one element. Another element is our gas and electric hedging programs. We've recently built in the addition of fixed price contracts as additional tool and toolkit there to help lock in low prices for durations of a year or more when that looks like a good deal for customers. And so, we're also looking at our purchasing strategies every day to see how we can be doing better for customers, what additional tools we can have on that front. And so we're trying to leave no rock unturned on how we stabilize costs for customers and get the best deal possible on gas commodity costs.
Thank you. I'd like to turn now to the gas storage inventory charge, which I'll also refer to as the GSIC. It may seem like a lifetime ago, but last Friday, you received some questions from counsel for staff regarding Winter Storm Uri in the context of the company's request to earn a WACC return on the GSIC and your supporting policy arguments. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Could we please pull up hearing exhibit 116 and go to page 49? And maybe scroll just so we can see the question starting on line 5. Thank you. At this portion of your testimony, you were making policy-based arguments as to why the commission should reevaluate the GSIC return issue.
Correct.
Do you believe that the company's policy-based arguments are flawed because Winter Storm Uri occurred prior to the commission's decision in the last gas rate case?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of that. Could you repeat?
Okay, yep. Do you agree with staff's questions that your policy-based arguments are flawed because Winter Storm Uri occurred prior to the commission's decision in the last gas rate case where the short-term debt return was approved on the GSIC instead of the WAC.
Right. I think the answer there is I do not agree with staff's assertions for that exact reason, right? We're talking about Winter Storm Uri being an extraordinary event and something that the company's gas storage reserves were a huge asset for. And we're talking about an event that happened before a change in the company's interest applied to gas storage inventories. And so it's just important to point out that difference, right? The fact that the company had this asset and was able to rely on it fully does not necessarily mean that's always going to be the case. And, we don't have plans to change, but I just wanted to note that a change in policy on the GSIC it brings in a penalty into this decision for the company.
With respect to UCA's questions, or staff or counsel for UCA's questions regarding GSIC and how the company may use storage, and you may have already gotten to this, so if you have, I apologize. But I believe you indicated during cross-examination that there was something you wanted to highlight, but you could not finish your answer. Is there something you would like to add on this topic for the commission's benefit?
That's a great question. I can't recall at the moment. I think I got in all the points, but thank you.
Move on, give me 1 second.
Oh, yes, I do remember now. I'm sorry.
I gave you enough time while I was looking at my notes. There you go.
Yeah, sorry, brain's moving a little slow here after a few hours. But the point that I didn't get to state in that discussion is that money is fungible, right? I believe I had talked about how the company finances all of its needs through a combination of internal and external financing, and that we don't look at financing a specific financing tool to finance a specific asset or cost, that it's all merged together. And that all merging together is what I mean by money is fungible, right? We're not issuing short-term debt just for specific short-term assets. I've made the case that I don't think our gas storage inventory is a short-term asset at all. And Mr. Freitas's exhibit and my direct testimony, attest to that, of course. But even if you did come to the conclusion that it was a short-term asset, then it's also not appropriate to apply a short-term interest rate to it, because again, all money is fungible. We're financing the company's needs from a combination of equity, debt, long-term debt and short-term debt, and internally generated funds. And to just assign one interest rate to it kind of ignores that broader picture.
Thank you. During the course of questions from Commissioner Gilman, I interjected, hopefully that was okay, and provided a reference to Mr. Freitas's testimony regarding gas storage inventory. But with respect to your own testimony, were you referring to confidential table JJPD2 in your direct testimony hearing exhibit 116?
Yes, it was the only confidential table in my direct testimony, I believe.
Thank you. Turning to the revenue deferral surcharge. You were asked a series of questions from counsel for UCA regarding that topic. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was the revenue deferral surcharge resulting from the 2020 gas rate case a result of a settlement agreement?
Yes, that case was settled.
And were there particular circumstances in that case and in that settlement that caused the company to agree that there would be no WAC return on those deferred revenues?
Certainly, there's specific circumstances in every proceeding in any given year that would lead the company to agree to certain terms in one setting and not in another.
And that was during the COVID pandemic, is that right?
That was extraordinary times, both for the company as well as for all of our customers and this commission. And so I would just point out that extraordinary situation we all found ourselves in.
Does the company view its RDS proposal in this case as a benefit to customers?
Absolutely.
And if the RDS were not granted, would the company earn a WACC return on those same revenues if its rates simply go into effect in November 2024?
Correct. Yes. If rates were to go into effect without an RDS, we projected that's roughly $75 million of additional revenues over the heating season. And so that would effectuate itself, of course, if the company's proposal were approved by the commission. The RDS simply shifts that and spreads it out over a longer time period.
If the commission granted the RDS but did not grant the company a WACC return, would you view that as being a penalty to the company from your perspective?
Yes, that would be a penalty. It would be relying on the company's resources to finance that deferral when it was for customers' benefit.
Turning now to new business and line extension policy related issues. Has the company adopted all of the line extension policy changes that have been required to be made at this point in time?
Yes, absolutely. My supplemental direct testimony has a table summarizing all of those changes we've made. Basically, there's kind of two big tranches of that. Both last fall, we made several changes, eliminating the offsite credit, requiring half of meter and regulator costs to be paid by the customer, and those were all stemming from the company's last gas rate case. And there was another big set of changes stemming from a year-end filing last year in light of the additional directives from Senate Bill 23-291. And that was to eliminate all incentives or customer allowances as part of our line extension tariff. And we filed that, and we were able to settle that with parties, and the commission subsequently approved that settlement. And so effective June 1 of this year, there has not been a customer allowance offered. Of course, there's a few grandfathering provisions in there for projects that had previously received permits or approvals from their local permitting jurisdiction prior to that date. But starting at the beginning of 2025, none of those grandfathering provisions will be relevant anymore. Moving forward in 2025 and beyond, there's no offsite credit, there's no construction allowances or any other incentives as defined.
Given the company's 2023 test year in this case, is it fair to say that the vast majority of the new business projects in this case then were undertaken under previous commission approved line extension policies?
That's correct. I can't comment on when construction began on a lot of these projects, but for sure they were in service between 2022 and 2023, which is the period in which capital additions are being reviewed in this case. And so it was a different paradigm in place at the time.
In discussing new business projects with Chair Blank, you indicated that there's no specific evidence that you can point to in the record that proves the company's assertion that on average, new business projects pay their own way. Do you recall that?
I do.
To your knowledge, conversely, is there evidence in the record that on average, customer or new business projects do not pay their own way?
There is no such evidence on average.
What was the overall result of the two new business projects analyzed by witness Matley as part of his supplemental direct testimony?
So when we look at those two projects together, again, this is the Coal Creek Canyons and the Canyon Pines projects. I think his analysis shows that when you combine those two together, it results in revenues offsetting the costs of those projects. So even just between those two projects on net, we're seeing existing customers benefit.
Can you please elaborate on whether you think there is evidence in this case to change the company's line extension policies?
No, not within the confines of this proceeding.
Are there other voices that should be heard on this issue?
Yes, I think if we want to keep exploring this topic, we're going to need to make sure we have all the right voices in the room. And that's the traditional regulatory interveners, as well as folks that are kind of engaged on the front lines on what customers want. And in a lot of ways, that's our builder and developer community who are figuring out what types of structures and homes and buildings to build in response to what customers are demanding. We also want a lot of commercial customers, our customer advocates, of course, our environmentalists. I think we'd want everyone in the room talking about that, and we only had a fraction of those folks here in this proceeding.
So in that regard, you mentioned that there are other venues where this line extension topic can be fully explored. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned a proceeding that the commission is required to open within 60 days now under Senate Bill 23-291. Do you remember that?
Yes, this is the natural gas cost causation study, I believe is the title of that section of the bill.
And do you think that particular proceeding would provide a venue for a full discussion of this topic?
Yes, absolutely. As that section of statute reference, it's to investigate the costs that new residential developments in particular are bringing onto the system and how that affects existing customers and particularly income qualified customers. So I think there's a lot of topics to explore there.
And Mr. Berman in his rebuttal testimony made another suggestion as to an alternative venue where new business related projects and topics and line extension could be explored. What was that?
Yes, that was in the company's next phase 2 proceeding, which the company is committing to make before the end of 2025.
Is there also a pending miscellaneous docket where gas line extension related questions are being asked?
Yes, that might be part of the ongoing GIP M docket to explore a couple issues stemming from that. Line extension topics in general are also part of the beneficial electrification M docket. So I think there's a lot of venues to be discussing this now and moving forward.
You got it at the end of the day. And then also the company is required to file a litigated gas infrastructure plan next year. Would that provide another venue for discussion of this topic?
Absolutely.
If I could have just a second, Chair Blank, to check my notes. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Piquet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Piquet. You may be excused. Mr. Matley, are you out there? Hey, Mr. Matley, can you hold up your right hand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
You can put your hand down. Is anyone in the room with you or communicating with you in any way?
No, there's no one here in the room nor communicating with me.
If that changes, you'll let us know.
Certainly.
Back to you, Ms. Samar Chekno.
Thank you. Mr. Matley, good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's RYANMATLEY.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by a public service company of Colorado as a manager of regulatory administration.
As discussed at hearing on Friday, you have revisions to your supplemental direct testimony hearing exhibit 123 and all attachments. Is that right?
That is correct. I've got revisions to my testimony and revisions to attachment 1, 2, 3, and a new attachment 5.
That's correct. Thanks for correcting me. We did not have any corrections to your hearing exhibit RAM4. Are the revised versions that you just mentioned the same ones that were filed in e-filings on Monday and provided to the parties?
Yes, they are.
Chair Blank, we have put the revised testimony and referenced attachments in box. Before I proceed, I'd like to clarify, excuse me, whether we can simply move for admission of those exhibits, or if you would like Mr. Matley to walk through the changes that have been made from the original versions.
I would love to just move them into evidence without having to walk through everything if there's no objection from the parties. Ms. Singer Nelson, you okay with that?
I'm fine with that, Mr. Chairman.
So moved. Thank you. And Ms. Singer Nelson, is it all right if I ask my questions ahead of you?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Do we need
Keep
clarification
going.
on which exhibits to pull out of the box?
No, I think I've got them. It's 123, just the testimony, and then 123 executables, RAM 1, 2, 3, and 5, right?
That's correct. Thank you.
And they're all public, correct?
That's correct.
Thanks.
Mr. Matley's now available for commissioner questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we pull up hearing exhibit 123, attachment RAM 5, the executable version, and turn to the capital worksheet? And I guess, is it fair to say, Mr. Matley, you show the capacity expansion and new business lines going to zero over the coming years?
Yes, that's correct. We made a modeling assumption to take those capital investments down to zero over a 3-year period, starting, I believe, in 2028.
And what's the basis for those lines going to zero? I think Mr. Piquet just testified that the new line extension policies maybe knock 5% off the cost. Can you help me understand why this is assumed to go to zero for the long-term rate impact analysis?
I can, or I can attempt to. We made that assumption putting together this model back in May of this year, before some of those line extension policy updates were finalized. And this assumption at the time was consistent with the assumption made in the same version or a different version of this model in the clean heat proceeding. And so we aligned the output and the assumptions in this model with that assumption from clean heat. And I think, as you've heard from Mr. Piquet and a bit from Mr. Berman earlier, that assumption, under current policies may not play out exactly as modeled here, but that was the assumption made for the purposes of the modeling.
Any objection if we gave you a 6-year multi-year rate plan based on these capital numbers? It's not a serious question. I know you've wanted a multi-year rate plan. All right, so in reality, this is not, you would no longer stand behind this assumption. And if the commission was trying to figure out long-term rate impacts, this would not be accurate. Is that fair? I
would say that all of these assumptions going forward in this model are subject to change as we move forward in time. And so, yes, I think this is one of those assumptions that would change amongst others. All right. If we can pull this down, starting on page 12 to 13 of your supplemental direct testimony, you described the Rampart Range project at page 13, line 17 to 22. And if you could actually pull up hearing exhibit 123, attachment RAM 3, the executable spreadsheet, that'd be great. I think Mr. Matley is going to be able to answer this. In your supplementary direct testimony at page 13, line 17 to 22, you state that this project contributes net incremental revenues of $16.1 million to the greater natural gas system over the course of 30 years. Do you recollect that? I don't recollect the specific number, but that phrasing sounds familiar. All right, well, we can pull it up if you'd like, but let's go to the spreadsheet. Can you go to the Rev Rec Calc 30 years page? And can you zero out that in cell B3, can you zero out the minus 58?
All right, and then can you go back down to cell C52? Do you see that 16.1 with this spreadsheet with the net salvage value be zeroed out, be how that 16.1 was justified?
Yes, it's that $16.1 million figure you see in cell C52.
Okay. And if we did a net present value calculation, that'd be D52, right?
That's correct. That would be the 1.9 million shown.
Right. So just looking at present value reduces the positive benefit for the system from 16 million down to under 2 million. Is that fair?
That's fair on this specific project.
Okay. Can we go back up to cell B3 and put that negative 58 back in there? And then can we go back down to line 41? Do you see that book depreciation on the revenue requirement? It goes up to 760,000.
Yes, I see that.
Now, if you, can you go back up to B3 and put it to 0 again and go back down and look at that line? And now it goes back to 480. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
So net salvage value increases depreciation and free cash flow by 280,000 a year. The difference between those two numbers, is that fair?
That's fair on this project, yes.
Yeah. So in each year of the 30 years, the company gets an additional 280,000 and free cash flow as discussed by Mr. Johnson and as defined by the credit rating agencies. Any reason to dispute that?
No.
Okay. And then after 30 years, you'd be required to fund something like $8.4 million in nominal dollars at a then current cash flows. And that's just the 280,000 by 30 years. So there's increased cash flow for 30 years. And then there's a gap benefit to ratepayers and an actual cash requirement to remove that. Would you say that any differently?
No, I would think you've captured the concept. We are collecting the removal costs over the life of the asset through depreciation expense, which is credited to customers through rate base, and then those costs are incurred by the company after the retirement of the asset.
All right, if you can go back to B3 and set it back to 0 for one more second. Oh, put it to minus 58. And then if you can go down to that C52 or D52 again. So do you see in D52 with present value and negative net salvage value, it's more like $1.1 million in net benefit to customers?
Yeah, I do see that.
All right. And now can you go pull up Puring Exhibit 123 Attachment RAM 2? And this is just the Coal Creek Canyon Pines one we've been talking about. And I think if you look at the same number with negative net salvage value and NPV, it's minus 4 million. We'll pull it up in a second. But do you have any reason to doubt that?
No, that sounds accurate.
And so over these two projects where Coal Creek Canyon Pines was minus 4 million and the other one was plus 1 million for benefit to customers, is it fair to say that these combined two projects are adverse to existing customers, independent of Mr. Piquet's testimony saying they weren't?
Well, maybe one clarification, is the minus 4 million the nominal or the present value figure?
Present value. Can you go to Rev Rec Calcs 30 and cell D52? uh,
Might be up.
go up, sorry, it's a difference. There it is, minus 4 million, down. Yeah, there it is. D 51 on this one.
Yeah, you can sum those two values to get to a negative number. I would point out that, this is a new business project. REM3 Rampart Range is a capacity project, so they're slightly different, categorization. And, likewise, if you add in the third RAM1 project, you also get back to a positive net benefit for other customers.
Yeah, I understand. Fair enough. Any guidance or advice for us if we wanted to eliminate these cross subsidies to new customers as soon as possible?
I would suggest it is important to look at it at the aggregate level, understanding that there's variations project by project, and that certain projects can end up with a net cost, while as others would have a net benefit to other customers. And important to also just consider all the issues and be aware of potentially unintended consequences of those changes. So I think what Mr. Piquet stated in terms of the importance of having the right voices and the right evidence to help underpin those changes is pretty critical.
And is there any evidence? I think it's been pretty clearly established that there's no evidence on this record one way or other about the average impact. Any reason to doubt that?
We have evidence on these 3 projects, but there are other projects.
That's all I had. Thanks so much for accommodating me. And I think Commissioner Gilman, I'm going to turn this back to you to start running now, and you can declare the lunch break as you see fit.
Well, everyone would like to be the hero that gives everyone lunch. Thank you. All right. So I think being that we're right about at noon, I think it probably makes sense to break for lunch now. Perhaps return at 12:45 if that works for people. So keep it incredibly short, but somewhat abbreviated to make sure we can keep things moving. So my suggestion would be we start back at 12:45, and we'll start with Ms. Singer-Nelson's questioning of Mr. Metley. Does that work for everybody?
That works.
Excellent. And I'll check in as we go in the afternoon. My guess is, somewhere around the 3 o'clock timeframe, we'll try and take just an abbreviated break to give the court reporter a quick rest. And then I do have that break I need from 4:10 to 4:30. So we'll work our best around those issues. And with that, I will see you all at 12:45 to resume. And just a reminder to mute yourself, turn off your cameras while we're on break.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, welcome back. Let me check and make sure we have our court reporter back.
I'm ready.
Thanks, Harriet. And we have Mr. Motley back. Excellent. Am I saying your name right, Matley or Matley?
You have it exactly right. Thank you, Commissioner Gilman.
Perfect. All right, so next up we have UCA's questioning of Mr. Matley for 30 minutes. Ms. Singer-Nelson.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Mr. Matley, my name is Michelle Singer-Nelson, and I represent the Colorado Office of the Utility Consumer Advocate in this proceeding. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm just going to start off with a little bit of level setting. So you filed supplemental direct testimony in this proceeding that's marked as Hearing Exhibit 123. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you recently revised it. So the exhibit that we refer to in this case is revision number 2.
That's correct.
And in your supplemental direct, you provided responses to a couple of the questions that the commission asked in its order requesting supplemental direct testimony, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the first area that you addressed was the commission's request for incremental revenues associated with 3 specific projects that are included in the investments in this case.
Yes, that's correct. The Canyons, Coal Creek, Canyon Pines, new business projects, and the Rampart Range capacity project.
Correct. And then the second topic you addressed was the commission's request for a 15-year forecasted rate projections model.
Yes, that's correct.
And I'm just going to ask you a couple questions about each of those areas. This part, the first part that we're going to go over, I think is some more level setting, and we've already heard a lot of the testimony from Mr. Piquet on the 3 discrete projects that you talk about in your testimony, but I'm going to address them specifically to your testimony, not necessarily Mr. Piquet's. You have that in mind?
Yes, that sounds reasonable.
And as you said, the Canyons development and the Coal Creek Canyon projects are 2 new business projects, correct?
That's correct.
And Rampart Range is a capacity expansion project.
Yes, that's correct.
And in your exhibits to your testimony, you sponsor separate analyses for each of these 3 projects, attachments RAM 1, 2, and 3, correct?
That's correct.
Your analysis of the incremental costs and revenues for the Canyons project and the Rampart Range project show that they each pay their own way. Is that right?
Sorry, did you say for the Canyons and the Rampart Range project?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct. They each showed over their lifetime more revenue than the associated revenue requirement with the company's investments in those projects.
Thank you. And your analysis, as Chairman Blank noted a few times this morning, your analysis of the Coal Creek Canyon project shows that the incremental costs of that project exceed the incremental revenues, correct?
Yes, the forecasted revenues from that project are forecasted to be less than the revenue requirement of the company funded portion of the investment.
Okay, and I'm a little confused about the state of the record right now, because I noticed in your revised exhibit, your forecast, your testimony itself. Well, let's see. Oh yeah, you changed the numbers between your last section of testimony or last version of testimony and then this revised 2. Can we go to page 11 of Hearing Exhibit 123 Rev 2, please? Can we move down to lines 12 through 17? So, Mr. Matley, in lines 12 through 17, you're talking about the Coal Creek Canyon Pines project, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you talked about originally that the net incremental cost was $7.4 million to the greater natural gas system over the course of 40 years. Is that right?
Yes, that's the number from the original version of my supplemental direct testimony filed back in May.
And now that number is 5.3 million to the greater natural gas system?
Yes, and the change is a result of the inclusion of the negative net salvage value into the analysis as described in the revised version of attachment RAM2.
Thank you for that. And then likewise in lines 18 through 21, you also revised the net incremental cost under a 30-year depreciable life from 7.1 to $6.3 million to the greater natural gas system, correct?
That's correct. I made the change to include negative net salvage in the analysis of all three of these projects, in both the 40-year view and the 30-year view. And that's the change that has resulted in the revision of these numbers in my testimony.
So your testimony shows that the Coal Creek Canyon project results in millions of dollars of cost increases to customers that don't live in the Coal Creek Canyon project area. Is that right?
My testimony states that when you isolate the view simply to Coal Creek Canyon Pines, yes, over its 40 or 30-year lifetime, depending on the analysis, there are more costs incurred by other customers than the forecasted revenue provided by that project.
Thank you. You can take this exhibit down. Thank you. Now I'm going to talk next about the differences between an incremental cost analysis and a full cost analysis. Do you have that in mind?
I do.
And your attachments RAMs 1, 2, and 3 are analyses of the incremental costs and the incremental revenues for each of the three projects, correct?
I guess I would, not knowing maybe how you're defining that term, I would simply state that the analysis is based on the costs associated with those projects and the revenues expected to be or forecasted to be provided by those projects.
Do you know the difference between a full cost analysis and incremental cost analysis?
I guess I'm not sure what you mean by full cost analysis.
Would you agree that it's a reasonable definition of a full cost analysis as a pricing strategy where all relevant variable costs and a full share of fixed costs directly attributable to the product are used in setting the price and the cost?
I guess I interpret that to mean similar to the exercise we're undertaking, or maybe better said, an exercise that would be undertaken in a phase 2 rate case of taking total system costs and allocating each customer's share of those costs. That is my interpretation, I guess, of what you stated with a full cost analysis.
Okay, so total system costs as opposed to just the isolated costs associated with a specific project?
Yes.
So would you agree with me that a full share of fixed cost is included in a full cost analysis and a full share of fixed cost was not used in your incremental analysis that's used in your testimony in this case?
The analysis I provided in my testimony was in accordance with the Commission's request in supplemental direct to identify the incremental costs and incremental revenue associated with these projects. So to that effect, the analysis doesn't consider one way or another, I guess, the impact on fixed costs, either from the projects to the system or from the system to the projects.
That's right. And I do understand the commission asked for an incremental cost analysis. But if the company were to do a full cost analysis, it would include the fixed costs that are associated with the system, correct?
I guess, can you help me understand what you mean by the fixed costs?
I guess we're talking about things like operation and maintenance expenses and administrative and general expenses.
In terms of the allocated share of those costs to these incremental projects. Okay, that's helpful. Can you maybe restate the question then?
Sure. Would you agree with me that your study did not include the operations and maintenance expenses and the administrative and general expenses associated with these projects?
My study did not allocate any of our existing O&M costs or existing administrative expenses to these projects.
And if you had, then the costs for each of these projects would be higher. Would you agree with that?
I would agree if we were to take an allocated share of those costs and apply it, or sort of burden, in a sense, these projects with those costs, then it would show more costs associated with these projects and therefore less benefit. Although that does not mean, or that's not to say that these projects are the cause of incremental O&M or might result in incremental administrative costs. That would be a different question.
With new customers, are there expenses for such things as customer billing and customer service?
There are, which those customers tend to pay through their service and facilities fee, which is in a phase 2 rate case where those costs get allocated.
And you didn't include those types of costs or those specific costs in your incremental cost study?
I did not include the let me step back. I did not take a share of our existing customer costs and necessarily allocate it to these customers. But those customers, to the extent they created incremental costs associated with billing and administrative costs, that those customers would pay those incremental costs through their service and facilities fee. So I don't see that as having an impact.
When you put new pipes in the ground to serve customers, there's additional annual maintenance costs associated with those pipes, correct?
I would say, all other things being equal, there may be incremental O&M, likely incremental O&M associated, although I'm not an expert in, I'm not an engineer on our system, so I can't speak to exactly what that might be.
And you didn't include those O&M costs in your incremental cost study for these 3 projects, did you?
I did not.
Would you agree with me that operations and maintenance expenses are a very significant part of public services revenue requirement in this case?
I guess I would characterize them certainly as a component of our revenue requirement in this case. I don't have the exact figures in front of me in terms of the exact proportion of our revenue requirement.
Would you agree with me, subject to check, that Mr. Freitas attachment APF 17 shows that operations and maintenance expenses are roughly $261 million in this case.
Subject to check, I would believe that.
And those types of costs were not included in your incremental cost study.
No, they were not.
I just have a couple clarifying questions relating to inputs that you used in your RAM1, RAM2, and RAM3 analyses. And I'm just going to use your RAM1 analysis. I think it's the, let me see which one that is.
I believe that's the Canyons.
Yeah, the Canyons project. That's right. For an example for these questions, and they're really just clarifying questions. Can we pull up attachment RAM1, Rev1, and go to page 2 of 16, please?
So sorry, it's an executable. The one they just admitted earlier.
That's fine. Yeah, that works great. Thank you.
Yes. Well, yeah, you said page 16, so I'm not quite sure what you mean.
Oh,
There's multiple tabs, so you're gonna have
okay. Okay, can we pull it up? It's probably, all I have is the PDF version. I couldn't get the executable version to open. So I'm just looking at the very first page, the tab. Well, if you can pull up the exhibit, I can direct you to the tab. I think it's just the revenue requirement tab. It was the same one. Yes. So let's go to the revenue requirement calc 40 years tab. See if that turns up. Yep, that works. So Mr. Matley, I am just looking at that top left corner, lines 1 through 6. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And there's a property tax rate of 1.3% in this spreadsheet. Can you tell me why you use 1.3%?
Yeah, that was derived based on historical property taxes that we've paid as compared to the net book value of plant. And so I derived that factor from actual property tax expense and use that to apply to the net book value in each and every year in the revenue requirement calculation.
Okay, and was that for the 2023 historical year that you looked at?
I think it would have been from 2022. I don't remember specifically off the top of my head, but given this was prepared in May, I don't know that the 2023 numbers would have been readily available at that time.
Okay, so you think you got 1.3% from the 2022 historical figures, your property tax figures, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then still on this very page, let's go down to the bottom. It'll be under the income tax section. So you see that from lines 27 through line 35?
I see that.
And the line that says composite tax rate, all across that row, you use a 24.48% tax rate. Where did that come from?
You can actually see it up in cell L11, and that's the composite of the federal income tax rate at 21%, the state income tax rate at 4.4%, and it accounts for the fact that we get to deduct state income taxes off of the federal income tax. So that's how that composite rate is compiled.
That's helpful. Thank you. And you show the federal income tax rate of 21%. Is there a possibility that this 21% rate could increase to a higher rate under the next presidential administration, if you know?
I don't know. I would say there's certainly a possibility it could increase, and there's a possibility it could decrease as well.
And if it increased, then the total revenue requirement for each of these 3 projects would increase. Do you agree?
If it increased, the income tax component of the revenue requirement would increase, and all other things being equal, the revenue requirement would increase.
Thank you. All right, we can take this exhibit down. Thank you. And move on to the second topic of your testimony, which is the 15-year forecasted rate projections model. Please pull up UCA exhibit number 546. And I'll represent to you, this is the commission's decision in this case, asking for supplemental testimony. Can we go to page 7, paragraph 16? Scroll up a little bit. Thank you. In this paragraph, the commission notes that the company indicates that investments from 2022 through 2023 were some $1 billion. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And therefore, the commission asked, in order to understand how the company's ongoing investments pancake into customer rates over time, that the company provide a 15-year rate projections through 2038 of overall average rates and residential rates under the company's forecast assumptions in this proceeding. And is that what your 15-year forecast model responds to?
It is. We put together the 15-year model to be responsive to this request.
Thank you. Before we get into any details of the forecast model itself, I'm going to ask a couple of preliminary questions. You're aware that for several years now, the commission's been expressing concern over continuing capital investment in gas infrastructure. I think there was a discussion with Mr. Piquet about that concern.
I've not been part of those conversations in previous cases or previous years, but I understand the concern expressed to Mr. Piquet.
You understand that that's a commission concern?
The understanding that, I don't want to speak on behalf of the commission, but I have heard that concern.
Okay. And that the commission has also been concerned about the impact that gas infrastructure investments will have over time on the rates that will be borne by those left on the gas system as beneficial electrification advances.
I've not been part of those conversations or those proceedings. I can certainly understand from the words on the page here, the concern about the impact of investments on customer rates here in this case.
Can we pull up hearing exhibit 547 from UCA's box? And I'll represent to you that this is the commission's decision on exceptions in proceeding number 24AL-0049G, which is known as the West Metro decision. Can we turn to page 8, paragraph 18, please? I think I have that right. Page 8. Right. So in this proceeding, just for a little bit of background, Mr. Matley, the commission approved the company's request for an investment of $27 million in the company's gas infrastructure in Denver. And the decision came out in 2022. There at paragraph 18, the commission states continuing business as usual investments in the gas system without additional throughput to financially support them creates a major economic friction moving forward and could eventually impact the company's ability to continue to deliver service at rates that are just and reasonable. Do you see that?
I'd like to object to this line of questioning. it's not been established that Mr. Matley is familiar with this decision. In fact, I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe the decision predates his current role in regulatory for PSCO. In addition, this is beyond the scope of his testimony. He simply provided supplemental direct testimony in this case, responding to some very specific commission requests.
Commissioner Gill, oh, this goes directly to the concern that the commission expressed when it asked for the 15-year forecast, the concern that the rates that come out of this proceeding are going to, or how they're going to be impacting consumers going forward. And the model itself talks about the change in investments that will be needed going forward and the increase of costs that will result to consumers because of the investments that are made in the gas infrastructure by the company. So this, your order back in 2 years ago, 2022, prior to the investments that are at issue in this case, talked about your concern relating to investments in the gas infrastructure and how they were going to be impacting consumer rates.
I'll overrule the objection. I think it's fine questioning, given that he's the witness that responds to questions about future rates. And to the extent he's not familiar, I think he can indicate such in his responses. Go ahead and re-ask your question, Ms. Singer-Nelson.
Sure. So, Mr. Matler, in this 2022 decision of the commission relating to gas infrastructure investments, the commission expressed its concern that continuing business as usual investments in the gas system without additional throughput to financially support them will create a major economic friction moving forward and could eventually impact the company's ability to continue to deliver service at rates that are just and reasonable. Do you see that commission concern?
I do see those words written.
And that was a couple of years ago and prior to the 2023 historic test year and many of the investments made in this case, correct?
This case covers investments made and put into service in 2022 and 2023. So I can't see exactly when this decision was issued, but it looks like from the C22 I see on the page, it was issued at some point in 2022, which would be in the midst of the investments in this case.
We can go to the last, to actually
predating this decision.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Matley. I interrupted you. I didn't mean to. Can we go to the first page of this exhibit, please? And do you see the mail dates and the adopted dates?
I do. So with the mail dated December 6, 2022, then I would say, about half, nearly half in terms of time span wise of the investments put in service in this case were prior to this decision.
And the October 26 and November 26 or 16th, 2022 dates were the adopted dates of this decision.
I do see that.
Can I move for administrative notice of hearing exhibit 547?
Any objection, Ms. Marchenko?
No, Your Honor, since this is in the commission's records, no objection.
Okay, so notice.
Thank you. So, Mr. Matley, your analysis bears our commission's concerns out, doesn't it?
Well, I don't know if I would agree with that. I would say that my analysis certainly shows a forecasted rate increase under the assumptions of this case, one of those key assumptions is the change in throughput that's informed by the clean heat plan, at least as we understood it at the time of putting the model together back in May of this year. I'll also note the model underlying along with that rate change, the model's forecasting average bills to rise less than the rate of inflation. If you just look at the base rate revenue requirement associated with gas service going forward. So because the rate impact is primarily driven by throughput changes, then as rates go up, as forecast in the model, average usage also decreases. And so average bills show sort of a moderate forecasted increase in the rate model.
Now, it's interesting. You talked to Chair Blank before he left about the capital investment and the fact that the company, for purposes of this model, went ahead and put new business and capacity expansion projects at zero from 2030 going forward. Do you recall that?
I do recall that discussion.
And then you talked about how that might not be true going forward, that in fact the company may have additional new business and additional capacity expansion projects after 2030. Do you recall that?
I recall discussing that, particularly in the context of the ultimate implementation of the line extension policies, that they're, knowing what we know now, categories like new business may not go to zero under current policies.
So if new business and capacity expansion projects don't go to zero at 2030, as you used in your forecast model here, then the increases would be even higher for consumers. Wouldn't you agree?
So all other things being equal, yes, if capacity and new business projects do not go to zero, the rate increase would, or the rate forecast would rise from what's currently stated. Of course, that being said, other things will change going forward in the model, one of which we saw with the difference in the investor presentations that Commissioner Blank submitted as hearing exhibits. Between October 23, which is the time period of the forecast underpinning this case, and the September 2024 investor presentations, gas capital forecast decreased. And so there will continue to be movement in both directions, I think, in our capital forecasts.
But my point was that if there is an increase in capital investment after 2030 compared to what you used in the model, then the impact on consumers would be greater than as you showed in the model, correct?
All other things being equal, the rate forecast would increase from what's shown.
Thank you. Can we pull up hearing exhibit 123, executable attachment RAM5? And I'm going to start out with page 1. So it should be the output and the input page.
Sorry, there are the multiple Excel sheets open. My computer doesn't like it. Give me a second.
Okay, no problem. Can we make this a little bigger? Great, thank you. Mr. Matley, can you identify what's in front of us?
So I can. This is my attachment 5, just filed yesterday on the public version of the 15-year rate model, and it shows on the left-hand side of the page some of the key inputs to the model, particularly the user adjustable inputs to the model as requested in the supplemental direct decision. And it shows the outputs of the model on the right 2/3 of the page in graphical form and in table form in terms of sales, total revenue requirements, and average total rates and average residential rates.
Thank you. Can we just make it a little bigger? I don't know if it's Ms. Kunkel or Ms. Federico, but thank you so much. That's perfect. I'm going to be focusing on the outputs that are on the right side of the page. And the first box, as you said, addresses total sales, total annual sales. And you show that there's a growth rate or a total change of 40.4% from 2024 to 2038. Is that right?
That's correct.
So sales go from roughly 145 million decatherms to roughly 87 million decatherms, correct?
That's correct.
And then in the next, let's see. Oh, you know what? I think we have to go to the gas sales forecast for my next question. I'm hoping it's in that tab. Yes, and if we could make this a little bigger. Mr. Matley, if I guess we have to see the very first column in this spreadsheet in order to address my questions. Can we move that over so we can see the first column? It's probably column A. On the left side. Oh, thank you. Okay, so here's where you've got your sales figures. And this is where we see in 2021 the roughly 145 million for on row 5. And then if we look at 2038, it's going to have the figure that you put in your table for total sales forecasted, which I think was roughly, what, 89 million? Is that right?
That sounds roughly correct. This tab is the source for that output.
Okay, great. And here's where you've got the residential sales forecast and on row 10. So in 2021, it looks like the forecast, or these are probably actual numbers, aren't they? If it was 2021, 2022, and 2023?
Yes, those would be actuals with 24 and forward being a forecast.
Thank you. So the actuals for 2021 were roughly $103 million. And then you show in 2038, if we can scroll over to the last columns in the spreadsheet. And it's this row 10. We've got 2038, you've got quite a reduction. It's now for residential sales, it's going to be a total of, is that 56 or 58? $56 million? Is that right?
56 million decatherms, yes.
Decatherms, I'm sorry. So that is quite a change in sales from 2021 to 2038. Wouldn't you agree?
It's a significant decline, I would agree.
Can we go back to the very first tab? I think that inputs, thank you, the gas system inputs and outputs. Here we show the total revenue requirements go up from $1.5 billion to $1.7 billion from 2024 to 2038. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that's a 10.6% increase, correct?
In total, over a 15-year period, which equates to 0.7% per year on average.
So going down to the average residential rate box, the average residential rates, I'm looking at the very last row, change, they increase by 90.3%. Did I read that correctly?
You read that correctly.
So
Mr. Nelson, I just want to check in with you on your timing, see how much you have left.
I have one more line after this and it'll go real quickly.
Okay, couple minutes.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, I guess I am getting to my half an hour. I appreciate that. So, and this is where my confusion was from before. It looks like in your revised RAM 5, you have the total per decatherm rate of $10.15 in 2024. And then in 2038, you have a per decatherm rate for consumers of $19.31. Do you see that?
I do see that.
But in your revised testimony in hearing exhibit 123, you have a table at page 19, and we don't have to go there unless Mr. Matley needs to see it. But you have your table RAM SD3, where you have different numbers for average residential rates in 2024 and 2038. Can you explain why you didn't revise this?
I can appreciate the confusion. So my testimony remains as filed in terms of the 15-year rate model section, and that is discussing the confidential version of the attachment RAM4C, which is different and is still on the record in this case. And my attachment RAM5 has changed in the GCA line item. So we pulled out the gas price forecast that was the confidential piece of information. We've replaced it with actuals to date with a user-defined escalation rate or user-adjustable escalation rate going forward. So it's just the GCA component of the model that has changed, but that has flow-through effects on the total numbers.
Thank you, Mr. Matley. That really clears it up. I appreciate that. So we were talking about the rates, then the average residential rates that are here in your model. It shows the $10.15 per decatherm for 2024, and that increased to 19.31 cents per decatherm in 2038, correct?
That's correct.
And looking at the column in that box on the left, that only includes base rates, the GCA, the DSMCA, and the clean heat surcharges, correct?
That's correct.
The clean heat surcharge will be part of the DSMCA going forward, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. That's where I was going. We put this together while clean heat was still being deliberated. So we made our best estimate as to budgets and allocations to the gas utility that we could. And it was before ultimately the decision to include that as part of the DSMCA.
So does this include the safety and facility charge or the energy assistance charge that are also included on customer bills?
That would come through in the base rates line item.
Okay, and the energy assistance charge does as well?
Yes.
Thank you. This rate forecast doesn't include any charges for electricity service, though, does it?
It does not. It is solely focused on gas.
Yeah, just gas. So to demonstrate the real customer impact of that increase, I'm going to use my January 2024 usage as an example for some hypothetical calculations. Are you good with that?
Yes.
Okay, my gas usage for the household in January of 2024 was 227 therms of natural gas. Would you agree with me that a decatherm equals 10 therms?
I would agree with that.
And our bills speak in terms of therms, so I'm going to be talking in terms of therms for these calculations, okay?
Okay.
So changing the 2024 rate to a per therm rate, it would be $1.02, between 1 and 2 cents. Is that right?
That's right.
And so if I were to multiply that $1.02 times my 227 therms, it would equal $231.54. Do you accept my math subject to check?
I will accept that subject to check.
Okay. And at the 2038 rate shown here of $1.93 per therm, my bill would increase by $206 to $438 for my gas services. Does that sound right?
I will accept your math.
So going from $231 to $438 is an increase of more than $200 for 1 month just for my gas service. Isn't that right?
In that hypothetical, it is, and it speaks, I think, to one of the limitations of this modeling exercise, which is this is a point in time estimate going forward based on current assumptions. It does not include any potential feedback effects that might happen going forward. It doesn't include future policy changes, future regulatory decisions. So, you know, should rates remain on this course over the next 15 years without any sort of course correction or intervention, then that is what might happen to your particular bill in that hypothetical. However, I expect there's, you know, many more policy decisions and regulatory decisions to come in the interim that could change that course.
And could restricting gas.
Up?
Yeah, this
sorry.
is my last question. So, so would you agree that discouraging additional capital gas investments would be one way to keep that rate from being as high as you show in this forecast?
I think there are a number of ways to mitigate future rate impacts. I would be cautious about discouraging capital investment, particularly given that the majority of our capital investment is focused on maintaining a safe and reliable gas system. And that's certainly not the type of investment I want to discourage.
I'm done. Thank you, Mr. Matley. Thank you, Commissioner Gilman.
No worries. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. All right. I don't believe Commission Council has any questions, so I'll turn to you, Commissioner Plant.
I have no questions.
No questions. All right. My turn then. Good afternoon, Mr. Matley. How's it going?
Doing okay. Thank you, Commissioner Gilman.
Good. Okay. Couple questions for you. First of all, on the discrete new business projects that you provided an analysis of in your supplemental direct testimony. The first question is just regarding an assumption and where it comes from, if you can help me with that. So on page 8 of your supplemental direct testimony, you reference an average growth rate of annual revenues over the life of the project at 1.4% annually, and kind of refer that came from the 15-year rate model, which was RAM 4. Now we have an RAM 5 that we can pull up on the screen if we want. I was just curious where in particular in that model I should be referencing to find that 1.4% annual increase. Did some calculations on a few revenue requirement lines, and none of them turned out to be that. So I was hoping you could help me find it.
Yeah, and in fact, I think we just saw it on the screen, so I'm happy to point it out if we want to bring it back up, or I can describe it as well. It's in that revenue requirement box on the output side, next to the base rate line item. So that's the compound annual growth rate from 2024 to 2038 of the base rate revenue requirement component of total customer, or the total revenue requirement, I should say.
I see them. Got it. Okay.
And
okay, so that's merely an average of all of the different growth rates from 2024 to 2028.
It's a it's the average annual growth rate of the base rate revenue requirement over that time period.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
And I
was
chose
trying
that
to-
number specifically because rates are forecasted to go up greater than that, but throughput's also forecasted to decline. So that would be a proxy of a sort for the average bill impact.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much. I was trying to find that exact one. Let's see. When you looked at the projects, for each of the projects that you analyzed, when you looked at their annual revenue requirement, did you include any incremental O&M associated with the projects?
I did not.
Is it reasonable that there may be some incremental O&M associated with new infrastructure?
It's reasonable that all other things being equal, expansion on the system might incur some incremental O&M.
Okay. And also looking at your general assumptions for what's included in the revenue requirements for those new business projects, did you include any incremental needs for upstream capacity? In other words, upstream capacity needs where you may be getting closer to triggering the projects, but have not gone over the line in terms of actually triggering those projects further upstream to occur. Is there any kind of incremental allocation of perhaps the cost of getting closer to needing other capacity projects upstream like that?
It's not an input that I have readily available, from the sense that the starting point of the analysis was the capital additions laid out in Mr. Gardner's testimony for each of these projects. So it was the cost that the company incurred to put these projects in service.
Okay, so it's just the costs incurred as part of this discrete effort, but if these additions of customers were getting us closer to triggering capacity constraints further upstream, that's not necessarily accounted for.
That's not imputed to the project itself. And we don't have a sort of, at least to my knowledge, a clear way to identify those costs or calculate those.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks. Now looking at the project revenues in terms of how you determine project revenue for those discrete new business projects we had you look at. It's my understanding that you used similar building stock and vintages to determine usage assumptions. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Are these, and you can separate them out for me or whatever, are these projects, we have the Coal Creek Canyon Pines and then the Canyons, Castle Pines, they're all C's, so it's a little confusing between the projects, but are these projects actually under construction right now? Like the actual homes?
So I'm more familiar, I would say, with the State of the Canyons project, but that is actually under construction with homes going in. That said, it's in a state of build out, right? And so one of the challenges in estimating the revenue is that we don't have yet the revenues from these specific new business projects themselves. And so the next best thing, in my opinion, is pulling similar vintage in terms of year of construction, as recent as possible within the last 4 years, similar vintage size, square footage. So for Canyons, we used 1,800 to 2,000 square foot new construction in the surrounding area. And then we filtered that through our billing system to identify those which we had 12 months worth of gas usage data. And that became our sample and became what we used to calculate the average throughput or the average annual gas consumption of those kind of comparable new builds. And that is what underpins the revenue assumptions.
Okay. And did the company kind of verify any information from actual applications for the project to ensure that it looked like they were requesting the same type of service, same capacity as any of the proxy projects?
We didn't go and compare the sort of new service request, I guess, from the current to the proxy projects. The challenge with the new service request is it's typically capacity based, and we need a throughput number to do annual revenues.
Okay. And so I was just looking, I identified from the City of Castle Pines website that they're on the 2021 International Building Code. And I was curious if you had any idea if the code for the similar building stock that you use was permitted under the same building code as the homes that are currently being built there are being permitted under.
I'm not specifically aware, although one of the reasons we limited the scope of the proxy homes to that region, that same county, and the similar vintage in order to try and normalize for those type of effects.
Okay, but to the extent that a new building code was adopted in mid-2023, that could provide a difference between what building code version this new project may be on versus others that you have a full year of data for by that point, correct?
It could, and I would point out, I do think our usage consumptions remain fairly conservative in this viewpoint. Canyons, for example, the numbers that you see in the attachments, 43 decatherms per year in usage, and so that's 430 therms. Our average residential customer usage is more in the ballpark of 700 to 750 therms per year.
Okay, and that's a result of essentially you filtering that geographic area for the same, the most recent, I guess, new construction.
And also the fact that most of Canyons are sort of duplex or townhome style. And so we filtered for that as well, because that obviously has its own associated energy usage profile.
Okay, that's helpful. And then the revenues that you attribute to each project, as you had said below, before, these are at different varying stages of build out. So the revenue projections assume full build out, right?
They do, and the kind of analysis is a little bit independent of time that way, in that it looks at investment starting year one and revenue starting in year one.
Okay, so you kind of, for the purpose of the calculation, assume full build out with in place day one. Everyone's using how much they'll eventually use and every unit is built.
Yes, as the modeling convention absent other information.
Okay, and then the revenues also would assume kind of 100% tenancy, right? Like with the commercial areas, you assuming 100% of that is filled all of the time year round?
It depends on how, I guess, used the proxy sample is, because this is based on actual throughput. So it would maintain the characteristics of the sample of homes that we use to generate the revenue assumptions. To the extent any of those were vacant for a period of time during the 12 months we looked at, then that would be carried forward into the analysis.
And for commercial, did you also use a proxy group or make some other determinations for the commercial occupancy?
For commercial, our starting point was EIA data translated to our climate. We did use the proxy step to determine an average square footage per small commercial, per commercial customer. And that is what led us to determine the 196 new commercial customers, because the available information we were starting with was there's 2.1 million square feet of commercial space in Canyons.
Okay, and then those usage assumptions essentially per unit or per square foot, if it's commercial, were held constant for the entire 30 or 40 years of the study. Is that right?
That's correct. We did not assume usage changes either upwards or downwards over time.
Okay, so no assumed potential for energy efficiency or beneficial electrification modifications within the 30 or 40 year time frame.
No, the model we didn't take a view of that through the model.
Okay. Let me see what else they got for you. Moving on, the Rampart Range project, which you pointed out, I think is different. It's an upstream capacity issue. And to my understanding that the data on that project shows there's approximately 3,900 customers at risk absent the capacity expansion. Is that fair?
That's fair. That was the starting point for the analysis.
Okay. And those are existing customers that are being served right now by the system. Is that correct?
That's my interpretation of that statement. The 3,900 customers are at risk. Yes.
Okay. And in this case, did the company use actual usage from 3,900 customers in that area, or you still used a proxy group even though you have actual customers?
We still used a proxy group because our understanding of the situation is there is growth and development in that area. And so we used a proxy group from the growth and development in that area. And that again is, the kind of 1,800 to 2,000 square foot home, a little bit of conservative view based on some of the large developments near the project area. And so that's the basis for the usage assumption and the revenue assumptions.
So was the requirement, as you understand, for the project to serve 3,900 existing homes or future growth?
It's difficult in a sense to pull that apart, I think, with capacity projects, because there is certainly a risk of 3,900 customers being unable to be served. However, there's also upstream or sort of different causes of that. And so the system is not static, in my understanding that it's hydraulically connected and interlinked. And so we used the kind of proxy group analysis approach to develop the revenue associated with ramparts based upon the new development in the area, in effect, helping to put those 3,900 customers at risk. Although I'm certainly not a gas planner, and so I suspect there's, much more to it and much more complexity in my understanding of the situation.
Okay. So if, as I understand, in the current situation, we have 3,900 customers at risk, absent any more growth. And then the potential that new customers are also coming online in that area. Is that fair?
I guess I would say I understand that we have 3,900 customers at risk, certainly without any potential future growth, but how they got there, I think, is dependent on past growth.
Okay. And then your revenue assumption for the support of this project was based on 3,900 customers?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not entirely clear if they're existing customers or not.
The revenue assumption is based on the usage from new customers.
Assuming
so that's how we determine the throughput assumption. Whether or not you want to think of the 3,900 customers as new or existing, I guess it's most fair to think of them as existing customers. We just had to get their usage data somehow, and we used the proxy group approach.
They're existing customers, is it really incremental revenue?
It's a fair question. I think
It's not supposed to be a trick question.
no, it's a fair question. I mean, they are existing customers that, to the extent that they are at risk, right? They are, it is a required investment, that we need to make to maintain their service. So, I certainly would never want to endeavor a situation where those 3,900 customers do not have service. And so, we did attempt to calculate the revenue associated with this capacity project, right, in comparison to the revenue requirement. But it's a fair question on whether or not to look at it as incremental. It's less clear cut, in my view, with capacity projects than with new business.
Are you familiar, knowing you might not work on this side of the business, but are you familiar when the capacity constraint in the Rampart Range area was originally identified?
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. I think part of what I struggle with in looking at these capacity expansion projects to understand, are they incremental revenue? Are they not? It's like, when did we identify the need? And how did we add 3,900 customers that we apparently don't have the capacity for? That's what I struggle to figure out as part of this.
Yeah, I fortunately don't have a great answer for you on that question. It might be something Mr. Martz might be more helpful with.
Okay. If the company adds throughput, does it make sense to you that that could or would increase the company's cost of compliance with clean heat statutes? The clean heat statute, there's only one.
If as my understanding, the clean heat requirement is a percentage reduction in
Greenhouse
emissions.
gases.
Yeah. To the extent that throughput was added, I could see mathematically how that might make the same percentage reduction more challenging to be met.
And is there any assumption for any kind of increased compliance cost for clean heat
In the
new business?
new business, no,
throughput?
there's no incremental assumption on the compliance costs.
Okay. Got a couple questions for you on the 15-year rate model that you submitted. And first of all, thank you for your efforts to give us a non-confidential version. I think for transparency purposes, that's very helpful, as well as for our discussion today. So thank you for your efforts and short time in putting that together.
And I appreciate the idea on how to get around our gas price forecast confidentiality.
Excellent. Well, appreciate it. Okay. So, maybe first of all, you show within the rate forecast transport sales, but do not, most of your work is around your retail customers. Now, for the purpose of transport sales, those are essentially kept constant throughout the model. From what I saw, is that accurate?
That's accurate. We didn't take a view on the forecasted changes in transport sales in the model.
Now, as we see, and I don't think there's a summary on the expected rate changes for transport customers either to that end. So, is the scenario that's being laid out in the 15-year rate projections one that would also lead to increased rates for transport customers?
I think that the rates for transport customers as laid out would increase at a much more moderate pace. And I think one way to think about that, you see a difference in the residential rate increase as compared to the total average rate increase. I think it's the throughput of transport customers being kept constant that has a bit of a moderating impact on the total average rate increase as compared to the residential rate increase.
Okay. But do you think if the transport customers do face rate increases moving forward, that could have some influence on the sales to transport customers?
I think that it's almost certain that the actual transport customer throughput will look very different than what's put in the forecast. And so they could respond to price increases by reducing their consumption, whether that's through efficiency or fuel switching or any other method. And there could also be continued economic development that continues to increase throughput from transport customers going forward. We just chose not to take a position on the forecast for those customers in the model.
Okay, understood. Were the outcomes to your, and I know you're not the sales forecast witness here, but to your understanding, were the outcomes of the clean heat proceeding incorporated throughout your rate model, including in sales and anywhere else?
They were. So what I can tell you is the forecast that we used, the sales forecast that we used in the model was informed by the amended preferred portfolio as we put forward in the clean heat proceeding. the sales, the ultimate decision on the final clean heat proceeding came after, the sales forecast was generated for this model, but it is informed by what we put forward as the amended preferred portfolio.
Okay, so perhaps directionally accurate, but based on a prior version within that proceeding. Is that fair?
Yeah, not the final answer, but I think it incorporates clean heat impacts, certainly.
Okay. Let me see. So it looks like you might have gone over this number with Mrs. Singer-Nelson, but a drop in expected sales from 2024 through 2038 of about 40%. Does that sound right?
That sounds right.
Okay. And as I look through the calculation, we can pull it up if that's helpful for you. It's RAM5, the new one, on the gas sales tab, which I think is the second tab. So as we look at the gas sales forecast, it looks like we do have year-over-year reductions. Thank you. There's percents that run across the top that kind of give us the year-over-year changes. And those start off as relatively slow reductions, increase in pace, but then kind of moderate back down a little in their pace. And I want to understand in terms of like customer demand for the product, do you expect those to slow given some of the rate projections in those out years? We're seeing a slowing of the decrease in sales. And is that a reasonable assumption given that the pricing is expected to increase significantly?
I guess, are you asking that based on the price forecast in the model, do we expect those reductions
Customers to behave differently?
Accelerate from what's presented here?
Yeah.
I guess that's a difficult hypothetical to answer from the standpoint that all other things being equal, I would say there would be some sort of at least price elasticity response from customers on increasing rates. That said, I think, and I mentioned this with Ms. Singer-Nelson, certainly this model is not a prediction of the future and of the next 14, 50 years absent other policy interventions or commission decisions, including topics like rate design to kind of address impacts of clean heat driven throughput changes as we move forward in time.
Okay. And can we go to the capital tab? It's the very next tab there. So on this tab, this shows best guess at expected upcoming capital expenditures by basically the broad GIP categories. Is that a fair representation?
Yeah, that's fair. And the same categories presented in Mr. Gardner's direct testimony.
Okay. They were also presented in an exhibit and attachment within the clean heat proceeding. So I did, first of all, want to thank you for keeping the presentation relatively similar for comparison purposes. Acknowledge that was helpful. As I look back, it was a confidential exhibit in a prior proceeding. I will point out to you that these numbers are directionally lower in every year than what I saw there by a significant margin for some of them. And so I was curious if there are any specific circumstances upon which that is based. Is that the position of the company that they anticipate the future capital expenditures to be lower than what was being projected earlier in 2023?
Unfortunately, I don't know if I'm going to have a good answer for you on that one because I'm not familiar with the capital forecast that went into the clean heat model. I can tell you that this capital forecast you're seeing here is from the October 2023 time period, which is the same forecast in our direct case. But I don't know that I can comment on its directional change since clean heat, nor if that's indicative of future plans.
Okay. In your conversation with Chair Blank, look, he's gone such a short time. We've already, your conversation with the chairman, he had discussed a little bit some of the conversations around new business and there being, at least from the company's perspective, I think some expenses that may remain despite policy changes to remove incentives for new customers to join. I just wanted to kind of wrap it up with coming back to that discussion. I know we don't know exactly, but do you all expect that actually capacity expansion new business will continue with costs given the company's current interpretation of that? Or do you think this is the most accurate that we know?
So I don't know that, I wouldn't say this model is the most accurate that we know, or maybe that we could know. I think a few things I can kind of highlight as we've, through the course of the proceeding. One is which I think Mr. Berman mentioned that all of meters expenses are accounted for in the new business category. So I think that's an example of, separate from any of the line extension changes, that's a category that includes meters for new customers as well as meters for existing customers. So that's one element of new business that might not go to zero. And I think in Mr. Berman's rebuttal testimony, he also mentioned our desire to continue to study this issue and bring forward in the next phase 2 case a more detailed analysis of changes we expect to see in new business and that maybe we're starting to see from these line extension policy changes.
Okay. One other question for you. Within the clean heat proceeding and the rate projections that were prepared within that proceeding, the company put forth essentially a formulaic approach to O&M to look at different assumptions could be tested about the extent to which O&M is influenced by drops in I'm trying to recall if it was throughput or capacity, honestly, at the moment. But anyway, a formulaic approach which could moderate down O&M based on different forecasts. That approach wasn't followed here, and I was just curious if you think this is a more accurate representation or if a formulaic approach might still be more accurate.
This might be a more conservative presentation than what you're describing in clean heat. The way I interpret that formulaic approach is there is an element of, as clean heat rolls out, and if electrification of gas customers as it continues through clean heat, to the extent that electrification is geographically coordinated and leads to a smaller in size gas system, that would have an impact on, I think, both capital expenditures and O&M associated with maintaining the gas system. That is probably likely an important assumption for clean heat and understanding the relative impact of those different scenarios. That's an assumption that, if added to this rate model, might help moderate the rate increases some, which is why I guess I say it's maybe a conservative viewpoint in that, from that regard.
Okay, thank you. And thanks again for getting us a public version of this. Really appreciate it. And I'll turn it back to you, Ms. Marchenko, for redirect.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Matley, Commissioner Gilman had several questions for you just recently regarding the Rampart Range project and the assumptions used. Do you recall that conversation?
I do.
Would it be fair to state that the need for the project and associated risk to customers is a topic better addressed by company witness Gardner?
Yes, I would agree with that.
The model itself, relative to the Rampart Range project, does not take into account the risk or cost to customers of not having gas in the winter. Is that your assumption?
I can state that, yes, the model does not include any costs or risks associated with the loss of gas service.
Would it be reasonable to assume that if customers require more gas, there would be more capacity required?
All other things equal, if customers would require more gas than the capacity we have to serve, we would need more capacity.
Mr. Matley, did you obtain your 3,900 equivalent customer number from Mr. Gardner's testimony?
I did.
Well, I can pull it up if necessary. Does it help to clarify things that Mr. Gardner stated at page 95 of his direct testimony, hearing exhibit 105, at lines 12 through 14, that, quote, in short, without capacity expansion, approximately 3,900 equivalent customers in the project area were at risk of experiencing outages, including customers within the new developments.
That does help clarify.
We weren't talking solely about existing customers. Is that a fair assumption based on what I just read to you?
Based on Mr. Gardner's statements, yes, it sounds like a mix of existing and new customers.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Matley, thank you so much, and you're free to go, sir. Next up, we have Ms. Bulkley.
Yes, Commissioner Gilman, we're going to switch counsel now. I'm going to defer to my co-counsel, Ms. Brahma, and I believe she has a preliminary matter to address as well relative to the capital expenditures that Chair Blank mentioned before we put Ms. Bulkley on the stand.
Sure, thank you. Hi, Ms. Brahma.
Would help if I unmuted myself. Good afternoon, commissioners. Very nice to see you. We wanted to follow up as we had discussed this morning about the commission's request for gas capital expenditure data for the period from 2017 through 2023. We have, in a short period of time, done our very best to put together hearing exhibit 169, which is in our box.com folder. This data shows capital expenditures, so not additions, but spend year over year, 2017 through 2023, in both nominal dollars and in comparison to inflation, just for the commission's information. So we can bring that up, and just wanted to let you know that it is there. We assume the commissioners would want this admitted as an exhibit, and on that basis would move for its admission.
Excellent. And are we admitting that executable?
It is it is a spreadsheet. It's the math is fairly simple in terms of it's just, data, and then of course multipliers for the inflation information, but it isn't an executable document.
Excellent. Any objections? All right, it will be admitted. Thank you for that.
Thank you. And I think that was all. We're ready for Ms. Bulkley at this point.
All right, great. Go ahead and call Ms. Bulkley, please.
Give her a moment to join us on screen. All right. Good afternoon, Ms. Bulkley. Would you please state, I think you need to be sworn in first, so I'll defer to Commissioner Gilman for that.
I'll do it. Good afternoon, Ms. Bulkley. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And is anyone communicating with you in any way during your testimony?
No.
If that changes, will you please stop and let me know?
Of course.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Brahma.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bulkley. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's Ann Bulkley. It's ANN. B as in boy, ULKLEY.
And for who do you work, and what is your title?
The Brattle Group as a principal.
Okay. And did you cause to be prepared and submitted into this record hearing exhibits 102 and 125 as your direct and rebuttal testimony, including attachments?
Yes.
Do you have any additional corrections to your testimony at this time?
I don't.
All right. With that, Ms. Bulkley is available for cross-examination.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Brahma. First up, I have the staff of the Colorado PUC, Mr. Cox.
Thanks, Commissioner
For
Gilman.
30 minutes.
Correct. Good afternoon, Ms. Bulkley. That's very nice to meet you. My name is Justin Cox. I'm an Assistant Attorney General representing trial staff.
Good afternoon.
Just kind of wanted to start with some background. And you just said you were with the Brattle Group. You were hired as a consultant by Public Service to provide expert testimony regarding cost of capital in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And I'm new here, but I think you've testified in Public Service's last 4 rate cases. Is that correct?
Potentially 4. Several cases I have testified in. That's true.
And according to your resume, you've provided expert testimony on cost of capital in nearly 100 regulatory proceedings.
That's correct.
And each of those were on behalf of utilities, correct?
That's correct.
Now, turning to this case in particular and focusing on ROE, after initially proposing a ROE of 10.25% in its direct testimony, the company is now proposing a 10.10% ROE. Is that right?
That's correct.
However, it's your position that a reasonable ROE range is 10.25% to 11.25%, correct?
That's correct. That's supported by the exhibits that I filed in both my direct and rebuttal testimony.
And actually, in your direct testimony, you stated that it would be appropriate to set the ROE above the midpoint of this range, which would be 10.75%. Is that right?
I'd have to, if you could point me to that spot in the testimony. I do recall setting the range, the specific point estimate you'd have to point me to, but
Sure. It's hearing exhibit 102, page 94, lines 7 through 12. Yeah, we can bring it up if you need to just double check that and confirm.
I believe that sets the range of 10.25 to 11.25. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, and you see where it talks about it would be appropriate to set the ROE above the midpoint of that range.
Yes, I see that on line 12. That's correct.
Thank you. And you can take that down, that exhibit down. Thank you. Given your positions, is it your opinion that a 10.10 ROE recommendation by the company is unreasonable?
No, I mean the company has made its adjustments to its ROE, not necessarily based on market factors, but based on other elements in the case. I believe Mr. Berman spoke to those reasons in his testimony. Obviously, the ROE has a range. If you look at the schedule just following the page we were referring to in my testimony at page 95, there is a range of results presented given my analytical results. And the company's 10.10% falls within that range. And also, if you were to look at hearing exhibit 125 at exhibit or attachment, excuse me, AB 13, pages 1 and 2, you would find that the company's 10.10 falls within the range of modeling results there as well.
So it's fair to say that the reasonableness ROE range for the company extends below 10.25%.
The model results do. My expectation was something within the range I established, considering kind of the median results of the DCF analyses at the time of the filing of my testimony. I felt like that was a reasonable low end range. So that there certainly are other model results within my analyses that demonstrate 10.1 would also be reasonable.
Okay. And moving on to market conditions, and you talk quite a bit about market conditions in your testimony. Specifically in your rebuttal testimony, you criticize staff's ROE recommendation for being the exact same as staff's recommendation in the company's last gas rate proceeding, despite changes in the market conditions, including increases in interest rates. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. I mean, if you look at page 14 of hearing exhibit 125, you can see the changes in market conditions since the time of the company's last case. And looking at that, interest rates were lower then. So yes, I think a lower ROE directionally is incorrect.
Now, your criticism about staff offering the same recommendation. And in the last gas rate case, you concluded the reasonable ROE range was 10.25% to 11.25%. Is that accurate?
If you wouldn't mind showing that to me, I don't recall, actually.
Sure. If we could bring up, this is in staff's box, hearing exhibit 425. You'll see that this is your rebuttal testimony in the last gas rate case, proceeding number 24AL-0049G. You could go to page 30, lines 7 through 9. And were you able to confirm that range of 10.25 to 11.25?
Yes, I can confirm that range. The differences in the two testimonies, of course, are changes in the market.
And that I just asked if you could confirm that range.
Yes, I can confirm.
And as we discussed, you recommend the same range in this case. Is that correct?
I do, again, noting that at the time of my testimony in the last rate proceeding, I identified in that testimony concerns with one of the model results, in particular the DCF, given that the dividend yields for that model were artificially low. At that time, I had indicated the expectation that they would rise over time, which they did. And so the difference between these two cases, of course, is that the model conditions or the market conditions did respond the way I had expected. And therefore, the fact that the range is the same, I think, is not really the important factor, but that I had had the expectation, as noted in my direct testimony in that case and in my rebuttal testimony, that we would expect those market conditions to change, and had taken that into consideration in the development of my range.
But again, you criticize staff's recommendation because it's the same, yet your recommendation is the same as well from the last gas rate case.
Again, with the caveats that we just described, that part of my testimony in the last case was that I had concerns about the effects of market conditions on the DCF model, and that the DCF model results had understated the cost of equity. And I had taken that into consideration in my analysis and had recommended a range, expecting that those model results would change. If you were to look at the model results associated,
Ms. Bulkley, I asked a simple yes or no question.
Well, it's actually not a yes or no.
Do you have the same recommendation or not?
The numerical range would be the same, but the basis for it obviously differs considerably, as I just described.
And per your direct testimony, is it fair to say that you believe that the expected underperformance of utility stocks compared to the market supports a higher cost of equity than previously approved?
At the time of my direct testimony, which included data through the end of November, yes, that's true. I believe at the time of my rebuttal testimony, I would say no, that was not a consideration, that the market had responded to that. So in the end of November and the beginning of December of last year, at the time that this case started, the market conditions were such that interest rates had been volatile and had changed pretty dramatically, and so had the yields on utility stocks. They then reversed in January and continued along a similar path that I discussed in my testimony in the last case. And so from my direct testimony to my rebuttal testimony, I would say that that is not the case, that I had concerns about the models.
Yeah, you had concerns about the market conditions. Those concerns you no longer have, is that?
About the effects
saying?
of the market conditions on the model results.
Okay. I think I understand.
Right. So over time, as the market conditions evolved, and as that's what I was trying to describe to you from my direct testimony in the last case, that at that time.
And to be clear, sorry to interrupt you, but to be clear, I'm just talking about your direct testimony in this case.
Sure. It's just sort of a continuum, right? So from that time period through the direct testimony in this case, the market conditions did indicate some concerns about where the DCF results were using the assumptions in the DCF, the dividend yield in particular. At the filing of my rebuttal testimony, I would say that that was not the case.
But would you agree that market conditions have improved since then?
I think you need to define what improvement means.
Well, I think we just talked about underperformance of utility stocks compared to the market, but the utility sector stocks have performed better than anticipated compared to last fall.
Well, I guess that depends on what time period you're referring to. So at the time of my analyses, utility stocks had continued to be have a lower overall return relative to the S&P 500. So had underperformed the S&P 500 through June of this year, which was my rebuttal testimony. But they had responded to what I expected in interest rates. So that's what I would say is the difference between my direct testimony and my rebuttal testimony, that I had an expectation that as interest rates changed, the investors would rotate out of the utility sector and into treasuries. I had that expectation in my testimony in the last case and in the beginning of this case, and that actually occurred over the course of this case.
But you're not familiar with how stocks are performing as of today compared to the market?
I don't have today's information for you now.
In considering the market conditions since the last gas rate case, is it your opinion that the ROE authorized by the commission in that case is not relevant in this case?
I think the ROE that gets established in each case should be established based on the data in the case. So at that time, the commission established a range of returns. And as I noted in my rebuttal testimony, I've identified on figure AEB-R2 how that range compared to interest rates at that time, and then where we are today with respect to interest rates. So as shown in that table, since the filing of my direct testimony in that case, the 30-year Treasury bond yield is up 264 basis points. And since the rebuttal testimony, it's up 132 basis points. Authorized ROEs are also higher. And so those are factors I think that the commission should be considering in this case when they make their determination about the ROE today. I don't necessarily believe that it is important for the commission to consider their last ROE as much as they should be considering where the market conditions are today and what the investor required return is today.
I don't think I heard an answer to my question. Is it your opinion that the ROE authorized by the commission in the last gas rate case is not relevant to this case?
I don't think it's irrelevant, but I think it's important to take into consideration many other factors. So I think it's important to note that at that time, interest rates, when that ROE was set, interest rates were quite a bit lower. And so directionally speaking, I would expect, so that is taking into consideration where the commission's ROE was at that time. But it's saying
if we
market conditions have changed, you would expect the number to be higher today.
If we could pull up hearing exhibit 426, please. And Ms. Bulkley, are you familiar with this document?
Yeah, if someone can make it just a touch larger, that would be great, or I can just look in my list here. 417.
Yes, this is a discovery request from UCA. If you could scroll down.
Yes, I'm familiar with this.
And if you could scroll down, were you the sponsor of the response to this
Yes, I
discovery
am.
request? Okay. And just for sake of paraphrasing, they're asking you about the reasonableness of the commission's last ROE approval. And then if you could read, you don't have to read it out loud, you can read it to yourself. Your second paragraph there in your response.
Yes, I see that. The question, however, is
Is
different than
it-
the question you asked. Right.
Is it your words that the historical return authorized by the commission for the company's natural gas rate proceeding is not relevant to this proceeding?
No, it says in the determination of the ROE in this proceeding, right? Not relevant to this proceeding, in the determination of the ROE. And as I said at the beginning of this line of discussion, I think the most important.
Ms. Bulkley,
factor
all I
here-
asked were those your words, and
These are
that's
clearly
all
my
you need to
words.
answer.
Yes. The full sentence is clearly my words.
Thank you. Now we can take that down. Or excuse me, let's I didn't move to admit it. I'll go ahead and move to admit it, Commissioner.
Ms. Brahma?
No objection.
All right, so admitted.
Thank you. If we could talk a little bit about regulatory risk. This is again, you talk about regulatory risk and business risk quite a bit. In your direct testimony, you noted that you said that public service has a somewhat higher regulatory risk than the proxy group, which has been demonstrated through the inability of public service to earn its authorized ROE or its gas distribution business. The under-earning, yes, that's in your direct testimony hearing exhibit 102, page 78, lines 19 through 23. The under-earning of authorized ROE is not something that's unique to public service, is it?
There are circumstances where other utilities under-earn. Not sure.
And would you agree that?
So there are circumstances where other utilities do not earn their authorized ROE. That is true.
Well, you would agree that the average annual earned ROE for natural gas utilities nationwide has generally been below the average annual authorized ROE for the last decade or so.
I don't have that data available to me. Do you have that?
You're not familiar with annual earned ROE and authorized ROE across the country?
I don't have the average to make that comparison across the whole country. Do you have that information available?
Yeah, if we could pull up hearing exhibit 427. I'll represent to you, this is an article that's taken from S&P Global. It's put together by Regulatory Research Associates. And you are familiar with those entities, is that correct?
Yes, I am. I'm sorry to ask, but could someone just make it a little bit larger? If you're going to actually read words out of it, I cannot see that. Thank you.
And then we'll go to page 2. And just before we get there, you've cited Regulatory Research Associates in your testimony, is that correct?
Yes, they do produce a tremendous amount of reports, however, so I cannot claim that I have read each one.
Sure, but they're relied upon by investors and financial experts.
Yes.
And you don't have any reason to question the authenticity of this document?
I don't question the authenticity of the document, no. There's no header on it, but you've represented what it is, so.
On page 2, it looks like this is the electric. If you go down, scroll down a little bit, there's another graph that shows the gas utility operating company's annual earned versus authorized ROEs 2009 through 2023.
Yep, I
That
see that.
pink line is average annual ROE, earned ROE, or excuse me. The pink line is the average annual authorized ROE, and the purple line is the average annual earned ROE. Do you see that?
I do see that. The pink sentence is also says the average is 9.6. Is that true? Is that what is that what you're looking at?
No, I'm looking
Highlight?
I asked about the experience of nationwide over the last decade or so of average authorized ROE compared to earned ROE.
Yes, I see that.
And you see that's lower. Okay.
I do see that. Yes.
Commissioner Gilman, I would move to admit this document. Hearing exhibit 425 or 427, excuse me.
Ms. Broma?
This is not a document that Ms. Bulkley, could authenticate in full. It looks like there are 3 pages. We've seen about a page and a half. So I think if we could preserve our objection at this time and have a chance to take a look at the complete document, then we can circle back to whether we actually have an objection to its admission or not.
Okay, will you be able to do that later this afternoon?
I'd be happy to do that on our next break. I don't think it will take more than a couple minutes. I just don't want to hold up the proceedings now.
No worries. And I was actually anticipating we'll probably do a short break after Mr. Cox's questioning. Just given the timing of the other break, we'll do something fairly short just to help prepare you. So, okay, if that works for you, Mr. Cox, we will maybe come back to its admission once Ms. Broma has a chance to take a look.
If we could have the document emailed to us or otherwise uploaded to the public box so that we can see the complete document, that would be helpful.
Sure. Yeah, we can email it to you.
Thank you.
Excellent. I'll check in with you after the next break. If that wasn't enough time, I'll check in with you after the break after that.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Cox.
Sure. And we can take this down, this exhibit. Thank you. Ms. Bulkley, would you agree that one of the drivers of the inability to earn the authorized ROE is regulatory lag?
Can be. Yes.
Yet in this case, the company is proposing mechanisms that create greater regulatory lag, including the usage of a historical test year and deferral of increased rates. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you ask that question again?
Yes. In this case, the company is proposing mechanisms that would create greater regulatory lag, including usage of a historical test year and deferral of increased rates. Do you agree with that?
I believe not sure those characterizations are exactly correct, but they are using.
You don't agree that historical test years result in regulatory lag?
No, the deferral mechanisms that you're referring to, I would have to take a look at what you're referring to specifically. Yes, I agree that historical test years create regulatory lag.
And when I say deferral, I mean increased rates going into effect later than they could, later than upon approval.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand your specific. If you could point to the specific mechanism that the company is referring to, that would be helpful. The characterizations I'm having difficulty with.
Are you familiar that the company is requesting that increased rates go into effect later following the end of the PSIA?
Generally,
And would you say that creates regulatory lag?
there can be lag. I haven't looked at the modeling on that for the company, so I'm not entirely sure how this is modeled. So
Okay, we can
that
move
would
on.
probably be a better question for somebody who's actually done the modeling on it, but
Sure. And since we're going short on time a little bit, we'll move to your proxy groups. So to estimate ROE, you developed two groups, one in which you've labeled the natural gas utility group and another you generally refer to as the combination utility group. Is that correct?
yes,
Are these companies, the companies in these groups, are they parent companies or operating subsidiaries?
they are publicly traded companies.
They're publicly traded, but are they operating companies similar to public service or more similar to Excel?
Well, they would be publicly traded entities like Excel. They would have to be in order to use the data to model them.
And they have operating subsidiaries similar to public service?
Yes, that's correct.
In screening for the proxy groups, you did not screen for business and regulatory risk. Is that correct?
And that's very challenging to try to screen the proxy group for the business risks. So the way the traditional approach is done is to screen the proxy group based on criteria much the same as what I have done and other witnesses in this case, looking at percentages of operating income related to the business operations. That are consistent with the subject company, and then to look at the business risks separately at the operating company level.
Sure. And Ms. Bulkley, I'm trying to get this through. We only have 30 minutes and we've been going for a really long time in this case. So I'm asking a lot of yes or no questions. So if we could try to keep it to yes or no, I'd really appreciate it. And you did not screen for capital structure either, did you?
No, I evaluated capital structure, but I did not screen for it.
And then according to your direct testimony, this is on page 41, lines 17 through 18, you included the proxy group of combination utilities, quote, as a check on the reasonableness of the results of the primary proxy group.
Yes, that's correct.
Would you agree that the inclusion of the same company from the natural gas group in the combination group will tend to make the natural gas group appear more reasonable?
No.
No, they wouldn't make it have similar results if you had the same companies in two groups.
It would depend on specifically on the results of that one individual company. I don't think you can say that. This is not a yes or no question, by the way, because it would certainly depend on the results of that particular company. However, the groups were screened based on the operating characteristics of the parent companies, not based on their model results.
But you've included NiSource in both your proxy group, is that correct?
Yes.
So your combination group that is supposed to be a check on the reasonableness of the results of the primary group, which is the natural gas group. It includes a group that's in the primary group.
Well, the company itself has business operations that are both gas and combination utility group. I'm not sure I understand the question. If you were to screen
the question is you're using, is it a check? So you're comparing the results for comparison purposes, but you're using the same an individual company in both groups, which would you agree will tend to make the results of the combination group look more like the results of the natural gas group?
And I would say no, not necessarily. I mean, 8 companies in the combination utility proxy group. And there are 5 companies in the natural gas utility proxy group. The inclusion of one company does not necessarily make the groups the results more similar.
Let's move on to particularly your CAP-M and ECAP-M. CAP-M is capital asset pricing model, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And ECAP-M is empirical capital asset pricing model.
That's correct.
In your direct testimony, you suggest that CAP-M and ECAP-M are better ROE models for the use in this proceeding because they better reflect expected market conditions. Is that accurate?
In my direct testimony, yes, I did say that based on where we were and interest rate environment. Yes, that's correct.
Would your testimony be different now?
As I said in the beginning of our discussion, over the course of the preparation of my testimony from direct to rebuttal, and the longer dialogue that I've had with this commission, I had concerns with the DCF model and the dividend yields in the DCF model not reflecting the market conditions correctly. Over time, I believe that circumstance had resolved itself by the time I prepared my testimony for my rebuttal testimony. So I would say that they were equal to consider in my rebuttal testimony, but I had raised some concerns in prior cases and in my direct testimony in this case.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you. And just focusing specifically on the betas, is it fair to say that there are dozens of sources for beta estimates?
I don't know that there are dozens, but there are several sources. There are some that are more widely used, but there are several sources.
And those betas often vary between sources, beta estimates, excuse me, often vary between sources due to differences in historical period for the return data, frequency of returns, and market index relied upon.
Those are some of the reasons that they vary. Others would be some are adjusted, some are not adjusted. There are a lot of reasons why you might have variation in betas. I think in my rebuttal testimony, I discussed some concerns about the staff's calculation of their own betas rather than using the industry standard, value line that had been used by staff in prior cases. Yes.
Then in general, you would agree that there is no one correct or definitive beta estimate.
There are beta estimates that might be more significant when you do the calculation. So as I noted in my testimony, there are concerns about using a beta that is calculated on a daily or a weekly basis because of the liquidity associated with the stock relative to the S&P 500, that you may not actually get an accurate result. If you have a liquidity issue, you actually have to have trading data in order to be able to run that calculation. And so if a stock does not trade, is not as liquid as the index that you are measuring against, your beta will be inaccurate relative to a time period that would take into consideration similar liquidity.
And just to be clear, we're not talking about staff's beta estimates or anything right now. We're just talking about the general sources that would be generally relied upon. So you would agree that it's fair to look at multiple sources for beta estimates.
I think it's fair to look at multiple sources of beta estimates that are calculated with some rigor that do not fall subject to the concerns I just raised. Typically, we've used Value Line and Bloomberg betas because they would be what investors would use. And of course, what we're trying to do here is understand what the investor required return is. So we would use betas that you would expect investors to use. I would expect most institutional investors to have multiple Bloomberg terminals. Therefore, Bloomberg would be a very good choice. Value Line is a publication that has been circulated for more than multiple decades and is relied on by the investment community and is available very publicly, another very good source for betas. It is less likely that a typical investor would calculate their own betas.
Less likely, but it does happen, and other sources are relied upon as well, correct?
I believe that those two sources are more often relied upon, and I think it's much less likely that anyone would be calculating their own. And you could expect that the broad array of investors that we're seeking to measure here would be calculating their own betas.
Mr. Cox, just a quick time check for you.
Yeah. If I could have 10 or 15 more minutes, I will note that on Mr. Johnson, I think I only used 20 of my 30 minutes. And certainly this is answers are being provided or not always directly answering the question.
Okay, I got you at 5 more already. So 10 more will be our hard stop for you. 250.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. And Ms. Bulkley, looking at the value line in Bloomberg beta estimates, those are adjusted. Those value line in Bloomberg adjust their betas upwards based on the assumption that the betas tend toward one over time. Is that correct?
That's correct. They perform the Bloom adjustment.
So this would suggest that utility stocks should be become more volatile and riskier over time.
No, it's the tendency to revert towards one, which is discussed at great length. This is not a yes or no question either, sir, just to be clear. So this is discussed at great length in my rebuttal testimony. And
would you say that the stocks with their consider the beta estimates that are less than one, those are generally considered less risky compared to the overall market, or less volatile?
That is correct. I'm not sure that that's necessarily relates to the adjustment that Value Line and Bloomberg make, but that is true.
Well, adjusting it up towards one would suggest that it would tend to become more volatile or risky over time. Is that correct?
No, this again, this is not a yes or no question. It involves going back into the research that's been done on beta. So we can do that if you'd like, but it's not a yes or no question.
And in your rebuttal testimony, you take issue with staff and you say it's concerned about your choice of beta estimates. Specifically, you state that staff has relied upon these same data sources in previous proceedings. Is that correct?
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, staff has historically relied on, and as you mentioned earlier, I've testified before this commission several times, and in each of those cases, staff has relied on value line betas.
Are you aware if they've ever used those beta estimates for the purpose of estimating betas under CAPM analysis in previous proceedings?
Can you ask that question again?
Yes. Are you aware if they've used those beta estimates for purposes of a CAPM analysis?
Yes, the value line betas have been used for CAPM analyses, yes.
We could, I'm trying to see where we can go with this. A little bit of time. In your analysis, would you agree that the company's capital structure has an effect on the beta estimate?
I would agree that you could lever and unlever beta based on the capitalization.
And the Bloomberg and Value Line are levered betas, right?
That is true.
And levered means that they take into account capital structure.
That's correct.
And you did not unlever the betas to account for disparities in capital structure between the proxy companies and public service. Is that correct?
I believe we addressed that in rebuttal. Let me just see if I can find that.
And if you aren't aware, you can.
No, I do believe we did,
Aware.
we addressed the Hamada corrections in rebuttal. I just need to locate that. So that would be the levering and unlevering of beta. The other option is we could look for that and I could read it back in. That's helpful.
But it was just a simple yes or no answer again.
But I need to actually find it, so it's not a yes or no because I'm checking. So I would like to locate it, but I know we're running short on time, so I was offering a solution.
Well, I can move on, and if you can find it later, you can tell us. But so without the levering, unlevering, and relevering, and assuming that it didn't happen, then in effect, you are assuming that PSCo's capital structure will be the same as the proxy group's company's capital structures. Is that fair to say?
Generally assuming that, yes.
But according to your rebuttal testimony, it's also inappropriate to compare the capital structure of those of parent companies to in a proxy group. Is that correct, rather than operating subsidiaries?
So again, I think we've done that analysis in rebuttal as well, where we've relied on the capital structure of the, if you look at exhibit 125, attachment AEB 28, there we demonstrate the capital structures of the proxy group using a correct market value capital structure. So my concern about the methodology that was used by Mr. Fernandez in particular in this case was that he did not use a market value capital structure. And if you're going to look at the proxy group capital structures, you need to use the market value of the capital structure for the proxy group. So my correction, which is shown on AEB 28, would adjust for that.
Do you want me to pull that exhibit up, Mr. Cox?
No, that's okay. We can move on. We're running out of time. Then just quickly with regard to DCF models, I think you did the same thing in the last gas rate case, but in assessing the results from the DCF models, you stated in your direct testimony that you place more weight on the mean to mean high results. Is that correct?
I don't, you'd have to show that to me in my direct testimony. I mean, basically, if you look at the results of my models, they are shown on.
It's in hearing exhibit 102, page 48, lines 15 through 17.
That's correct. In my direct testimony. Yes, that's true.
And that's different in your rebuttal testimony. Is that the suggestion?
Yes, this goes back to the conversation that we have had a couple of times now with concerns about the DCF results over time, expecting that market conditions would adjust and that the DCF models needed to adjust to reflect market conditions. So again, when you're looking at the DCF models.
So even though the DCF models in your rebuttal testimony showed lower results, you're stating that you took those into account?
Yes, I did take them into account.
But that didn't change your recommendation.
the DCF results in my rebuttal testimony certainly do still support the range that I've discussed. Not sure I understand your question.
But you're saying you're suggesting that you no longer placed more weight on mean to mean high results?
Well, what I'm saying is that I've taken into consideration my model results, generally speaking, the concerns related to the DCF model, as I mentioned earlier. The dividend yields in the DCF model adjusted over time. And so as the dividend yields adjusted over time to reflect market conditions, there was less concern associated with the DCF models.
If we could just bring up hearing exhibit 125. I believe it's page 24.
You finding your way to your last question or two?
Yeah,
Mr.
this is the last question. I'm just
Thank
confirming.
you.
So these are the results of your updated analyses for your rebuttal testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And under the constant growth DCFS, multi-stage growth, they have numerous, especially the first column has numerous results that are well under 10.25.
Yes, those model results
And
consideration the lowest growth rate for every company in the group, whereas the averages take into consideration the average growth rate for all of the proxy companies. And if you're looking at the median results there, they certainly support over the course of time the 10.25.
the median average, is that what you're suggesting?
Yes. If you look at for example, if you look at the 180-day median result of the multi-stage model, you've got 1036. The range is from 1001 to 1036 on those models.
So it's fair to say that you believe we should discount everything in that first column.
Those are the first column is showing the absolute lowest growth rates of any analyst that has reported for every single company in the group. That would be the lowest possible value. So if you're looking at the constant growth DCF median results, the lowest possible answer, assuming the growth rate for all of the analysts, the lowest possible growth rate reported for all of the analysts, you would come up with numbers that are in the 9.7 range. If you looked at the multi-stage model, they would be in the 9.6 to 9.92 range for the lowest possible growth rates for every single company. If you look across, then you have the averages and then you have the highest growth rates. That's how you would interpret that chart.
Thank you. No more questions. Thank you, Ms. Bulkley. Turn it over to you, Mr. Gillen.
I appreciate it. Ms. Weisenthal had a quick question for you. I was considering going on a short break to give you a rest until about 3:05. I want to see if that works for you.
Works fine.
Sorry?
That works fine.
Okay, great. And then also the way I'm seeing things play out, I think we might just get through staff's questioning of Mr. Freitas. If we did so and try to allow that to be complete, it's possible we go until like 5:15.
Sure, I'm good for as long as you guys want to go tonight, because then we do in the afternoon. I'm
Okay. Would anyone else have an issue with 5:15, give or take, to make all of staff's questioning for Mr. Freitas work today?
Commissioner Gilman, Greg Bunker. On the matrix, you'll see that I have 60 minutes reserved for Ms. Bulkley. And so you mentioned getting through possibly Freitas.
I'm off the record right now, so you guys know, just in
We'll have
case.
time.
I think
hope
that's
that's
okay.
okay.
Mary.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry. Yes, you have 60 minutes for Ms. Bulkley. I see that.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I probably misunderstood what you said.
Nope, that's fine. Acknowledging that will happen, and I think we might just get through staff's questioning of Freitas today if things play out with not much more delay. So just making sure 5:15 more or less would work for people today.
Commissioner Gilman, I can repeat this when we're back on the record, but to make this easier, staff is going to waive their cross of company witness Freitas.
Okay.
So
So I'll do-
hopefully that frees up a little time this afternoon.
Okay, maybe right when we come back to break, you can give that in case.
Yeah, I'll do it back on the record, but just wanted the parties to be
Yeah,
aware.
I appreciate that. In that case, just a heads up to UCA. Let's see how the timing works out, but I think it's quite possible. I'd ask you to try to start Mr. Freitas today, but you probably would not get all the way through given time allowances today. So perhaps just look for a reasonable breaking point within your cross of Mr. Freitas, if you could consider that as we move forward this afternoon.
Yes, thank you. We will do that and target 5:15 as sort of the break point.
Okay, great. That sounds wonderful. All right, let's break until 3:05. Just give everyone a quick break, and we'll come back with staff's questioning of Ms. Folkley. Thanks so much. Ms. Weisenthal, are you back?
Yes.
Excellent, thank you. Ms. McLaughlin, if you are back, I understand you have perhaps a change to the cross matrix.
Yes, Commissioner Gilman, now that we're back on the record, staff is going to waive its cross of company witness Freitas.
Excellent, got it. Thank you very much. All right, next up, we have Ms. Bulkley still on the stand and UCA with 60 minutes of cross. Go right ahead, Mr. Bunker.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Good afternoon, Ms. Bulkley. Good to see you again. Actually, I do not see her on screen.
There we go.
Sorry about that.
No, not a problem. How are you this afternoon?
I'm well. How are you?
I am good, thank you. Let's start with your hearing exhibit 102 and your attachment AEB-1. And as that document's being pulled up, if we could go to page 7. And this is your CV or your summary of cases you've worked on.
Yes.
And on page 7, we see that Colorado Public Utilities Commission is listed at the top. And underneath that heading, there are 6 other Colorado gas, electric, and steam cases between 2019 and 2022. And prior to this 2024 case, where you've been the ROE witness for public service. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And my recollection is that you and I have discussed ROE issues in the 5 electric and gas rate cases between 2019 and 2020. So if we could focus on those 5 cases, I'd like to.
Sure.
Okay, let's start with the 2019 electric case, which was 24AL-0049G. And you were the ROE witness for Piesco in that proceeding, correct?
That's correct.
And if we could refer to hearing exhibit 500, that's Mr. Skluzak's answer testimony and his attachment CWS-86. And if we could turn to page 25 when that document's pulled up. And in particular, in paragraph 71, the commission's order, which is decision C20-0096, it indicates your rebuttal recommendation of 10.2% for the ROE was a reduction from your direct case recommendation for a 10.35 ROE, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And is it your recollection that proceeding number 19AL-0268E was a fully litigated case?
I don't recall. This was an electric case, yes, but I don't necessarily recall if it was fully litigated. I'm sorry if it looks like I've turned away from you. I'm just trying to put it on a screen where I can see. So
I am doing the same thing, Ms. Bulkley, so I understand. I'm paying attention as well, but I may be looking away from the camera.
okay.
So if we can go back to the top of this decision on page 1, just to confirm with you that this was a fully litigated case and not a settlement. If we look at the caption there, it indicates that there's a motion for a partial settlement on wildfire mitigation, but other than that, the case is litigated. Would you agree with that representation?
I do see that, yes.
Okay. Now, if we could go to page 36 of this order and paragraph 102, here we say the commission state in the middle of paragraph 102 that PSCo's authorized electric department ROE following that 2019 case was a 9.3% ROE, correct?
Yes, I see that.
Okay, let's move on to the 2020 gas rate case, which was 20AL-0049G. And you were also the company.
446. Sorry, Mr. Bunker. This is 49, isn't it?
It is 20AL-0049G. So 20AL-0049G. Got that?
I got it confused with the 6 one. That's different.
Yep, that's fine. My question, Ms. Bulkley, you were PSCo's ROE witness in the company's 2020 phase 1 gas rate case as well, right?
Yes.
And
The docket number on that, is that the docket number you just gave? Sorry.
yes, 20AL-0049G.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And is it your recollection that proceeding number 20AL-0049G was a settled case?
Don't recall.
Okay, let's quickly go back to the first page and the caption at the top of the page, and you'll see this is a recommended decision of one of the PUC ALJs approving an amended settlement agreement. See that?
I do see that. Yes.
Okay. Okay, so if we could go to Skluzak answer testimony attachment CWS 31. I think we're already there. And
Hang on. No, we were on 89. So you're still on 500 CWS attachment 31.
I think I skipped ahead, and Miss Bulkley may have skipped ahead as well, but I'm sorry. Let me go back just one moment then. Let's pull up Mr. Skluzak's attachment CWS-31. And my apologies for that. I jumped ahead of myself. Okay, now looking at the caption here, so all can see, this is a recommended decision of an ALJ approving an amended settlement agreement. Agree?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. And if we could go to paragraph 7, which is on page 4. Here the decision indicates the ROE recommendation was a 9.95% ROE. Is that right?
So that's the company's request at that point. Yes, I don't recall if that was how that evolved over time.
If I was to tell you that your recommendation was 10.10% and the company requested 9.9% for the ROE, would that refresh your recollection?
Not really, but I would believe that it might be different. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you for that. I believe I may have looked at that ROE recommendation in your testimony, and I don't happen to have that in front of me. So if you'll subject to check, agree your recommendation was 10.10%, and PSCo requested a 9.95% ROE in the case, I'd appreciate that.
Okay.
Okay, if we could now turn to paragraphs 52 and 53 of this order. And it is on top of page 20, and then there's a table in paragraph 53. You see that?
I see that.
And this particular portion of the order indicates the commission approved a settlement between the parties, and the settled ROE was 9.20%. Is that right?
Yes, as one term of the settlement, the ROE was 9.2%. I'm assuming this is, I have not had time, as you know, to refresh on this entire decision, but typically settlements are give and takes. So this is one portion of the settlement. Yes, I would agree to that.
Okay, and in particular, the last line of paragraph 52 says the settled ROE is 9.20%, right?
That's correct.
Okay, now if we could move to the 2021 electric rate case. And that case is 24AL-0317E. And you were Public Services Phase 1 electric rate case ROE witness in that case, right?
Yes, I believe that's true.
Okay. And if we could pull up, this is from Mr. Fernandez's answer testimony, and it is attachment, that is hearing exhibit 501, and in particular, attachment RAF-31. And if we could turn to page, well, let me first say this is the decision in proceeding number 21AL-0317E. And you will see that this is a decision approving a settlement in the caption. Agree?
I see that, yes.
Okay. So if we move to paragraph 9, which is on the top of page 5. This particular decision indicates that Piesco's 2021 Phase 1 electric rate case recommendation is an ROE of 10%. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And if I was to indicate to you that your recommendation range was 10.0% to 10.5% with the ROE, for the ROE, would you tend to agree with that?
I don't recall all the recommendations in every case, so we don't happen to have it handy to look at, do you?
Unfortunately, I do not.
Okay. I don't recall it, to be honest, but we can go from there, I guess.
Yes, fair enough. I should have been thinking ahead on that one. Sorry about that.
Nope, that's fine.
And if we could turn to paragraph 33 of the decision, which is on page 11, I believe. Here, the decision indicates the settled ROE is 9.30%. Is that right?
Yes, I would offer the same sort of fuller answer to say that it's one element of an overall settlement, but yes, it does state that that element is at 9.3. There are obviously other terms that get us to this paragraph 33, right? But yes.
Yes. And if we could now go to the 2022 electric rate case, which is 22AL-0530E. You were the witness in the company's 2022 phase 1 electric rate case. 22AL-0530E, is that correct?
Yes.
And if we could pull up attachment, this would be Mr. Skluzak's attachment 43.
Again, I just want to make sure you're talking about 500 attachment CWS 43.
I'm sorry, yes, I am. Thank you. And in that particular case, well, let's turn to page 64, which is part of the settlement agreement. And there in paragraph 4, towards the bottom last couple lines of the settlement agreement there in paragraph 4, it indicates the ROE of 10.25%. Is that correct?
Could I ask that maybe you scroll up just a touch in the paragraph? I can't see the bottom of the paragraph. I think you're asking for the last lines. Yes, now I can see.
Yes, I am. I'm sorry.
Yep, and I agree with you that that's what it says. That's correct. Again, this is a settlement. So similar to the other two settlements, I would just note that there are other provisions as part of the settlement, but yes.
Okay. And if we could go to page 30 and this is part of the decision itself.
Oh, okay. Yep.
In paragraph 89.
Oh.
Here the commission talks about the provisions of the settlement agreement and an authorized ROE at 9.3%. Is that right?
That's correct. Mr. Bunker, could I trouble you to go back to the last exhibit for a moment? Because I think I answered you incorrectly. I'm sorry. So I think that was my testimony maybe, and maybe I got a little bit confused in what you were showing me. The 10 1/4 that we were looking at in paragraph 4, was that?
That is part of the settlement agreement, or
Okay.
are you talking the
It was just paragraph 4. We just looked at it and I maybe didn't recognize where we were. Maybe it's the beginning of this settlement. I just wanted to make sure. I think I answered you that this was part of a settlement agreement, but I believe the sentence that we were referring to, it might not have been correct. That was actually the recommendation that we were looking at. Is
Yes.
that okay?
If we could look at
I'll correct that.
If we could look at page 61, and if we could scroll down just a touch, there you'll see this is a nearly comprehensive settlement agreement. And this is attached to the order that we were just talking about.
Okay.
Which is C23-0592. And if we could now go to page 64, and near the bottom of that paragraph, it says the revenue increase was based on an overall proposed WACC of 7.45%, including a ROE of 10.25% if the company's proposed test year was accepted.
I see that. Yeah.
Okay. So if you would, the proposal from you on behalf of the company was an ROE of 10.25%. But as we see in the order itself, the settlement agreement included an authorized ROE of 9.30%. Would you agree with that?
I would, subject to the same comments I made earlier, that settlements are, it's a whole package, right? So as part of the package of negotiated items, that was the ROE. That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And now let's look at the 2022 gas rate case, which is the company's last rate case, gas rate case before this one. And that is 22AL-0046G. And if we could look at, you were the witness in that case, is that right?
Yes.
And by witness, I mean the ROE witness.
Yes.
Okay. And if we could go to Mr. Skluzak's, this is hearing exhibit 500, his answer testimony attachment CWS-12. And you can see here on the caption on the first page, this is a decision permanently suspending the tariff sheets. So you would agree with me, would you not, that this was a fully litigated case, not a settled case?
That's correct.
Okay. And if we could go to page 37. And in paragraph 117, here the decision indicates that Public Service requested an ROE of 10.25%. Is that right? And let me expand on that before you answer that. Public Service requested a 10.25% ROE if the company's CTY was approved, and requested an ROE of 10.75% if the commission approved an HTY. Is that right?
That's correct. I see that.
Okay. And your range of reasonableness was between 10 and 11%, and 10.0%, 11.0%, right?
Yes.
Okay. If we could go now to paragraph, let's make a page 40, paragraphs 123 to 126. Unfortunately, that's all on one page. And what that shows is the position of the intervening parties, starting in paragraph 123 through 126. And you'll see that the parties, including the interveners, including the UCA's recommendation of a 9.0% ROE, staff proposed an ROE range of 9.0 to 9.2%, and that FEA, the Federal Executive Administration, I believe is what FEA, the acronym spells out, proposed a ROE range of 9.0% to 9.8% with a midpoint estimate of 9.4%. Would you agree?
I see that, yes. And I think the other number that's shown here is the authorized returns of 9.42 on average. Yes.
Yes, that would be correct.
Yes.
Okay, so now turning to page 41 and paragraph 127 of this order in the fully litigated 2022 gas rate case, the commission held a reasonable authorized ROE for Public Service is within the range of 9.2% to 9.5%. Agree?
Yes.
Okay. So in the 5 gas or electric cases between 2019 and 2022, when you were the ROE witness for Public Service, would you agree your ROE recommendations were between 10.0% and 10.75%?
I'm trying to think back over the cases we just talked about, but that seems appropriate. Yes, that seems approximately true.
Okay, thank you. And in these 5 gas or electric cases between 2019 and 2020, and whether the case was fully litigated or settled, would you agree the commission approved an ROE for Piesco of 9.2% one time, an ROE of 9.3% 3 times, and an ROE range of 9.2% to 9.5% on one occasion?
I would agree with that. I think the sentence on 128 is actually, in paragraph 128, is actually important to think through, though, that the commission was focused on where interest rates were headed and that they were expected to continue to rise, which we had seen over this time period. So I think that information is actually also helpful. If you think back over the time period that we just considered, we were looking at a fairly low interest rate environment, which is very
Sure.
different, as I've said in my testimony, from the circumstances we find today.
Right. In the instance when the commission set an ROE range of 9.2% to 9.5% in Piesco's last gas rate case in 2022, Piesco chose a 9.2% ROE so they could also choose a 55% equity ratio and still stay within the authorized WACC of 6.7%. Would you agree?
Yes, I believe in the testimony of Mr. Johnson earlier, maybe at the end of last week, he indicated that that choice was in order to keep the credit metrics solid, and that the credit, of course, the equity ratio is the has the greatest effect on credit metrics. So that decision actually was to stabilize the credit metrics for the company.
Yeah. And since you mentioned Mr. Johnson's supplemental direct testimony, if we could pull up hearing exhibit 119, and this is Mr. Johnson's supplemental direct testimony, and if we could go to page 9.
Sorry, it's just taking me a second to find him. Mr. Johnson's, you said,
Yes.
119?
Yes, it's exhibit 119, Mr. Johnson's supplemental direct testimony. And when you get to the document pulled up, if we could go to page 9, please. Yeah, and if we could start lines 4 through 15. And you'll see starting on line 10, the discussion by Mr. Johnson. While the 9.2% ROE is at the bottom of the commission's range, the company could not select a higher ROE and also stay within the authorized WACC of 6.7% without significantly reducing its capital structure. Increasing the ROE and decreasing the equity ratio within the capital structure to achieve the same WACC would be a less cost-efficient way of maintaining the company's credit metrics. Do you see that?
I do. Mr. Brucker, I apologize, but can we just scroll down? This is in this case, right? You've shown me a lot of different cases, so I just want to make sure that we're talking about this case.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, not a problem. This is Mr. Johnson's supplemental direct testimony in this case.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. So when we view the commission's decisions in these 5 rate cases as resulting in a 9.2% or a 9.3% ROE, and then compare that to your ROE recommendations ranging from 10.0% to 10.75%. Would you agree your ROE recommendations in the 5 cases we discussed have been between 80 to 155 basis points higher than what the commission authorized for the ROE in these 5 gas and electric rate cases?
So again, I would say that first, it's important to recognize that most of the cases are settlements, as we talked about as we were going through each case. And so those are all trade-offs that get made in determining an overall settlement and getting all parties to agree to a settlement. So yes, the commission did approve those, but I think settlements, you need to be aware of the trade-offs that are made in a settlement. But the others are lower than my recommendation. That is true. Over the course of this time period, I would say that there had been the expectation for interest rates to be increasing, and that was also noted in the commission's decision in that last case, where they had actually started to increase. And so this was a very difficult time period in history, as the Federal Reserve noted, as Chair Powell noted in his comments in August about how challenging this financial time period has been to navigate. And so certainly the expectation was that the markets would respond and that and circumstances in the economy would respond long before they actually did over that time period. So as interest rates have increased, however, I think we find ourselves in a different circumstance today.
Okay, thank you for that. If we could refer to Mr. Piquet's answer test or direct testimony, rather, hearing exhibit 116. And if we could look at attachment JJP-1. And if we could look at line 7, would you please confirm the rate case expenses for consulting by Brattle Group for your ROE testimony in this gas rate case is $160,000? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Let's focus now on the this case, the 2024 gas rate case. And I don't know that we need to look at Mr. Johnson's rebuttal testimony for this, but would you agree the current ROE for Piesco Gas following the 2022 gas rate case is the 9.2% we were just talking about in Mr. Johnson's testimony?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, if we could go to your hearing exhibit 102, which is your direct testimony. On page 44, and at lines 5 through 6, here you indicate the method you used to estimate Piesco's cost of equity, or its ROE, and they include the constant growth DCF model, the multi-stage DCF model, the CAP-M, the ECAP-M, and a BYRP approach, which is the bond yield plus risk premium approach. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And is it your understanding that the commission has previously relied on the results of the multi-stage DCF analysis when it has set Public Services ROE in prior gas rate cases?
I believe there is some precedent for the multi-stage model and more recent precedent where the commission has indicated that they have considered all of the results of the models.
Okay.
So I think the history, there has been some older cases where the commission specifically had relied on a multi-stage model, but the more recent commission determinations have been to consider where there have been litigated cases, that is, to consider the results of all of the models.
Okay. We could go to Mr. Fernandez's testimony. That's hearing exhibit 501, his answer testimony. At page 59, starting at line 3. And on to page 60 at line 11, and this includes footnotes 41 and 43 on pages 59 and 60.
I'm not going to be able to show the whole page, so you'll have to have me scroll when you're
Yes,
ready.
that is fine. That is fine. If you could stop right there for the moment. Do you agree, or do you rather disagree with the accuracy of Mr. Fernandez's testimony that the commission has relied partially or fully on the multi-stage DCF model for its ROE decisions in several gas and electric cases? And you'll see that he cites proceeding number 12AL 1268G, 15AL-0135G, and 17AL-0363G in the text of the document there, and then in the footnotes 41 through 43 at the bottom of page 59. So the 2012 gas case, the 2015 gas case, and the 2017 gas case is what I'm asking you about.
And your question is, are these accurate representations of the commission order? Is that your question?
I'm asking if you agree the commission has partially or fully relied on the multi-stage DCF model in its ROE decisions in several cases over the last decade.
I would agree that that is true. The case that is always missing from Mr. Fernandez's summary of cases, however, is the commission's decision in 19 AL-0268E, where the commission said that they would want to consider all of the models. And so it's interesting that he skipped the last one in this analysis, that all of the history is where he focuses, but not the more recent case, which might be more reflective of the challenging market conditions that I just discussed previously. Okay. So I think that's an important link from my perspective, that the commission recognized that we need to look at all models because the market conditions, at a time when the market conditions have been difficult to understand directionally.
Okay, well, let's take a look at your direct testimony. And on page 46, this is your exhibit 102, your direct testimony. Page 46, let's look at lines 13 to 15. And just above that, on line 11, you indicate you're talking about 22AL-046G, which is the company's last gas rate case before this case, right?
Yes.
And then on line 13, you say, it's my understanding that the commission indicated in its deliberations that it would like the company to include in the future the multi-stage DCF model for consideration. Do you see that?
I do see that, yes. Okay. It's not an exclusive weighting, though. That's just to include it. Yes.
I fully understand what you're saying there. And is it correct that in the 2022 case, 22AL-0046G, which is the company's last natural gas rate case, the methods you used to estimate PSCo's ROE included the constant growth DCF model, the CAPM, the ECAPM, and the bond yield plus risk premium methodology, but you did not include a multi-stage DCF model in your analysis. Is that right?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay.
But I have included it in this proceeding.
Yes, you have. Thank you. And in your direct testimony on page 94, which is the document we're looking at, on lines 7 through 9, here you state a reasonable range of ROE results for Piesco in this rate case is 10.25% to 11.25%. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And if we now go to your rebuttal testimony, which is hearing exhibit 125. I'm sorry, I thought I said page 26. Starting at lines 13 through 16, here you indicate with regard to your ROE analysis that these results continue to support an ROE of in the range of 10.25% to 11.25%, although the company is currently requesting an ROE of 10.10% in this proceeding due to regulatory considerations apart from the factors I've considered. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And so you continue to support the ROE range of 10.25 to 10 or 11.25% that you recommended in your direct testimony, right?
Yes, I think I covered that in the earlier cross-examination. If you were to look at exhibit or attachment, I'm sorry, AEB 13.
Right.
I walked through how those numbers support that range still. Yes.
Right. Okay. And on lines 4 through 6 here on the top of page 26, you indicate for your natural gas proxy group, since the filing of my direct testimony, the results of the constant growth DCF, the multi-stage DCF, and the bond yield plus risk premium analyses have decreased, while the results of the CAPM and ECAPM have generally increased by approximately the same extent. Is that right?
Yes.
And if we look at page 24 of your rebuttal testimony there, and this is figure AEB-R-3, that is where you state the results of your natural gas utility proxy group, correct?
Yes, and the exhibit that I referenced earlier, which then provides the details for each of the proxy companies and the scenarios that follow. But yes, same table.
Okay. Okay. And at page 11 of your rebuttal testimony here, if we could go to line 9. Here, this is a summary of the staff and UCA cost of equity model results, correct?
As filed, yes.
Yeah, okay. And would you agree that UCA witness, Mr. Fernandez, recommends an ROE, and in particular, I'm looking at the overall recommendation there near the bottom of at the bottom of the table there, or the figure. And would you agree Mr. Fernandez recommends an ROE of 9.40 if the commission rejects the company's proposed risk reduction items, an ROE of 9.20% if the commission approves the company's proposed risk reduction items, and then as noted with footnote 3 there, And UCA witness Mr. Skluzak further proposed a reduction to the ROE to 9.0% for affordability, or as you call it, status quo capital investment. Is that right?
Yes, that's true.
And if we could look here, starting on line 10 through on page 11 on to page 12, line 10. Here you discuss the UCA's 20 basis point reduction to Mr. Fernandez's 9.40 recommendation, noting the reduction is based on a proposed reduction for factors such as affordability, decoupling, and PSCO's business as usual approach to capital investment, or status quo capital investment, as you refer to it in note 3 to the figure on page 11, which is figure AEB-R-1, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, I think here I'm quoting Mr. Skluzak specifically, but yes.
Okay. Let's specifically talk about the multi-stage DCF method and analysis. And in that regard, let's talk about specifically about the multi-stage DCF analysis that you and Mr. Fernandez have conducted. And let's look at your hearing exhibit, your rebuttal testimony, 125 and attachment AEB 15.
What page of that?
I believe let's start with the very first page of AEB, attachment AEB 15.
Okay.
And this is your updated multi-stage DCF analysis using your natural gas proxy utility group consisting of 5 natural gas companies. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
And the median cost of equity under column 10 of this attachment, AEB 15, it shows a 9.60 ROE, 9.60% ROE for your updated multi-stage DCF analysis using your natural gas proxy group, right?
Yes, with a 30-day stock price. So the various pages following that show different stock price averaging conventions. But yes, for the first page, that's true.
Okay. And if we could go to your rebuttal testimony at page 35. And here on line, starting on line 5 through 15, and in the two Q&As on the bottom portion of this page 35, here you discuss the primary difference between the multi-stage DCF analyses that you and Mr. Fernandez have conducted. Is that right?
That's correct.
And at lines 7 through 9, you state the most significant difference in the results of the multi-stage DCF models that Mr. Fernandez and I have developed is the inclusion of Chesapeake in Mr. Fernandez's proxy group. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is it correct that Chesapeake uses private rather than public debt, and therefore it does not have a credit rating from one of the 3 major credit rating agencies?
That's one of the circumstances associated with Chesapeake, yes. It's also
Okay. And if we could turn to Mr. Fernandez's answer testimony, which is hearing exhibit 501.
Mr. Bunker, I just want to check in with you on time. You think you'll be able to wrap up around 4:05?
I have roughly 6 questions to go, so I think I'm going to even beat 405.
Great, thanks.
You're welcome.
You wanted 501 or 500?
Mr. Fernandez, 501. And if we could go to page 75, please. And at the bottom of the page there, starting on line 16, and then if you could, yep, you're showing footnote 60. Thank you. This testimony contains UCA's list of natural gas proxy companies. Is that right?
It does. That's true.
Okay. And with respect to Chesapeake Utilities, footnote 60 states, while the debt of Chesapeake Utilities is not rated by S&P or Moody's, Value Line continues to assign Chesapeake Utilities its second best safety rank of 2, and Chesapeake has a beta of 0.80, which is the lowest beta in the proxy group. Do you see where it states that in footnote 60?
Yes, I do see that.
Do you disagree with the accuracy of the data in footnote 60?
No, I believe it's the exact same data that was available for Chesapeake in the last case when Mr. Fernandez did not include Chesapeake in the proxy group. That's actually what I've discussed in my rebuttal testimony, that
Okay.
those two conditions existed in the last case, and Mr. Fernandez elected not to include Chesapeake in his proxy group. And at that time, they had the DCF results for that company were very high. And so in this case, with the same conditions present for his screening criteria, he has included Chesapeake, but in this case, the DCF results are very low. That's
Okay.
what I discussed in my testimony.
Yes. And if we could go back to your rebuttal testimony, hearing exhibit 125. I would like to skip back. I'm sorry, Miss Frederico, if we could go back to Mr. Fernandez's testimony 501 for just a moment. And at page 83, starting on line 20 and on to the top of 84, lines 1 and 2. Here, Mr. Fernandez states that the estimated ROE results from his multi-stage calculations were 9.40% for the proxy group, UCA's proxy group. Is that right?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. Now, if we could go to your hearing exhibit 125, please. Page 35, and here at lines 10 through 15, you indicate your rebuttal testimony attachment AEB 25 updates the assumptions in Mr. Fernandez's multi-stage DCF analysis to rely on data through June 30, 2024. And when Chesapeake is excluded from the proxy group, the resulting average cost of equity increases to 9.63%. Is that right?
That's correct. Yep.
Now, if we refer back to your rebuttal attachment, AEB 25,
Can you tell me the number again? Is it 125?
yes, it is rebuttal testimony, hearing exhibit 125. I'm sorry for not saying that. Hearing exhibit 125, and it's attachment AEB 25. And this is Ms. Bulkley's rebuttal testimony. Yep, there it is. Okay, thank you. So referring to this rebuttal testimony attachment AEB 25, when you consider all 6 companies in Mr. Fernandez's gas proxy group, including Chesapeake, the average cost of equity using the multi-stage DCF method is 9.63%. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, this page I'm looking at says 9.36, which is his.
I'm sorry, I meant to say that 9.36%. You're right.
That's his as filed, yes, and that seems to be rounded to 9.4 as his recommendation from his multi-stage analysis.
Yeah.
Right, which I've shown on figure AEBR1.
Let me ask you the question this way, and that is not necessarily disputing what you just said, but is it correct that your updated rebuttal case assumptions to Mr. Fernandez's multi-stage DCF analysis using data through June 30, 2024, and with the inclusion of Chesapeake in the gas proxy group, that reduces Mr. Fernandez's multi-stage DCF analysis results by 4 basis points from 9.40 to 9.36%?
No, my understanding, I believe that page 1 of this exhibit is Mr. Fernandez's as filed model results. So, which generates a 9.36 ROE.
Okay. Let me just confirm this with you that as we look at this, the average under all proxy companies, and this includes Chesapeake on this attachment AEB 25, correct?
Yes.
And the average, as I look at all proxy companies, average, and it's in a box that has a rectangle around it, it is 9.36%. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So basically, I've shown 2 decimal places, and in Mr. Fernandez's exhibit, he shows 1. And when you collapse that to 1 decimal place, it is 9.4. And that's so, but the data shown on this page is all data presented in Mr. Fernandez's attachment RAF-8. So this is just his analysis reproduced. And then I've included the section that excludes Chesapeake below. But up until that point, it is consistent with what he filed as attachment RAF-8.
Okay. So, but the distinction between the 9.40% and the 9.360 or 9.36%, you're saying is the result of a moving of a decimal point.
It's just the presentation. So if I look at his electronic copy of his exhibits and I just get myself 1 more decimal place, I will get exactly this same answer. So all of the data, if I were to take for each of these companies, if the cost of equity column, if I were to only show 1 decimal place, the results would be identical to what Mr. Fernandez filed. It's really just copied out of his exhibit and placed into this schedule, and then I showed 2 decimal places.
Okay. I follow what you're saying, and thank you for that. Just to put a fine point on it, the updated rebuttal assumptions then for your proxy group analysis, that doesn't change. That did not change anything in this exhibit or this attachment AEB 25. Is that right?
Not on page 1. So page 1 is just as filed. And then page 2 updates because Mr. Fernandez used data through April. So, and I used data through June. So in order to make his analysis and my analysis comparable, I just used all of his assumptions through June to create page 2 of this exhibit. And then I removed Chesapeake, and then Mr. Fernandez relies on his average when you look at his schedule, RAF 8, he shows an average for all of his proxy companies of 9.4. So he's relying on the average and not the median, which was 9.6. That number is what he brings forward as his recommendation for his multi-stage model, is the average number. So that's why I focused on the averages here.
Okay.
Is that
Thank you
helpful?
for that explanation. Yes, that's very helpful. And that concludes my cross-examination, and thank you.
Sure.
Super timely, Mr. Bunker. Wonderful. Thank you.
You're
Okay. As promised, I do need to take a break. When we return from break, we will have Commission Counsel questioning of Ms. Bulkley. So I'm going to aim to be back as quick as I can. I think 4:25 is as quick as I could do that. So Ms. Brahma, Ms. Bulkley, Ms. Harper, Mr. Plant, if we could plan to be back at 4:25, I'll turn my camera on as soon as I walk in. So if it's a minute or two after that, but if you could be available at that time, that'll get us started as quick as possible.
Will do. Thank you.
Perfect.
Excellent. All right. I'll see y'all as close to 4:25 as I can manage. Thank you. Wanted to check and see if Miss Weisenthal's back.
I am.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you. Well, thank you all for your punctuality. Glad I made it back at 4:25. So we have Miss Bulkley on the stand, and next up is Commission Counsel, Miss Harper.
Good afternoon, Ms. Spokley. I'm Ruth Harper. I represent the commissioners and their advisors in this case. And I just have a short series of questions for you today. Would you agree that since the time your rebuttal testimony was prepared, that the 30-year Treasury rate has fallen?
It has fallen. It's been pretty volatile, I would say, as well, though. So similar to sort of December of last year, where it was volatile in the expectation of the Fed's actions. Where it goes from here, I'm not sure.
Do you have an approximate value for how far Treasury yields have fallen over that time period?
I would say, well, I don't ever use a spot number because I don't think spot numbers are particularly helpful due to that volatility. So it's probably down, I'm going to guess 20 basis points on a 30-day average. Again, I would say, I've looked at this time period right now in comparison to December of 2023, which I think is relevant because it is, again, just prior to a period where we had an expectation for the Fed to act. And so it's responding kind of similarly to what we saw in December. And then we saw this, the run up in interest rates following that when the Fed didn't respond the way the market expected. So I'm not really sure where we're headed, but we're in about the same place.
And how is this level of decrease or perhaps volatility accounted for in a proxy utility analysis?
Well, it would be accounted for in potentially in two places. Certainly in the CAPM, it would be accounted for in the risk-free rate. And in the dividend yields to the extent that it's actually the DCFs have responded. Sometimes the DCF doesn't respond right away. So it could be reflected there as well, but it can be a little slower sometimes.
And given what we have discussed in these questions, how should the commission address falling or volatile interest rates in setting ROE in this case?
Yeah, so this is a great question, and this is something I've given a lot of consideration to, given where we are. I think we are at a point of uncertainty with respect to the Federal Reserve in terms of what they intend to, where they intend to go, which is not unlike December of 2023. That's sort of where I go back to. And at that time, the Federal Reserve had looked at where unemployment was. If you sort of look at the Fed's comments in December of last year versus Chair Powell's comments in August of this year, they're almost similar with respect to the data points that they're considering and where we are, right? So inflation has come down some, but they're focused on where job growth is and how that's going to affect the economy overall. The August job numbers came in stronger than was expected. So all of these things are playing into interest rates. And right now, I don't know if we'll see another situation like we saw in December and January, where the treasuries ran down in December and then they came back up again in January. I think probably the best approach at this particular time would be to look at, a maybe slightly longer term average to sort of take into consideration that volatility.
No further questions.
Thanks, Ms. Harper. Appreciate it. Commissioner Plant.
I have no questions for Ms. Buckley. Thank you.
Excellent. Ms. Buckley, I have just a few. So in your direct testimony, in figure AEB-D-7, which is on page 40 of your direct hearing exhibit 102, you show a proxy group that you used in your CAPM analysis, correct?
Yeah, I use this in all of the analyses actually. So this is the natural gas group. Is that the group you're referring to?
Yeah, scroll down just a little.
Yep.
There it is. Yeah. And those companies listed are holding companies, correct?
Yes, they are holding companies. They're publicly traded companies that have multiple operations within those companies. Yes.
And so since we're talking here about Public Service Company of Colorado, the operating company, rather than Excel, its holding company, is it fair or appropriate to compare an operating company to holding companies?
Yeah, so it's the best data we have. And so we need market data to be able to do this analysis, to be able to run any of the cost of equity models that we're running. So you need prices, you need, dividends, you need growth rates for the DCF. All of that needs to be based on publicly traded companies, and we need the betas associated with them for the CAPM. So the analysis really can't be run on operating companies. And so that's sort of, we're in the situation of needing to use these parent companies, which is why we then look to the operating companies afterwards for an assessment of the risk profile and the capital structure. Because the ideal circumstance would be to be able to use the operating company data, but we don't have data on those companies. So I have done this long enough to know that there was a time when there were 95 companies in the electric utility proxy group as publicly traded entities, but that's not where we are today. We have a smaller group, and when they've all sort of consolidated and that they're all on the opcos, right? They're all owned by other companies at this point. So this is the best information we have available.
Okay. Excel as Public Service Companies holding company issues its own debt, right?
I believe it does. I think PSCO is a standalone, though. I think PSCO issues its own standalone debt. So they're separate. That would probably be a better question for Mr. Johnson, to be honest. I just know that PSCO has a standalone credit rating.
Okay. But any debt issued at the Excel level or leverage would have an impact on the return offered at the parent company level, right?
At the parent company level.
Holding company.
Yes.
Sorry to keep our
That's
terminology
okay.
the same.
Yeah. That's fine. Yes, the capitalization does affect, the return calculation. Yes.
Okay. And does that influence part of why we see Excel's or the holding company Excel's ROE higher than any of its operating companies?
Are we talking earned or authorized when you talk about the operating company's ROEs? I just want to make sure I'm clear on the question.
I think earned would be the most appropriate.
Yeah, so the earned, I think, is a factor of, several things, that relates in part to the timing of recovery of costs. Certainly the earned returns are affected by inflation and the operating cost changes that occurred more recently in the last 4 years through COVID. There's a lot of reasons why those earned returns are different than the parent company returns, and why they differ across jurisdictions, probably. I'm not sure if that answered your question.
Yeah, just trying to figure out how we can compare, essentially a bunch of holding companies to an operating company here in Colorado in terms of understanding, is it more appropriate to actually compare Excel, the holding company, to these other holding companies for the comparison purposes that you're undertaking?
Yeah, so we don't typically use Excel as the basis for comparison for the operating companies for a variety of reasons. The risk profile of Excel is very different than the risk profile of PSCO. Excel is a holding company, and so by the virtue of that fact, it has diversified across many jurisdictions. It has diversified customer bases, industry within those different operating companies, and it's just a different structure than the OpCo. Right. So I don't think that that's the Excel return is necessarily, market return is necessarily comparable to the Piesco return. Does that?
Right, but that is the holding company, and we're just seeing comparisons to other holding companies, right?
Right, right. So that's, I think in this particular case too, I think, you know, the operations are quite a bit different where Excel has a lot of, you know, generation, and the company that we're talking about here is the gas division, right? So I think there's a little bit of a difference in operations as well. The screening criteria that
those are my only.
try. Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries. Those are my only questions, so I will turn it back to you, Ms. Brahma, for redirect.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. I thought it may be helpful before we proceed, just because I may have a couple questions for Ms. Bulkley about staff's hearing exhibit 427, the S&P article that was a bit of a question at the conclusion of Mr. Cox's cross-examination of Ms. Bulkley. And I just wanted to note the company does not have an objection to entering that article. I just appreciate the opportunity to review it before we took that position. The one thing that we did notice is that the version that was originally in box had some highlighting in it, and we just asked that staff introduce a clean version. I understand that may be what Mr. Cox is here to do. So.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to make clear that we did update the version in our box. So the correct version of hearing exhibit 427 is in there without the inadvertent highlight.
Okay, with the stipulation of no highlighting and hearing exhibit 427, are you okay with this submission, Ms. Brahma?
Yes, we have no objection. Thank you.
Okay, great. So admitted. Thank you for bringing that back up.
And I do have some redirect for Ms. Bulkley, so if it's okay, I will move to that. Ms. Bulkley, I'd like to kind of start where you left off in your conversation with the commission just now, just maybe because that came up a couple different times. I think it may be helpful to just crystallize why we use a holding company proxy group to look at ROE considerations, but don't recommend using that kind of comparison for determining an equity ratio for public service. So if you could offer some clarification, I think that would be helpful.
Sure. So again, because we need to use market data in order to estimate what the investor required return is, we need to use the publicly available information for the holding companies or the publicly traded entities. But the companies that are most like the subject, in this case, Piesco, are really at the OpCo level. And so that's why there is no other information to use to run the models. So that's where we are on the models. We need to use the public data. But then when you're looking at how does the company's overall risk profile compare to other companies that make up that, you know, those market data, what we're really looking at is the operating company information to establish the overall risk profile. And so that's why in my exhibit, I should have this for you, my exhibit AEB 10 tries to go through some of the mechanisms that actually affect the risk profile of the operating companies that are owned and operated by the holding companies, to compare the overall risk of those companies to the subject entity, in this case, Piesco gas division.
And with respect to looking at the proxy group, are you looking at the parent company, Xcel Energy Inc. by itself, or are you looking at the consolidated energy, Xcel Energy, or something different?
Well, for the proxy group, we would not be using Excel just because of the sort of circularity associated with including Excel in the group. You don't want to be using a company that has an influence on the parent company, a company that is this the owner of the company you're setting the return for, because the return in the case is actually going to affect potentially stock price, which we've seen, and growth potential for companies at the parent company level. So we take that company out of the equation. We wouldn't use Excel because of that circularity. But maybe you want to ask your question again.
It's my fault, Ms. Bulkley. I should not have phrased my question that way. What I really was trying to get at with respect to the company, is there a difference between looking at Xcel Energy, not necessarily as part of the proxy group, but just in general, looking at, for example, the capital structure, if we were to do that, as some parties recommend, for Xcel Energy Inc. as just a holding company versus looking at Xcel Energy as a consolidated entity? Are those different considerations?
They are, yeah. So we want to be at the operating company level, which is the actual operating company's financing when we're considering the capital structures for the proxy group companies, and that's the analysis that I've done in my direct testimony. The holding company, the ability to finance the holding company, as I mentioned earlier, it's a very different risk profile, and so therefore the capital structure should likely be different for a holding company that is more diversified than a single unit operating company. And so there you would expect that the capitalization would reflect that difference in risk. Typically, the higher risk, you would have more equity in the equity layer of the capitalization. So that would be at the opco level, you would expect to have more equity.
Okay. Switching, maybe just one other quick question on that topic. Do you recall Mr. Johnson in his rebuttal testimony maybe providing some more explanation around how Xcel Energy as a parent does or doesn't factor into the consideration of Xcel or of public services capital structure?
I do recall that, yes.
I can certainly pull it up. I think it's, if we could look at hearing exhibit 126 at page 16.
Can you remind me who the witness is for 126? That helps me find it a little quicker.
Absolutely. Miss Paul Johnson for the company.
Okay, thank you. What page did you say?
Page 20, I'm sorry, page 16. If we could scroll down to line 18. There we go. Thank you. That's perfect. I thought maybe this would help Ms. Bulkley, where Mr. Johnson kind of talks a little bit about the difference between a pass-through capital structure and when we're looking at a parent versus a consolidated entity that has regulated, non-regulated, and other jurisdictions in it.
Yeah, so this is the parent company that is the traded entity that is at 70%. That's correct.
Okay.
Separate and apart from the consolidated financials of the opcos. I think that's the point that Mr. Johnson was trying to make here.
And is that another reason then why we don't look at Xcel Energy Inc. as part of the capital structure consideration?
Yes, that's correct. We're trying to get the capitalization of companies that are actually similar to Piesco in their operations, which again is why we are looking at the opco level for all of the proxy group companies.
Thank you. Okay, we can take this down. Thanks so much. Let's go back a little bit earlier in your cross-examination, Ms. Bulkley. You were asked a question about hearing exhibit 426, which was the company's response to UCA 417 that asked about the relevance of historical ROEs in the calculation of ROEs in this particular proceeding. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
Could you please clarify why you say it may be relevant, it might be something to consider, but isn't directly relevant in the calculation?
Sure. So, I mean, I think the commission's decision actually that we looked at earlier in my discussion with Mr. Bunker was actually agreed with this position, where the commission recognized in the last case that interest rates were increasing and that historical information may not have been the most appropriate, and they were setting their range based on the information that was readily available at that time, recognizing the increase in interest rates and the potential for them to continue to increase. And that is exactly what I was trying to get to here, is that we have to take into consideration the conditions that occur at the time we're doing this analysis and how they may differ. And I think the commission was in full agreement with that in the last decision that they, the rationale that they offered in the last decision for the range that they produced recognizing that market conditions change. And so that's what I was focused on there.
Okay, and to that point, if we could pull up the hearing exhibit 427, which we were just talking about with Commission Staff Counsel, the S&P Global article. And if we could please turn to, first of all, page 2 of 3, please. And if we scroll down just a little bit further, please. Yes, there we go. And the regulator approved authorized ROEs. Do you see that, Ms. Bulkley?
I do, yes.
And the last paragraph of this, or the last sentence of this paragraph, excuse me, speaks to average authorized ROEs for gas utilities over recent timeframes. Can you read that for us, please?
Are you in the paragraph that starts regulatory approved authorized ROEs? Is that where you'd like to be?
Last sentence. Thank you.
Yep, the average authorized ROEs for gas utilities was 9.64% in cases decided in 2023, up from 9.53% average observed in full year 2022.
And I believe your rebuttal testimony, if I'm remembering correctly, spoke to average ROEs for year to date this year being something like 9.67. Was that correct at the time of your rebuttal?
I think they were higher than that. I think it was actually 981 as of June. As of the end of June on average for the gas companies. And that is on page 33 at line 16 of hearing exhibit 125.
This is why we ask, because you know better than I do. So is it fair to say, just fundamentally, we've seen well, we can get there. It's 125.
I'm sorry, it's 125. I gave you all the information backwards. It's 125, page 33, line 16.
Okay. So the average authorized ROE for natural gas utilities in other regulatory jurisdictions for rate cases through June 30th, 2024 is 9.81%. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So how does that, how, if at all, should that factor into the commission's consideration of ROEs in this case, in your view?
Well, I think it's important to recognize that market conditions have moved, and what we're doing here is setting the return that, you know, we think is reasonable for investors in companies that are comparable to Piesco. And obviously the market conditions are very different than at the time of the company's last case, which is somewhere in the 9.5 range, or potentially slightly lower than that at the time that we introduced the evidence in that case. So obviously a considerable movement, and we need to reflect that in the higher ROE.
Could we go back to hearing exhibit 427 for one more moment, please? So this is the table that staff counsel referred to you about gas utilities typically under earning their authorized ROEs. Do you recall that?
I do recall this, yes.
Now, as I was looking at this table, I see that in 2023, I think, it looks like average annual ROEs were in the neighborhood of 8% average, and authorized, this shows closer to 10%. Am I reading that correctly? I'm just trying to level set us here.
Right, so the pink line is average annual authorized, so that is somewhere closer to 10. I'd say 9.8 maybe there too.
Mm-hmm.
And then the average earned is something different than that. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have a recollection of what public services earned ROE was in 2023?
I thought it was in the 5% range. I don't know the exact number, but I thought it was somewhere in the order of 5% return.
And that reflected anywhere on this particular chart?
Well, it's certainly well below the purple line that's shown for the average annual earned returns in 2023. That's more like 8%. So I guess, gee, no, there isn't even a 5 on this chart. So the axis starts at 6. So it's not even reflected here.
Okay, thank you. We can take this down. Ms. Bulkley, you were also asked some questions from staff about NiSource being in both your gas and combination company proxy group comparisons for ROE purposes. Can you
Yes.
explain why that is?
Sure. So when I screen a proxy group, I look at all of the companies that are particularly in a circumstance like this, where the company, or it's a gas company, we're looking at the broadest proxy group we can get for that is generally speaking comparable to the company. The gas group that is defined by value line is small, so we cast a broader net. And we look at all of the available companies from the gas and electric proxy group and apply our screening criteria. NiSource fits those screening criteria for the gas companies. And then when you apply the screening criteria for the combination companies, it also meets the screening criteria for the combination companies because they do have both electric and gas operations.
Do you know, this is just a point of clarification because I'm not sure if it came through clearly as we were talking earlier. Do you know whether investors tend to calculate their own betas?
I would say that majority of investors are not calculating their own betas. And if that didn't come through, I mean, the majority of the investment that's done is being done on an institutional basis. And I think I mentioned that, they all have Bloomberg terminals. They're all relying on Bloomberg data and making their decisions based on that. So the use of Bloomberg betas, I find to be very relevant given that, the exercise is looking at the investor required return. And then again, the value line betas being another publication that might be in the hands of an investor who, in addition to the traders, you can get it in the public library. So your average investor could get value line and see the betas there. Neither group is actually going to sit and calculate their own betas.
You were also asked some questions about whether you unlevered betas to calculate with respect to value line and Bloomberg to calculate in relation to public service. I know you were looking for that and didn't have enough time to find it. I don't know if you had time. If not, your testimony speaks for itself, but were you able to find that?
Yeah, so we did not look at the Hamada equation. I will say that in almost, I think it was noted earlier that I've testified in 100 proceedings across the country. I would say that very few cases has anyone made any adjustments to the value line or Bloomberg betas to reflect the change in capitalization. So I don't feel like that's the sort of traditional approach to estimating the cost of equity.
I'm going to try to do this as quickly as I can to address some series of questions asked you by UCA counsel about past litigated electric and gas rate cases and your recommendations versus the outcomes. Do you recall in those cases, Ms. Bulkley, whether UCA's recommended ROEs? Let's focus on the litigated cases, but in either. Do you recall whether UCA's recommended ROEs in those litigated cases was below or well below what the commission ultimately authorized?
Yes, I mean, my recollection is that the UCA's recommendations have been in the 9 and sub 9 range over that time period.
Okay, so we have recommendations on both sides of what the commission has ultimately offered, not even including staff or other parties at this point.
That's correct.
Do you also recall how UCA's proposed equity ratios for public service have compared to what the commission has typically authorized over this sort of 2019 to the present time frame, to the extent you recall?
Yeah, they're traditionally quite a bit lower than what the commission has authorized.
And do you testify in jurisdictions besides Colorado, Ms. Bulkley?
I do, yes.
Do you testify in across the country in certain regions? Where does your testimony find you, just sort of generally speaking?
Sure, yeah, I've testified in, I'm going to say 30 regulatory jurisdictions across the country, including the FERC.
Do you know why public utilities find it necessary or beneficial to have an outside ROE consultant?
Sure. I mean, I think one part of it is being able to produce an independent analysis and being able to run all of the models and maintain all of the data and understand all the proxy companies and make sure that someone's up to speed on, You certainly can't use companies that are part of a merger. So there's a fair amount of data cleaning that needs to be done in order to produce an analysis that's independent and relevant. So that's probably not something that people want to keep in-house and have to manage the development of the model and the maintenance of the information. But I think another piece is being able to look at how the information about how decisions are made across the country and other relevant trends that we're seeing across the country. And so being able to bring the perspective of having been in 20 regulatory jurisdictions over the course of a year and what's on the minds of other regulators and in other jurisdictions is also helpful to making these decisions, as well as being able to run all of the models.
To what extent do you think that's important, independent of whether the commission accepts your or any one party's particular ROE recommendation, or whether the company even asks for something less than your models might support?
I think it is very important. I mean, I think I think it's important to see all of the information with respect to the mechanisms that have been proposed in other places, what the risk profile looks like of each of the proxy companies, what has happened in other jurisdictions when decisions have been made that are not viewed positively in the marketplace, I think is also important information that we have shared in this case. How other companies have had difficulty as a result of that. I raised an issue in my rebuttal testimony that where the avant-garde companies in Connecticut have had difficulty accessing financing. That's information that I feel like I bring to these cases from my work in other jurisdictions that is important for commissions to be considering.
Okay. You were asked some questions too about the multi-stage DCF model and your having provided that model in this particular case. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Now, you also talked with Mr. Bunker about providing several models, including the multi-stage DCF, the constant growth DCF, CAPM, et cetera. Do you recall whether the other witnesses who provided ROE testimony in this case provided similar models?
Yes, they've provided estimations based on some of those models. Yes, in my rebuttal testimony, I think I summarized on page 11, so hearing exhibit 125, page 11, figure AEB R-1 summarizes the staff and Mr. Fernandez's models. So they're using both constant growth, multi-stage, CAPM, and then, where I use a risk premium, they do not, but Mr. Fernandez looks at authorized ROEs as another benchmark. So similar models.
We have a range of models and testimony and a variety of data points in this record. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the discussion with UCA Council regarding inclusion of Chesapeake in the proxy group, because I think this makes a significant difference in how we look at ROEs in this case. So if we could look at hearing exhibit 501, which is Mr. Fernandez's rebuttal test or answer testimony. Oh, 501. Apologies, Mr. Fernandez.
Sorry, that was my fault. I was too eager to stop scrolling.
And we're looking at page 75, please. If we could scroll down to lines 11 and below. There we go. Thank you. So, Ms. Bulkley, I'm showing you what's been marked as hearing exhibit 501, Mr. Fernandez for the UCA's answer testimony. And in particular, his criteria for his proxy group. And I'd like to direct your attention in particular to the second of these criteria, an investment grade credit rating or equivalent. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Do you recall that that criteria is different than it might have been in Mr. Fernandez's testimony in past gas rate cases?
Yeah, I believe it was just an investment grade criteria in his last case.
So the or equivalent is new?
That's correct.
Okay. And so I think we already confirmed, did we not, that Chesapeake does not have an investment grade credit rating?
Yes, that's correct.
And they're still, of course, in Mr. Fernandez's proxy group here, right?
Yes. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, that's the criteria that Mr. Fernandez relied on in this footnote to suggest that Chesapeake should be included in the proxy group. In this case, being that he had that Chesapeake had a safety ranking of 2 and a beta of 0.8 is the same, would have been the same in the last case, but Chesapeake was not included in the proxy group in the last case.
Okay, so if we could scroll down just a little bit more so we can see the full footnote, thank you. Taking the first point here that Value Line continues to assign Chesapeake Utilities its second best safety rank of 2. Are you aware, Ms. Bulkley, of any commission or financial institution that has accepted Value Line's safety ranking in place of a credit rating?
I am not.
Are you aware of any institution that will price debt based on a Value Line safety ranking rather than a credit rating?
No, I'm not.
And a beta how about a beta? How does the lowest beta in the proxy group factor into this consideration?
I really don't know because the screening criteria above don't include a beta. So I'm not really sure I understand why that's a relevant criterion.
Okay. I'd like to also look at the last proxy group criteria that Mr. Fernandez offered. On line 15, no significant non-utility, non-regulated or international subsidiaries. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that a consistent criteria that you've seen Mr. Fernandez use in the past?
I believe he has used that criterion in the past. Yes.
Okay. Could we please pull up, it's still hearing exhibit 501, but attachment RAF 9? And if we could turn to page 2, please, which is the Chesapeake page. And if we scroll down here to the middle of this page, there's a box there, the one that says business in the middle of the page. Can you see that, Ms. Bulkley?
Yeah, I'm just going to move you to a different screen. It's a little small.
It is, yes.
So sorry if I look like I'm not paying attention. I just need a bigger screen.
Again, I'm doing the same thing, trying to keep things the size my eyes can see.
Thank you. Yes, now I can read it.
Okay, so I'm going to direct your attention here to this business box, and particularly the portion that says Chesapeake Utilities Corporation consists of 2 main units. Do you see that?
I see that, yes.
So can you speak to, and take your time if you need to go back and read it, what those 2 units are based on this data?
Sure. So the data is, regulated energy operations or regulated distribution natural gas operations and unregulated wholesale and midstream services.
Okay, so and can we tell from this box whether or not the unregulated energy operations in Chesapeake are a significant portion of Chesapeake Utilities Corporation?
Yes, it is a significant portion. It's 41.2%.
And how does that relate then to Mr. Fernandez's criteria that the proxy group should not have companies with significant non-utility, non-regulated or international subsidiaries?
I would say that would eliminate this company from the proxy group, being that it's, a significant percentage of its operations are unregulated.
Okay. Could we please turn to still attachment, or excuse me, hearing exhibit 501, but attachment RAF 5? And while we're doing that, Ms. Bulkley, in your rebuttal testimony and in discussion with Mr. Bunker, you discussed what would happen if you removed Chesapeake, I should say, Utilities from Mr. Fernandez's proxy group, all else equal. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So we can do this. I'm not sure what's going to be easiest here. We can either look at Mr. Fernandez's attachment, which is I have pulled up, or we can look at your rebuttal to see how removing Chesapeake affects his range. But first of all, did you recalculate the multi-stage DCF outcome without Chesapeake?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember what the outcome was, or if you remove Chesapeake from that analysis?
Yes, so Mr. Fernandez relied on the average results for his proxy group companies. And so looking at hearing exhibit 125, attachment AEB 25, if you exclude Chesapeake from the multi-stage DCF analysis using his data, so this would be on page 1 of that exhibit, the average would be 9.68, or he uses 1 decimal place, so 9.7%. And then if you use an update for June 30th, it would be 9.63%.
Okay, and let's just stick to his data for the moment, just to avoid confusing things, if that's okay. So just using his data for the multi-stage DCF would bring his average from 9.4 to 9.7. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay. And then if you did the same thing for his constant growth DCF, just remove Chesapeake, holding all else equal, how would that change the average estimated ROE in his analysis?
Sure, that is shown on exhibit or hearing exhibit 125, attachment AEB 24, and using his analysis, the average would be 9.81% as opposed to 9.54%.
So is my math right that changing nothing else, if we made those changes, the range here of the 4 methods, if we could scroll just a little bit so we can see the summary as well of Mr. There we go. The range of the 4 methods instead of 9.4 to 9.7 would be 9.7 to 9.8. Is that right?
Let me just verify. Yes, so the constant growth DCF would go from 9.5 there to 9.8. And then the multi-stage would go to 9.7. And so then your range of methodologies, which he's used here, would be 9.7 to 9.8. Yes.
He says 4 methods. So in fairness, if we were going to include recent authorized, we'd be somewhere.
It would be 9.6 to 9.8 if you include the recent authorized.
Okay. But we discussed earlier that recent authorized is actually higher than 9.6 for 2024. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. So my updated data as of June would be 9.81. So again, you would still be 9.7 to 9.8.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's all I have in redirect. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, Ms. Brahma. Well, given our intended finish time, I don't think it makes, oh, sorry, Ms. Bulkley, you're free to go. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Given that it is 8 after 5 now, I think it probably doesn't make much sense to get Mr. Freitas on, as it would be a quite abbreviated start to his testimony. Ms. McLaughlin, did you have something?
Oh, I just wanted to ask about timing tomorrow, and it seems like you're getting there, Commissioner Gilman.
I'll get there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. So my plan is we're scheduled to start tomorrow at 1 o'clock, given the commission's morning meeting commitments. So the plan would be to meet at 1 o'clock. We would begin with Mr. Freitas on the stand, and I think with UCA questioning him as the first matter. So that's what I see coming next, but the chairman will be back in charge tomorrow. Short stint for me. Ms. Brahma?
May I just ask, and maybe this is a question for staff counsel, I'd just like to verify where we're starting with staff witnesses after Mr. Freitas, just so we can prepare accordingly as well, if we know.
Yeah, I think that's a question that we wanted to address as well. We are moving along a little bit slower than we anticipated, so we have some conflicts tomorrow with some of our witnesses. One thing that I wanted to clarify, and it's possible that I misunderstood last week, but I know that the company waived their cross on staff witness Lemaire, but I wasn't sure if the commissioner still had questions for witness Lemaire.
Yeah, I think we were waiting on me and I do not. So
Okay.
witness Lemaire can be excused. As far as I'm aware, I was the only holdout to making that decision. I'm right, Commissioner Plant, you don't have anything? Nothing. Okay, so Lemaire can be excused.
Perfect.
So then we have Depew, Hagland, Rivera Lugo, and O'Neill for staff remaining.
So
Ms. McLaughlin, let's talk availability and what you need to happen with those witnesses tomorrow after Mr. Freitas's testimony.
I think with where we are at, the order of witnesses looks like it is going to be just fine. Mr. Hagland has a conflict from 2 to 3 tomorrow, but I don't anticipate that we will get to him based on the cross times that are reserved on company witness Freitas and Dr. Depew. So I think we can leave it as is and start with staff witness Dr. Depew and then continue on to Mr. Hagland. I'm sure that he'll be done with his conflict and will be able to join us at 3 o'clock. And I think if we get to staff witness Lugo and O'Neill, that would be great. But if not, I don't think that there's any conflicts for them on Thursday morning.
Okay, great. Yeah, right now I'm kind of projecting, ideally we get through Rivera Lugo tomorrow, although it'll be a nail biter. But
Yeah.
it sounds like if for some reason we're moving faster than we think we are, and we get to Mr. Hagland during his conflict, I suppose we could just put Mr. Rivera Lugo in his place, order-wise. Would that work?
I believe that we touched on this with the company, that it's possible if we have to do that we would call Miss O'Neill first, because it's our understanding that Miss O'Neill might answer some questions that the company has in which they would be able to waive their cross on Mr. Rivera Lugo if that happens.
That is exactly what I was going to say.
Okay, so if we end up in an issue with Mr. Hagland, which we don't really foresee, we would go to O'Neill as the next after Depew. So just notify this for availability. Optimistic in case we start moving faster than we have been. I like it. Anything else to deal with today before we go? Okay. In that case, we will reconvene tomorrow for the hearing at 1 p.m. and see you all there.
Thank you.